Chapter 477, Embodiment of Curses. After arriving at the northern continent and flying for around 4 hours, Yuan and the others arrived at this somewhat empty hill that only had a single small building, a tree, and a small pond beside the tree where 3 koi fishes can be seen swimming in circles. Upon landing on this hill, Li Shizhen went to knock on the door. However, nobody answered the door. That man probably went fishing, Li Shizhen said a moment later. Fishing? This time of the day? Yuan raised his eyebrows as it was getting dark. Yes, he's a weirdo. Li Shizhen nodded. Who are you calling a weirdo? You slobby doctor? A voice suddenly resounded. The door to the building opened, and a short old man with a bald head walked outside the next moment. If you were here, why didn't you open the door? What took you so long? Li Shizhen said with a frown on his face. I was taking a nap. If I didn't hear your annoying voice, I would have remained in bed. The old man exclaimed in a somewhat angry voice. Madam Feng, you're here as well? The old man suddenly noticed Feng Yuxiang and immediately began smiling. How may I help you today, Madam Feng? Seeing the old man's attitude turn 180 when speaking with Feng Yuxiang, Li Shizhen shook his head. Damn old pervert, he snorted in a low voice. I'm not the one who needs your help today. My young master needs your help. Feng Yuxiang said to him. What? Young master? The old man's eyes widened with shock. He then turned to look at the third person there. Whoa, holy heavens. When the old man saw Yuan, he suddenly took a step back and shouted in a terrified voice, acting like he just saw a ghost. Is there something wrong? Yuan couldn't help but ask after seeing his reaction. Stay away from me. The old man shouted at him before running back into the house and slamming the door shut, leaving Yuan dumbfounded. Even Li Shizhen and Feng Yuxiang were left speechless by his reaction to seeing Yuan, as this was their first time seeing him acting in such a manner. What the heck is going on now, Zhao? Li Shizhen asked him. Fuck you, Li Shizhen. I should be asking you that. Are you trying to kill me? Zhao shouted from inside the building, sounding really angry for some reason. What? Why would I want to kill you? Have you finally gone crazy from old age? We're here to talk about curses. This young man has a friend that might be cursed, so we came here for your expertise. Li Shizhen said, feeling really confused now. Ha ha, that's really funny, because that young man you brought here is loaded with curses, powerful curses that even I didn't know could exist. He has so many curses that I wouldn't be surprised if he was the embodiment of curses. Zhao said, revealing his reason for his reaction. What? Am filled with curses? Yuan's eyes widened with shock. Even Li Shizhen and Feng Yuxiang were shocked to hear this. They turned to look at Yuan, but they couldn't see anything wrong with him. Come out here and explain yourself, Zhao. I may not be as experienced with curses as you, but I can at least tell when someone is cursed, and I can't sense anything ominous coming from him. Li Shizhen said with a frown on his face. What do you know, you amateur? Have you forgotten about my special skill? I can tell whether someone is cursed or not at a glance, no matter how weak or powerful the curse is. Zhao said. Li Shizhen sighed. He then asked Yuan, Young master, do you have any idea what he's talking about? Yuan pondered for a moment before realizing something. Do you mean the curse that's associated with my legacy? I had accepted a legacy recently, and the legacy contained a small curse. It's a curse called Minor Misfortunate, and it only affects my luck, he said. You heard him, old man. It's only a minor curse. How can you be scared of a minor curse? I have never seen you act so fearful in front of a curse before. Li Shizhen said to him a moment later, even laughing a bit. After a moment of silence, the door opened slightly, and Zhao peeked through the narrow space, but he didn't dare to come out. He looked at Yuan with a serious expression on his face and said in a solemn voice, You think I would be afraid of a mere minor curse when I have dealt with even major curses before? Young man, you have more than one curse on you right now. In fact, there's so many that I'm amazed you're still alive. Zhao, explain yourself. What do you mean by that? Feng Yuxiang said with a deep frown on her face. Zhao then spoke. Although the curse may be called minor misfortunate, it's actually a major curse. However, That curse might as well be a minor curse, if not even lower compared to the other curses on him. There exist two types of curses in this world: artificial curses and natural curses. Artificial curses are caused by other humans, whilst natural curses occur naturally if certain conditions are met. There are also many levels of curses: minor, major, supreme, and ancient, to name a few. The most common curses are naturally artificial curses. And as of this moment, I can see 6, 7, perhaps even more curses on him, and they're all above major curses. However, that's not even the shocking part. These curses on him, they're all natural curses as far as I can tell. What? 7 natural curses? How is that even remotely possible? Li Shizhen exclaimed, not daring to believe his ears. A single natural curse was already rare enough, much less 7. And they're all affecting a single person right now? Yuan looked down at his own body. He also couldn't believe it. Why does he have so many natural curses on him? Chapter 478, Celestial Rank Physique. Young man, if you're here to look for my help, I am sorry, but I have to say that I am powerless against the curses on you. They're simply too powerful. I don't even dare to try to touch it, as it might worsen. Zhao said to him a moment later, is it really that serious? Isn't there anything you can do? Feng Yuxiang didn't want to give up so easily, especially after learning how bad the situation really is. Madam Feng, do you remember when I tried to help you with your curse but was defeated in the end? Zhao suddenly asked her. Many years ago, Feng Yuxiang had approached him for help regarding her curse. Of course, even though you couldn't get rid of it, I still owe you greatly for your years of efforts. Feng Yuxiang nodded. I have encountered tens of thousands of curses throughout my life, but I have never experienced powerlessness until I met you, Madam Feng. Your curse was my first defeat. However, as powerful as your curse may be, I still dared to try and defeat it. Zhao then turned to look at Yuan and swallowed nervously. As for him, this is my first time experiencing fear. The curses on him terrify me so much that I do not even dare to approach him. It's okay. I understand your feeling. Yuan said to him, you don't need to touch the curses on me, but do you have any advice for me? How does one normally get rid of natural curses? He then asked, that will depend on how you acquired those curses in the first place. Do you have any idea how you may have gotten those curses? Zhao said. Yuan turned silent and began pondering to himself. After thinking for many minutes, he still couldn't think of anything, so he shook his head. I cannot think of how I got these curses. Feng Yuxiang then asked, Zhao, is it possible for natural curses to occur during birth? Like how some are born with powerful physiques, while others are born without any physiques? Yes, if his ancestors were cursed and passed away without getting rid of the curse, there's a good chance that the curse might carry on to the future generations. However, there are only a handful of curses that are powerful enough to do such a thing, and this young man has more than just a handful of curses on him. Zhao said, I see. Can you give me some examples of natural curses? Yuan then asked, let's say your ancestor killed a lot of people, enough people to create a mountain using their corpses. This could result in your ancestor getting cursed by the spirits of the dead people. Hearing such an example, Yuan couldn't help but recall that one dream he had previously when he dreamt about killing a lot of people. Enough people to create multiple mountains with their corpses and many rivers with their blood. Another case of a natural curse is when one is born with an extremely powerful physique and they invoke heaven's jealousy or wrath. When that happens, the heavens might put a curse on that individual so that he doesn't affect the world too much. This has happened multiple times before in the upper heavens. A powerful physique? Young master, I'd say your physique is pretty heaven-defying, enough to invoke heaven's jealousy. Maybe it's your physique that caused these natural curses? Feng Yuxiang suddenly speculated. Really? What kind of physique do you have? Li Shizhen asked him out of curiosity. The heaven-refining physique, he said. Never heard of it. Li Shizhen shook his head. What rank is it? Divine rank? No, it's celestial rank. Did you just say celestial rank? Li Shizin's eyes widened to the point where his eyeballs nearly rolled out of their sockets. Celestial rank? Feng Yuxiang had a different reaction, as she wasn't familiar with this grade. How high is that? She then asked Li Shizhen, as he seemed to know judging by his reaction. The celestial rank is 2 ranks above the mythic rank. Li Shizhen mumbled in a dazed voice. What? Feng Yuxiang and Zhao Yi exclaimed in a shocked voice afterward. 2 ranks above the mythic rank. I didn't know it went that high. Feng Yuxiang then said, Of course you wouldn't know about it. It only exists in the 7th heaven and above. Li Shizhen said, and he continued, I only know about it because I once read about it in an ancient scroll from the 8th heaven. Ridiculous. Why someone like that in the lower heavens? Where did you find this monster? Zhao Yi said in a dumbfounded tone. That's rude of you, Zhao Yi, and I didn't find the young master. He found me. Feng Yuxiang said. Anyways, I think I understand why you have so many natural curses. A celestial rank physique is something that could definitely invoke jealousy from the heavens. The stronger your physique, even bloodline, the more the heavens will try to hinder you. However, if you manage to overcome the heavens' jealousy, you will become unstoppable. Li Shizhen said a moment later. I have never seen anyone with a celestial rank physique before, but to invoke over 7 natural curses. I cannot imagine what could happen once you get rid of those curses holding you back. Wait, can you tell what kind of effects these curses have on me? Yuan suddenly asked him. Zhao Yi shook his head and said, I can only tell you what kind of curses they are, but I do not know the details. He then stared at Yuan for a few more moments before speaking. Most of these curses are restriction curses, but there are a few that I cannot tell at all. Furthermore, there's a high probability that there are more than 7 curses on you, and I just cannot see them even with my special talent. Since it's likely that these curses are caused by your physique, then there's only one way to undo them, by tempering your physique. Tempering my physique? Yuan mumbled to himself. This is his 2nd time hearing this phrase, with Su Jiechi mentioning it before. Chapter 479, Treasures in the Real World. I have heard it before, but what does it mean to temper my physique? Yuan asked Zhao Yi a moment later. There are a couple of methods you can use to temper your body, but the most common ones are bathing in liquefied treasure and cultivating in a special area that affects your body. Zhao Yi said, bathing in liquefied treasure. Huh. Yuan repeated to himself. I understand the first one, but what about the second method? What kind of special area do I have to cultivate in? Do you have any examples? There are multiple phenomenal places in the cultivation world, such as a mountain that has extreme yang qi, and if you have a physique that benefits from yang qi, you can cultivate there to temper your body. Another example is a place called the Frozen Sea where it releases extremely pure yin qi, so females with a special yin physique would go there to temper their body. Some methods are stress-free while others are incredibly painful. This should be obvious, but the stronger your physique, the more resources you'll need to temper it. And in your case, you'll probably have to go to hell and back multiple times in order to temper your body. Yuan nodded and said, returning to the first method, are there treasures out there specifically for tempering one's body? Or can I just use any treasure for the bath? There are specific treasures out there for body tempering, young master. In fact, I have some with me. We can try it later. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said. Really? Yuan immediately became elevated upon hearing her words. Yes. Just let me know when you want to do it. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Let's do it tomorrow, then. Okay. Sometime later, Zhao Yi said, if you got nothing else for me, can you leave? I am barely keeping my sanity just by being around you. Sorry. We'll leave right now. And thank you very much for your help, Senior. Yuan bowed to him. Do you still need me around? Li Shizhen then asked. If not, I will stay around for a little more, and I still have to give a lecture to the doctors back at the medicine store, he said. No, you can leave. Thank you for everything as well. I will definitely repay this debt in the future. Yuan bowed to him too. You don't have to repay me. I am a divine doctor. I don't accept payments for my assistance. And I didn't really do anything, only giving you some advice. Li Shizhen said, still, I want to thank you for helping me greatly. Li Shizhen nodded and then said, very well. How about this? If your friend's condition gets better because of this, I will accept your gratitude. Okay, Yuan said. Let's go, Feng Feng, Yuan said to her before flying back to the nearest city with a teleport device. Once they were gone, Zhao opened the door and walked outside again. What more do you want from me? He asked Li Shizhen. Li Shizhen smiled and said, Want to have a drink? It's been a decade since we last sat down together, after all. I hope you brought something strong enough for me to forget about that little monster, said Zhao. Of course. The two of them entered the building and began drinking alcohol. Meanwhile, after they arrived at the city, Yuan said, Feng Feng, I'm going to retire today. I will see you tomorrow early in the morning. Okay. Rest well, young master. Once Feng Yuxiang entered his body, Yuan logged off the game. When Yuan logged off, dinner was already prepared by Meifeng. Meifeng, I am finished, he said to her. I'm coming. Meifeng entered his room a minute later with dinner. Yuan wanted to tell her about everything that happened today, but Meifeng insisted that he finish dinner first. After dinner, Meifeng cleaned the dishes before going back to his room and taking a seat beside his bed. All right, what happened? She asked him. You won't believe what happened today, Meifeng. Yuan proceeded to tell her everything Li Shizhen and Zhao had told him. You're cursed. Meifeng wasn't sure how to react after listening to his story. Do curses even exist in our world? She couldn't help but wonder this question out loud. I can only think of one instance where curses are mentioned in this world. When I asked Yu Rou about playing the zither in this world before, she told me that people used to use them many years ago, but people eventually stopped playing zither because of some curse. Give me a moment to look it up, Meifeng said before taking out her laptop and searching about the curse on the internet. A minute later, she said, according to the internet, people stopped playing the zither because bad luck would fall upon those who touched the zither. Almost all zither players experience misfortune, and many of them even died in accidents, incredibly unfortunate ones. Once the news spread, people eventually stopped playing the zither out of fear. Heavens, I didn't think the zither would have such a history in our world. If curses really exist, then maybe I am really cursed. Yuan sighed. Even if curses are real, how are we supposed to deal with it? You may be able to bathe in treasures and cultivation online, but there are no such treasures in this world. Meifeng suddenly stopped speaking midway through her sentence. Then she started typing on her laptop. A few minutes later, she said, looks like treasures actually exist in this world as well. What? Really? Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yes, and according to some people, they have treasures that contain spiritual energy, with some even granting special effects, such as increased strength and hearing. However, compared to the treasures one can find in cultivation online, the treasures in this world are much weaker. What do these treasures look like? Yuan then asked. Well, they're mostly antiques and ancient medicine from the past, she said. After pondering for a moment, Yuan said, do you think we will be able to buy some of these treasures to see for ourselves? Well, they're incredibly expensive, with most of them going for millions of dollars. However, we should be able to afford them. Meifeng nodded. Then let's buy some. If we don't have enough money, we can simply sell some things in the auction house again. Where can we buy them? Give me a minute. After looking on the internet for a few minutes, Meifeng spoke. Looks like we can either buy them online or in real auction houses. People recommend buying them in person since there are many scammers out there. Real auction houses, huh? Let's wait a few more weeks before we go outside. Hopefully, the Cultivators Association will give up on you soon. Yuan said, okay, I will do more research on this topic in the meantime. Sometime later, before Meifeng went back to her own room to cultivate, Yuan said to her, Meifeng, can you grab a knife from the kitchen and leave it on a chair beside my bed? Huh? Why? She couldn't help but ask after hearing such a weird request. Well, I have been thinking, if cultivation techniques from cultivation online work in our world, what about the other techniques? I want to try it out. Other techniques? Now that you mention it, Meifeng was dumbfounded after realizing that too. But does it have to be a knife? That's very dangerous. What if you hurt yourself? She said in a worried voice afterward. Don't worry, I'm just experimenting to see if it actually works or not. I won't do anything crazy, he promised her. Okay, Meifeng then went outside to grab a clean kitchen knife and a chair before placing the knife on the chair beside the bed in Yuan's room. Meifeng then proceeded to stare at the knife for a good minute before deciding that it would be better for her to stay in the room just in case anything happens. "Yuan, I'm going to stay here tonight just in case," she said to him. "Okay, I don't mind," he quickly agreed. She then took a seat on the other side of the bed and started her cultivation. Meanwhile, Yuan prepared himself. After taking deep breaths, he began trying to recall the flying dagger technique that he was very used to by now. However, whether the flying dagger technique will work on a kitchen knife or not is an entirely different story. A few minutes later, Yuan successfully recited the full technique inside his head. Now it was time for the moment of truth, whether it works or not. After taking a deep breath, Yuan used his divine sense to locate the knife sitting a few meters beside him. Once he located it, he tried to use flying daggers on it like he normally would in cultivation online. A moment later, the kitchen knife resting on the chair suddenly began to tremble, and he could feel an invisible connection to the knife. Yuan immediately became excited when he saw this, but the moment he lost focus, the connection disappeared and the knife stopped moving. It actually works. Let's try that again, just in case I was only imagining it. With that in mind, he started using flying daggers on the kitchen knife again. This time, even though he was certain that the kitchen knife was moving, he didn't lose focus. A few moments later, the kitchen knife that had been sitting on the chair suddenly began levitating off the chair. It was flying. Yuan had successfully used flying daggers in the real world. Chapter 480. A Work of Art. Ha ha ha. It works. It really works. Yuan suddenly started laughing from sheer excitement when the flying daggers technique worked in the real world. Meifeng stopped cultivating when she heard his laughter and turned to look at the chair. Her eyes widened with surprise when she saw the kitchen knife she used for dinner floating above the chair, almost like a magic trick. However, unlike a magic trick, there were no invisible strings attached to the knife. Meifeng, look, it works. It's not just cultivation techniques. Even martial techniques from work in our world. Yuan said to her. Yes, I can see that, she mumbled in a dazed voice. A few moments later, the kitchen knife stopped floating and fell back onto the chair seat. Compared to, it's actually harder to control it. I should have sufficient cultivation base to use flying daggers flawlessly, but I am having difficulties controlling it, he said a moment later. However, it's not as though I don't have enough spiritual energy. Unlike using divine sense, it's not exhausting, so I think it's just a matter of inexperience. Once I practice some more, I should be able to use flying daggers more skillfully. Meifeng then said, if you can use flying daggers, I wonder if there are any other cultivators that have succeeded, or how many have succeeded. I'm sure many people have tried to use martial techniques when they realized that cultivation techniques worked in the real world, but whether you succeeded or not is a different story, he said. There has been no news about this yet, but there's a good chance that some people have succeeded and are purposefully keeping a secret. It's only a matter of time before someone lets the cat out of the bag, like the situation with cultivation techniques. Meifeng agreed with him. Anyways, I'm going to continue practicing this technique. If it's distracting, you can return to your own room to cultivate. I promise you that I won't do anything crazy, so you can rest assured. Yuan said to her. Okay. Meifeng nodded and returned to her room. Yuan proceeded to practice the flying daggers technique until it was morning. After breakfast, Meifeng asked him, are you going to be with us today? Yes, we will see you in a bit. Where do you want to meet? Can you meet us at the Cultivator's Haven? Yuan asked. Okay, I will let them know. Once they entered, Meifeng proceeded to wait for Yu Rou and the others while Yuan and Feng Yuxiang made their way back to Seashell City using the teleport device. When they finally arrived at the city, Yuan and Feng Yuxiang went straight to the Cultivator's Haven, where Meifeng and the others could be seen idling around. Yu Rou, Yuan called out to them. Welcome back, brother. Yu Rou ran to him with a smile on her face. Are you okay? What happened yesterday? Where did you go? She then bombarded him with questions. A stiff smile appeared on Yuan's face. Although he promised to tell her about everything once he returned, he wasn't sure about telling her that he was cursed, as that would definitely make her worried about him. "I will tell you later." He decided to delay it for now. He then turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said, "I am ready." Feng Yuxiang nodded. "Let's rent a hotel room. We will need a bathtub for your tempering," she then said. "A bathtub? Tempering?" Yu Rou and the others were quite puzzled, but they didn't ask any questions for now and decided to follow Feng Yuxiang and Yuan. Once they were at the best hotel in the city, they rented out a room with the biggest bathtub. Inside the bathroom with the bathtub, Feng Yuxiang filled the bathtub with hot water before heating the already hot water even further, until the water was literally boiling. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw this. "I'm supposed to bathe in this boiling hot water? That sounds painful," he thought to himself. "Are you going to temper your body, brother Yu?" "Tian?" Xiaohua asked him after realizing what they were planning on doing. "Yes, I am." Xiaohua was kind of speechless, as this was quite sudden. Why did he suddenly decide to temper his body? Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang retrieved a dozen treasures and began tossing them inside the bathtub with the boiling water, quickly turning the clear water green. "All right, young master. You just need to bathe in this water and absorb the treasures now. However, I have to warn you that it's going to be painful." "Of course it's going to be painful. You're telling him to jump in boiling water," Yu Rou said with a worried frown on her face. Feng Yuxiang laughed out loud after hearing her words, and she said, "The boiling water won't hurt the young master. Have you forgotten about his cultivation base? It's the treasures that will do the hurting. Go ahead, young master. Try touching the water normally." Feng Yuxiang then said to him. Yuan nodded and dipped one of his fingers into the boiling water, and to his surprise, it doesn't hurt at all. "It's actually quite warm," he exclaimed in a surprised voice. "Really? Let me try." Yu Rou also dipped her finger into the hot water, but she had a different reaction. It burns." Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, "The young master may not have physically tempered his body before, but his cultivation is high enough to naturally protect his body against boiling water. You could have told me before I tried." Yu Rou sighed. Sometime later, Yuan asked, "I just need to bathe in this water, right?" "That's right." Feng Yuxiang nodded. "Okay." Hearing her confirmation, Yuan started taking his clothes off in a nonchalant manner while everyone was present. Xia Jingyi's face flushed with redness when Yuan suddenly began stripping, as this is her first time seeing a fully naked man. Young master's bare body. What a work of art. Feng Yuxiang chuckled inwardly as she stared at his refined body with an intensive gaze. Chapter 481, Body Tempering. Yu Rou and Mike Sia's eyes widened when Yuan suddenly stripped without any warnings. Although they have seen his naked body plenty of times by now, since they had to clean his body, seeing the naked body of a cripple who cannot move and seeing the naked body of a fully functional person gave two different feelings. Brother, you should have at least warned us that you were going to strip. There are ladies in here." Yu Rou quickly said to him. Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, clearly ignorant about these kinds of situations. In his mind, some boundaries between men and women didn't exist, although he has only seen one naked woman in his life. Lan Yingying, she didn't have such a reaction when they were both naked before, so he didn't think too much about it. Furthermore, Yu Rou and Meishio have seen his naked body countless times, and they have even touched it before when they had to clean his body, not to mention the number of times he bathed with Yu Rou. Seeing Yuan's puzzled reaction and calm demeanor, Yu Rou realized that she never really taught him common sense when it comes to things between women and men. After all, she never thought he would need this kind of knowledge, and it would also be embarrassing for her to teach someone older than her these kinds of things. "Forget it," Yu Rou sighed. Sometime later, Yuan entered the bathtub and sat in the center in the lotus position. Despite the water still at boiling point, Yuan couldn't feel any pain, only comfort. "I just need to cultivate and absorb the treasures in the water, right?" Yuan asked while looking at Feng Yuxiang. "Yes." Feng Yuxiang nodded. "Okay." Yuan proceeded to take a deep breath before clearing his mind. He then started cultivating. However, The instant he started absorbing the treasure, he felt sharp pain all over his body, almost like there were swords and daggers poking his pores. Ah! Yuan cried out loud, and immediately he stopped absorbing the treasures, startling the people in there. "Are you okay?" Yu Rou asked him. "This is painful. It's like I'm being pricked by needles all over my body," he exclaimed. Feng Yuxiang then said in a calm voice, "I warned you that it was going to be painful, young master. Body tempering isn't easy. There's a reason why there are so few body refiners in the cultivation world compared to ordinary cultivators, since many people cannot endure the pain. Are there any ways to lessen the pain at the very least?" Yuan asked. Feng Yuxiang shook her head. "Unfortunately, there are no easy ways out of this. You either endure it or give up. In fact, the pain will only intensify as you continue to temper your body." Yuan frowned when he heard this. However, as much as he wanted to give up, he needed to get rid of the curses. After taking a moment to calm down, Yuan tried to absorb the treasures again. The sharp pain quickly returned, and Yuan gritted his teeth to endure the pain. And just like Feng Yuxiang said, the pain only became worse the more he tried to absorb the treasures. What felt like needles poking at his body at first now felt like there were needles entering his body through every pore that was absorbing the treasures. The pain penetrated deeper and deeper in this body as time went on. Yuan had to give up a few times due to the intense pain, but he would eventually try again. Yu Rou and the others watched with nervous looks on their faces. Seeing Yuan in so much pain also made them experience imaginary pain all over their body. Feng, how long does it normally take to temper one's body?" Yu Rou asked her. "How long does he need to endure this?" Feng Yuxiang looked at Yuan and said, "Since this is the young master's first time doing body tempering, I didn't use too many treasures, just enough to let him experience it. If he continues to absorb the treasures at his current rate, he should be done in a few hours." "A few hours?" Yu Rou was shocked. She expected this to last only a couple of minutes at most. It was unimaginable that one needed to endure such pain for hours. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, "If you think a few hours are bad, imagine tempering your body for weeks, even years." An hour into tempering his body, Yuan was beginning to adapt to the pain, but that didn't mean it wasn't painful any longer. In fact, the pain continued to worsen the longer he tempered his body. Is that blood?" Yu Rou suddenly noticed the water turning slightly red. Feng Yuxiang nodded. "Yes, but you don't have to worry. It won't cause any permanent damage to his body. The young master has actually increased the rate he's absorbing the treasures. If he continues at this rate, he should be done after another hour." And just like Feng Yuxiang predicted, after soaking in the bathtub of treasures, Yuan opened his eyes when he finished absorbing all of the treasure in the water. Near the end, since he had already absorbed most of the treasure by then, the pain was no longer as strong, allowing him to relax until the end. "How are you feeling, young master?" Feng Yuxiang asked him. "Exhausted, yet refreshed at the same time, almost like I'd been reborn," he said with a smile on his face. "Congratulations on your first body tempering, young master," she said. "Thank you." Yuan then stood up from the bathtub. However, the very next second, Xia Jingyi released a startled cry. Huh? Yuan turned to look at Xia Jingyi, whose face was fully flushed with redness, and she even had her hands covering her eyes. Yu Rou and Mike Xia's jaw dropped when they realized why Xia Jingyi reacted in such a manner. Brother, quickly turn around," Yu Rou shouted at him in a panicked voice. "What?" Yuan became even more puzzled, and he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang. "Young master." Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat and pointed at the area between his legs, her face slightly rosy as well. Seeing this, Yuan looked down at his body, and to his surprise, between his legs, there was something long and majestic pointing at the heavens. Chapter 482, Unable to Calm Down. What the? Yuan was surprised to see the thing between his legs suddenly grow in size and become as stiff as a rock, as this was his first time experiencing such a phenomenon. He turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and asked her in a calm voice, "What's happening to my body? Is this also the effect of the treasures?" "I guess there was a treasure in there that improved one's stamina," Feng Yuxiang said in a stiff voice, mostly because she also didn't expect that it'd result in Yuan's precious area getting more stamina as well. "Is this a bad thing or a good thing?" Yuan then asked. "I think it will be fine. It should calm down later," Feng Yuxiang said with a nervous look on her face, silently hoping to herself that it calmed down by itself. "Okay." Yuan believed her and got out of the bathtub. Yu Rou and Meifeng stared at Yuan's glistening body. Although they wanted to look away, they were unable to for some reason. Meifeng then noticed Xiao Hua also staring at Yuan with a calm look on her face, yet there was a hint of intrigue within her innocent gaze. After drying his body, Yuan wore his clothes again, but it felt different than usual, even a little uncomfortable with the way his body is currently reacting. "This is uncomfortable and is somewhat inconvenient to walk around," said Yuan with a slight frown on his face, while looking at the obvious bulge between his legs. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously at the sight of the Yuan's bulge. Despite being over 100,000 years old, she had zero experience in these kinds of situations. "You can try cultivating to calm it down," Feng Yuxiang then suggested. "I will do just that." Yuan nodded, and he left the bathroom shortly after. He then took a seat in the middle of the room and began cultivating. Of course, since he was sitting down, it made the bulge in his pants even more obvious. "This is super awkward," Meifeng muttered in a low voice. "Right? We have taken baths together for many years, so I've seen his naked body plenty of times, but I'm still embarrassed by it," Yu Rou said in a somewhat bragging voice. Yu Rou suddenly turned to look at Xiao Hua, who started approaching Yuan for some reason. Once she stood in front of him, Xiao Hua squatted down and stared at the bulging area with a profound look on her face. What are you doing?" Feng Yuxiang asked her in a dumbfounded voice. Xiao Hua then pointed at the bulge and said, "Why is it like that?" Xiao Hua has never seen anything like that before. Xiao Hua's innocent question left the others in the room speechless. Turns out there was another person that was clueless about these kinds of topics besides Yuan in their group. That is what happens when your body is overly excited. Feng Yuxiang gave her a brief explanation without going into depth. "Don't worry, it will go away soon," she then added. Xiao Hua nodded and no longer paid attention to this phenomenon on Yuan's body. Sometime later, Xia Jingyi spoke in a low voice. "Wow, the speed he's cultivating at is very astonishing. Is this because of his cultivation technique?" "I guess you can say that." Yu Rou nodded. After spending a little over an hour cultivating, Yuan suddenly stopped and opened his eyes. He then turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and said to her in a complaining tone, Feng, it's not working. I cannot even cultivate properly because it's very distracting down there. And I think it started to hurt as well." Feng Yuxiang began sweating when she heard this, and she wondered if the treasure was too powerful or if Yuan had absorbed too much of the treasure. After all, normal cultivators would only be able to absorb a portion of the treasure while letting the rest go to waste. If Yuan's godlike physique also allowed him to absorb more treasures than one normally could, it would make sense why his body hasn't calmed down yet. Feng, what exactly did you use for my brother's bathwater?" Yu Rou decided to ask her. Feng Yuxiang showed a nervous smile and said, "The treasure that's causing his condition is most likely the endurance yang root. It's a very popular treasure among male body refiners since it refines their muscles and boosts their endurance. However, there's a slight side effect, and that being a slight aphrodisiac effect. Aphrodisiac effect. You made my brother absorb that kind of evil medicine." Yu Rou was speechless. "I swear it wasn't done on purpose. Normally, one would only be able to absorb about 10 to 30% of the treasures, so this side effect won't affect the person too much, if any at all. However, I might have overlooked the young master's unique physique, hence this situation. I'm sorry. I won't put something like that in the young master's bath again," she apologized. "Don't worry about it, Feng. I know you don't have any bad intentions. However, this is a problem. I can't move around like this. How long will this effect last before it naturally goes away?" Yuan then asked her. 7 days, she muttered in a low voice. An entire week? Yuan exclaimed. There was no way He'd be able to endure this an entire day, much less a whole week. Is there anything we can do to relieve it quicker? Yuan then asked. The room instantly turned silent, and the ladies turned to look at each other. Clearly, none of them wanted to be the one to tell him. After a moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat and spoke with her back straight. Ahem. Since I am the reason the young master is in pain, I shall bear all responsibility. She then turned to look at Yuan and said with a bashful expression on her beautiful face, Please follow me to another room, young master. I will take care of it. Chapter 483, Relieving His Pain, contains mature content disclaimer. Read at your discretion. You can skip this chapter without needing to worry about missing key information about the story. Wait just a minute. Yu Rou quickly stopped them. Is there something wrong? Feng Yuxiang asked her. Of course. Everything is wrong. What do you think you're going to do to my brother's pure body? Obviously, I'm going to help him relieve his pain. Feng Yuxiang spoke in a calm voice and acted as though it was natural. And she continued, Unless you want to help him instead. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes at Yu Rou, who trembled at the thought of relieving Yuan. And nonsense. I am his sister. You're asking for the impossible. She quickly refused. Yu Rou then turned to look at Meifeng and said, Meifeng, you do it. I trust you with Brother Tian's body more than I trust Feng. After all. What? Meifeng looked at her with wide eyes and even took a step back from shock. Why you want me to? I don't think I can do something like that. Meifeng quickly shook her head and refused. Even though she had touched Yuan's divine sword before, it was necessary to clean him, and it wasn't done with any vulgar intentions. Furthermore, she was too embarrassed to do it knowing there are people waiting for her to relieve him. If she was alone with Yuan, perhaps she might reconsider. See? If nobody is willing to relieve the young master, I will have to be the one to bear this responsibility. Feng Yuxiang said with a quick shrug and a somewhat smug look on her face. Zhao Hua can help Brother Tian. Zhao Hua suddenly offered her assistance. The others looked at her with raised eyebrows. Regardless of her real age, letting someone like Zhao Hua deal with this situation would cause outrage if known. Furthermore, Zhao Hua was as innocent as Yuan herself when it came to this topic. So even if they allowed her to help him, she wouldn't know what to do. It's okay, Zhao Hua. Let the adults bear this responsibility. Feng Yuxiang said to her. Meanwhile, Yuan was absolutely clueless as to why they were arguing about this, as he just wanted to relieve this pain between his legs, so he didn't care who had to do it. Let's go, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Feng, don't go overboard. Yu Rou warned her with a serious frown. Feng Yuxiang nodded before going to another room with Yuan, closing the door behind them. The place quickly turned dead silent. I can't believe this is happening. Xia Jingyi mumbled in a dazed voice after a moment of silence. I'm going to go out and get some fresh air. Yu Rou said, I will come with you. Meifeng followed her outside. Zhao Hua looked at them with her eyebrows slightly raised, unable to comprehend why they were unhappy about Feng Yuxiang helping Yuan relieve his pain. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat before speaking. Young master, please take off your clothes. Just the lower part is fine. Yuan nodded and obediently removed his pants. Although it felt a little weird, he didn't think too much about it, since this was only to cure his condition. After taking off the lower part of his clothes, Yuan sat on the edge of the bed with his sword standing upright. Young master, I am only doing this to help your condition, so excuse me in advance for touching your body. Feng Yuxiang said as she kneeled in front of Yuan. Seeing Feng Yuxiang kneeling right in front of him, Yuan raised his eyebrows, and his heart began beating faster for some reason. After taking a deep breath, Feng Yuxiang moved her hands towards the stiff rod located directly between Yuan's legs. Yuan immediately felt a chill go down his back when he felt Feng Yuxiang's soft hands touching his thing. Feng Yuxiang's body also trembled when her hands touched Yuan's hot rod, feeling it twitching in her hands. Once she had a good grip on Yuan's rod, Feng Yuxiang began to gently move her hands in a stroking motion. Yuan was baffled by what Feng Yuxiang was doing to his body, as this was completely new to him. However, as weird as it looked, it actually felt incredibly pleasurable, so Yuan didn't stop her and allowed Feng Yuxiang to continue. How does it feel, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him in a nervous voice a few minutes into their session. Never could she have imagined that she would one day use her hands to please a man in such a manner. A human, too. I don't know. It feels good, but it also hurts a little, mostly when you move your hands down. He gave her his honest feedback. It does look a little dry. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice. However, there was no water around her, and she didn't want to leave the room to get some water now that they were in this kind of situation. After pondering for a moment, Feng Yuxiang decided to use her saliva. Young master, I'm going to use my saliva to get rid of the dryness. It'll most likely stop the pain, she then said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded despite the weird idea. Once she had his approval, Feng Yuxiang moved her mouth closer to his rod before spitting some of her saliva onto it. Once it was soaking wet with her saliva, Feng Yuxiang continued to massage Yuan's rod. What about now? Feng Yuxiang asked him a moment later. It feels much better. I don't feel the pain anymore, he said. Then I will move a little faster. Feng Yuxiang started stroking his rod faster. A few minutes later, Yuan felt an indescribable feeling shock his body. I need to go to the bathroom, he quickly said to Feng Yuxiang after realizing what this feeling was. However, Feng Yuxiang said, It's okay, young master. Just let it out here. I will clean it up later. Are you sure? Yuan was baffled by her answer. Yes, she confirmed. A moment later, Yuan could no longer hold this feeling back and gave up on trying. The next second, Feng Yuxiang shouted in a startled voice when a burst of white substance shot out from Yuan's rod and went straight onto the wall a few meters behind her. However, it didn't stop after the first shot, and it continued shooting out the white substance, splattering the wall with white stuff all over. Yuan's body collapsed onto the bed after releasing everything, feeling incredibly exhausted afterward. Feng Yuxiang looked at her hands that were also stained with Yuan's sticky white stuff with a dazed look on her face. She then looked at Yuan's rod, and to her surprise, it was still as stiff as a rock. Why, young master? Looks like we'll have to do this a couple more times before you release all of your excess energy. Feng Yuxiang said to him, Is this really going to help? Yuan asked her a moment later. Yes, but since the treasure you absorbed was quite powerful, it'll take some time before we can fully relieve it. Okay, sorry for the trouble, Feng. Yuan said to her with an innocent look on his face. Seeing Yuan's innocent expression, Feng Yuxiang felt incredibly guilty for some reason, even though she was trying to help him. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang continued, helping Yuan release his excess energy. As for Yuan, since he recently climaxed, his rod was more sensitive than before, allowing him to feel the pleasure from Feng Yuxiang's hands even more. Author's note: I know this novel has been pretty PG-rated up to this point, and this chapter just went up a level. I have yet to decide whether I want to make this novel more mature or keep it PG, so I want some feedback. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Even if I decide to make this novel more mature, it won't be as mature as Dual Cultivation if you have read it before. Just some flavor here and there to spice the novel up a bit, I guess. Do you want more mature scenes like this or no? Why and why not? I know the character development is slow, but Yuan will eventually grow up, and keeping him innocent forever isn't realistic even for a fictional novel. Therefore, let me know your thoughts in the comments. Cheers! Chapter 484, A Secret. Yuan laid on the bed while breathing heavily. Okay, young master. I am done. Your condition has finally been relieved, Feng Yuxiang said to him as she stood up. After spending a few hours in the bedroom, Feng Yuxiang has managed to extract a week's worth of excess energy from Yuan's body, who had absorbed too much treasure from his body tempering. Thank you, Feng. Yuan said to her afterward. I am merely doing my job as a servant, young master. There's no need to thank me, as it was my fault you were in that condition in the first place. Feng Yuxiang said as she used her phoenix flames to clean the sticky white substances in the room without damaging the walls or floor even in the slightest. Anyway, you can stay here and rest until you're ready to move again. I will be outside with the others. Oh, and can you keep whatever happened in here a secret between us, young master? Yes. I don't think I want them to know either. Yuan agreed. Thank you, young master. I will see you later. Despite her calm voice, Feng Yuxiang's face was fully flushed with redness, and her steps were a little unbalanced, looking a little tipsy from drinking too much. Once Feng Yuxiang left the room, Yuan continued to lay on the bed with a look of wonder on his face. Today, he has experienced a new world, one that he would forever remember. Sometime later, when Yu Rou noticed Feng Yuxiang coming out of the room, she quickly approached her and said, I hope you didn't do anything you weren't supposed to. Feng Yuxiang showed a smile on her face and said, Don't worry, I only did what was necessary to help his condition. I respect the young master's body as much as you do, so I wouldn't dare to do whatever you're thinking. Anyways, the young master's condition has been fixed. I'm going to get some fresh air. I probably won't be back for a while. Feng Yuxiang then left the building and flew away, not returning for a couple of days. About an hour after Feng Yuxiang left, Yuan emerged from the room with a refreshed look on his face, and even his aura experienced a small change. Brother, are you okay now? Yu Rou asked him with a slightly rosy face, trying her hardest to not look away from him. Yes, I'm fine now. What happened inside? To everyone's surprise, Xiaohua was the one who asked him this question. Yuan chuckled and said, That's a secret. A secret? Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes, their imaginations running wild. By the way, where's Feng Feng? Yuan then noticed that she was missing. She went outside for some fresh air, and she also said that she won't be back for a while. Yu Rou said, Oh, I see. Sometime later, Yu Rou asked, What should we do now, brother? Whatever you want, I guess. Well, I'm not sure what I want to do, but I'm tired of doing quests, she said. Then do you want to just explore the lower heavens? What do you mean by exploring? Do we just walk around? Yuan nodded yes. We don't need to do anything special. Just travel around the world like we're going on a massive trip. I want to see as much of the lower heavens as I can before I move up to the next realm. A journey around the world. Huh? That does sound like a good idea. Yu Rou nodded. What about you, Jingyi? You don't have to follow us if you don't want to. I don't mind following along. Besides, I don't really have anyone else to play with, and I also enjoy being with you guys, she said. Okay, then it's decided. Let's go on a journey. Do you have any destination in mind? Yu Rou then said to Yuan. Not really. I was going to ask Feng Feng to see if there were any cool places we could go in the lower heavens. What about you, Xiaohua? Do you know of any places like that? Xiaohua shook her head. I can look online and see if there are any places like that. Yu Rou suddenly said. Okay, let's also wait for Feng Feng to return before we leave. Yuan said. They proceeded to walk around the city until it was late and had to log off for dinner. After dinner, Meishio asked, Yuan, do you want to shower tonight? You released a lot of sweat today. Okay, he said. Meishio then carried Yuan into the bathroom with the wheelchair, and just as Meishio prepared to remove her clothes so it doesn't get wet, she remembered that Yuan could see again with his divine sense, so she restrained from going inside the bathroom naked like she normally would. After rinsing his body with some warm water, Meishio began scrubbing his body with her soapy hands. When she reached his lower area, Meishio paused her movements momentarily after recalling what happened today. A moment later, she started cleaning Yuan's cute thing that was a contrast to what she saw earlier today. When Yuan felt Meixia's soft hands touching this area, Yuan couldn't help but remember what Feng Yuxiang did to him, and his body naturally reacted with an erection. Meishio swallowed nervously when she saw this, and she tried her best to clean it with a clear mind. However, Yuan suddenly asked her, Meishio, I thought my body only reacted like this because of the treasure, so why is it like this now? Did the treasures from the game affect my real body too? Meishio was left speechless by Yuan's innocent question and wasn't sure how she should respond to him. Should I just tell him? As much as she wanted to avoid this topic, Meishio knew that it was impossible and that he would have to learn about it eventually, and keeping such important knowledge from him would only hurt him in the long run, especially since his body is recovering. Therefore, Meishio has decided to teach Yuan what it means to be a man and why his body reacts the way it does. Chapter 485. What it means to be a man. Meishio closed her eyes and took a couple of deep breaths before opening them with a resolute expression on her beautiful face. Yuan, I know none of this is your fault because of how the Yu family raised you, but you're too innocent and ignorant for someone your age. You're already 18, an adult. You cannot continue living like this, especially since you'll eventually recover from your condition. Meishio said to him in a sighing voice. What do you mean? Yuan asked her in a nervous voice. You have been playing instruments since the day you entered the Yu family, and that is all the Yu family has ever taught you, ignoring your common sense and other important knowledge. You were also crippled at a very young age, even going into isolation, which limited your knowledge even further. I'm trying to say that you're missing a lot of common sense. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a low voice. Then what am I supposed to do? Meishio then said, You don't have to do anything, Yuan, because I will help you. I will give you the knowledge that the Yu family didn't care to give you, what it means to be a man. Meishio then looked at his stiff rod and continued. Let's start with this. Yuan's body trembled slightly when Meishio suddenly touched his stiff area, but the way Meishio held it felt a little different than usual. The condition you're in right now is called an erection. It happens when your body is stimulated with excitement, and most of the time, it is sexual excitement that causes it to react in such a way. Sexual excitement? What is that? Yuan asked, as he never really had the chance to experience it for himself, because he would only focus on music almost all of the time. Furthermore, besides Meishio, Yu Rou, and the servants working in the Yu family, Yuan barely had any contact with females. Sexual excitement is when you feel aroused, Meishio explained to him. It's a natural feeling of desire you get for the opposite gender when you're interested in them, or whoever you want to embrace. I don't understand that feeling. Yuan sighed. It's okay. You don't have to understand it now. You just need to be aware of it. Meishio said, and she continued, Now, whenever one feels aroused, their body will react a certain way, and when it comes to men, the thing between their legs will react the way your body is currently reacting. Of course, there are other situations that could make your body react in such a manner, but most of the time, it's arousal. I see. Is that why my body is acting like this? Because I am aroused? Yuan asked in an innocent and calm voice. Well, only you can really tell. Meishio said. Yuan then said, When you touched that area, my mind would remember what Feng did to me to help me relieve it, and my body started to feel warmer. What Feng did to you? Meishio raised her eyebrows. Well, I cannot give you any details since I promised Feng that I'd keep it a secret, but she used her hands like you, Yuan said in a slightly embarrassed voice. I see. Meishio could imagine what had happened between Feng Yuxiang and Yuan after he just said, Although you may not understand the feeling of arousal, your body can be naturally aroused even if you don't know it yourself. And that is most likely what is happening now. Then how can I get rid of this feeling? Yuan asked. That feeling will naturally go away if you stop thinking about it, Meishio said. The reason it didn't go away before was because of a medicine that affected your body, so it wouldn't calm down until you use the other method to calm it down. That method, Yuan mumbled. Yes, it's most likely what Feng did to help you. Yuan swallowed nervously, and he asked, Does it matter which method one uses? After a slight pause, Meishio said, Yes, it does. Although one can ignore their arousal and let it calm down naturally, that feeling doesn't actually go away very effectively and will eventually build up. And as it continues to build up, it could affect one's mind negatively and make them do things they normally wouldn't do, which is also called sexual frustration, so one should use the second method to relieve themselves once in a while. Meishio then looked at Yuan's rod that was in her grasp, and she continued, Now that you have learned about arousal, you'll most likely be experiencing them more often. What? Is that how it works? Yes, it is, especially since you're at that age. I see. Then what should I do? If I cannot keep ignoring it, I will have to relieve myself, right? That will be difficult in my condition. Yuan sighed. Meisho took a deep breath before speaking. Don't worry, Yuan. I will do it for you. Eh, really? Are you sure? Feng acted weird afterward when she did it for me, so I thought she didn't like it. I don't want you to do something you don't like. Feng acted weird not because she didn't like it. It was because she was embarrassed. Normally, a woman won't willingly do something like that if she didn't like the person, and nobody forced her, so she definitely didn't mind it. Meisho said, furthermore, I was trained to relieve you if you ever needed it. Meisho said inwardly, as she didn't dare to tell him out loud. I see. It's relieving to know that she didn't hate it. Yuan released a sigh of relief. Seeing Yuan's good-natured character, Meisho felt something weird in her heart. Then let me relieve you now. You have been naked long enough. If we stay like this any further, you might catch cold. As she finished her sentence, Meisho began moving her hands, stroking Yuan's stiff rod more skillfully than when Feng Yuxiang experienced it with her hands. This is my first time doing this on a real person, Meisho thought to herself as she pleased Yuan's sword with her hands. When her mother trained her to take care of Yuan's every need, it was only on toys and mannequins, so this was her actual first experience. A few moments into their session, Yuan's body could already feel the difference between Meisho and Feng Yuxiang's hand techniques, and that difference was quite vast, almost like heaven and hell. When Feng Yuxiang stroked it, it was much more forceful and fast, and she would sometimes grip onto it with too much strength. However, when Meisho strokes it, he could feel the tenderness in her slow and gentle movements, almost like she was treating his thing like a treasure, and it was a constant feeling. Furthermore, Meisho would use her other hand to massage other areas while her main hand was busy relieving his sword, enhancing the effects of her already skillful techniques. Yuan's body reached its limit in just 3 short minutes under Meixia's skillful hand techniques. Feeling the rod in her hands twitching, Meisho said in a soothing voice, "Go ahead, let it out and relieve yourself." Hearing her voice, Yuan removed the blockade and released a stream of white substance from his lower body. And right before Yuan released his stress, Meisho placed her other hand a few inches away from his rod so that his release wouldn't go everywhere in the bathroom. Meisho could feel something warm and powerful shoot into her hands the next moment, and it would continue shooting into her palms for a couple more times before it stopped. "How are you feeling?" Meisho asked him afterward. "Like something was relieved from my body." "Thank you," Yuan said to her. Meisho then washed away the white stuff on her hand and the floor with the shower head. Once that was done, she proceeded to rinse the soap from Yuan's body. A few minutes later, she carried Yuan back to his room and dried his body with towels. "Let me take a shower before we continue our talk, okay?" Meisho then said to him. "Okay." Meisho then returned to the bathroom to take a shower, taking much longer than she normally would for some reason. Once she was eventually done, Meisho returned to Yuan's room and continued to educate him about things that the Yu family never taught him. Chapter 486, An Unexpected Find. "Thank you, Meisho, for the lesson. I will keep in mind everything you have taught me today," Yuan said to her after spending an hour getting lectured about the differences between men and women. "Then I will go back to my room now. I am more exhausted than usual for some reason," Meisho said to him. "Okay, good night," Yuan said to her. Once she returned to her room, Meisho buried her face into the pillow and proceeded to suffocate herself until she could no longer endure it. However, she was unable to calm down despite doing that. "I have done it. I really did that to him," Meisho cried inwardly, recalling what she had done to Yuan inside the bathroom. Although she had expected to do such things, and even more before for Yuan when she was being trained by her mother, that was years ago, and they were no longer in the Yu family. Furthermore, their relationship has evolved to being much more than just a servant and master. Meisho would proceed to spend the entire night thinking about how she should act when around Yuan. As for Yuan, he slept like a baby, instantly falling asleep a few seconds later, and if one went into his room while he slept, one would see a gentle smile on his face. Meanwhile, around the same time at the Yu family, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit stood before Yu Yong and Tang Li. "Master Yu, Madam Tang, we have discovered her location," this middle-aged man said. "Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Where's Meishio right now?" Yu Yong then asked this middle-aged man, who had hired to investigate Mike Cius' whereabouts. "After looking through some of the surveillance cameras in the streets, we have managed to locate the building Meishio lives in, and it's an apartment about an hour away from this place. During our investigation on Meishio, we also found something unexpected, that she appears to be with you, Tian." "What? Meishio is with that useless thing? Are you sure? Why didn't the chairman tell us that when he visited?" Tang Li exclaimed in a surprised voice. Mr. Johnson nodded and said, "We saw them entering the apartment together, and after speaking with Chairman Zhao, he confirmed that there was a cripple in a wheelchair with Meishio at the Cultivators Association. We even have a picture from the surveillance." Mr. Johnson proceeded to show them a picture of Meishio pushing a wheelchair that carried Yuan. Yu Yong frowned and said, "She left the Yu family to be with him? Why am I not surprised? She was trained by Meifeng to be his personal maid at one point. Of course, there's someone with him. That trash can't possibly live by himself now that Yu Rou is no longer helping him. However, does this also mean that Meifeng had lied to us about Mike Cia's situation? I refuse to believe that she didn't know about her daughter's situation." Tang Li then said. Yu Yong raised his eyebrows and said, "Meifeng has remained loyal to the family ever since she joined the family. I don't believe that she would lie to us, though we should still talk to her about this just in case. Anyway, this is an entirely different situation that can be dealt with after our current one. Can you bring Meishio back to us, Mr. Johnson?" Yu Yong asked the middle-aged man. He nodded and said, "Although we have located her whereabouts, we have yet to locate her exact location. We know where she lives, but we don't know where exactly, and the building owners refuse to give us access to the surveillance cameras without a proper reason." "What are you trying to say? It's just an apartment. Go knock on every single door until you find her. That's why we hired you," Tang Li said with a frown. Mr. Johnson smiled and said, "Madam Tang, we were only paid to locate her whereabouts, and that is exactly what we have done. The contract doesn't state that we have to do anything else once we find her location." The frown on Tang Li's face grew deeper, but before she could speak, Mr. Johnson continued, "In case you forgot, Meishio was called a cultivation genius by Chairman Zhao himself. If that's the case, there's a good chance that she's a high-level cultivator at this moment. Even if we knock on every door and find her, we cannot physically force her to come with us if she refuses, since our team doesn't have the manpower to do so. If there's a chance that we must use force to bring Meishio back to the Yu family, we will need to hire more people, cultivators that are powerful enough to bring her back. However, powerful cultivators are not easy to find. Do you understand where I am getting at?" Yu Yong pondered for a moment before speaking. "In other words, you are asking us for more money. Is that correct?" Mr. Johnson merely smiled at his question, his answer clear. "I don't care how much it will cost. I want her back at the Yu family. We can simply have Chairman Zhao cover the cost of the operation and more when we give him Meishio," Tang Li said in a cold voice. "Very well. I will immediately assemble a team of powerful cultivators to bring Meishio back. It should be done by the end of the week," Mr. Johnson said. "As for the price, we will calculate everything once we get the team together before sending them to you. Once we receive the payment, we will immediately bring her back," Mr. Johnson said, implying that unless they received the money, they wouldn't do anything. Although the Yu family is a powerful family, they were not completely invincible and almighty in this world, so not everyone will be willing to work for them without money, which is the real power. After Mr. Johnson left the place, Yu Yong summoned Meifeng to their home despite it being incredibly late at night. Meifeng, who was asleep at the time, had to wake up and make her way to their place after being called, but she didn't complain as she puts her master's needs before her own needs. Half an hour later, Meifeng arrived at the Yu family. Chapter 487, Questioning Meifeng. "Meifeng, have you found Mike Cia's whereabouts yet?" Yu Yong asked her the moment she arrived at the house, acting as though he didn't have a single clue. Unfortunately, I have not, Meifeng said, and she continued. I tried calling her every day, but she hasn't responded to a single call. Are you sure you don't know? Tang Li asked again, narrowing her eyes. I don't understand. Are you implying that I know her whereabouts? That I am lying to you? Meifeng then asked, feeling something was off about their atmosphere. Yu Yong then retrieved a photo and placed it on the table, showing a picture of Meishio and Yuan on the street. It was the same photo given to them by Mr. Johnson. Your daughter is currently taking care of that trash, and she left the family shortly after he was disowned. This doesn't seem like a coincidence, and I refuse to believe that you, her mother, didn't know about this. Tang Li said, and she continued, you know what I think? I think you knew about her whereabouts this entire time and purposefully kept it from us. In fact, you probably even helped them. Meifeng remained silent after hearing Tang Li doubt her loyalty, even suspecting that she had something to do with Meixia's disappearance. However, she didn't panic. With all due respect, Madame Tang, I have worked for the Yu family for nearly my entire life, and I had sacrificed everything in order to do so. Why would I risk all of that over something like this? The last time I spoke with Meishio was right before she left. She told me that she wanted to leave the Yu family to explore other options in life. Meishio isn't bound to a contract, nor did I have any reason to convince her to stay since she's already an adult, so I didn't say anything and allowed her to leave. Meifeng said, subtly reminding them that Meishio wasn't under a contract, so they cannot force her to stay. Meifeng then continued without giving the Yu family a chance to speak. Allow me to be blunt, masters. Meishio has admired the young master ever since he was adopted into the family, and she had even endured countless hours of training for me just to become his servant. However, because of what happened to the young master, she was reassigned to the young lady. I'm not saying that she doesn't care about the young lady, but she has always dreamed of being the young master's servant. Since the young master got removed from the family, Meishio, who is not bound by a contract, most likely decided to leave the family so that she could finally fulfill her dream as the young master servant. Of course, this is all speculation, but other than logical reasoning, I'm also her mother, so I know what she thinks. Yu Yong and Tang Li were left speechless by Meifeng's words. After a moment of silence, Yu Yong said, I don't doubt you, Meifeng, but just to be safe, let me see your cell phone. Since you claim that you call her every day, you must have a record of it in your phone. The Yu family expected Meifeng to make an excuse to get out of this situation, but to their surprise, Meifeng said, I understand. She then retrieved her cell phone and handed it over to Yu Yong without making any excuses or showing even the slightest sign of being worried. Yu Yong then opened her phone and checked the call record. His eyes widened with surprise when he saw that Meifeng had actually been calling Meixia's phone number every single day, without fail, ever since Meishio left the family, and she would sometimes even call Meishio multiple times in one day. However, there was not a single successful call within the call records. I apologize for doubting you, Meifeng. Really, if what offended you, please forgive us. Yu Yong immediately apologized to her. Yu Yong valued Meifeng's loyalty and presence in the Yu family very highly, probably only second to his own wife. This is mostly because of Meifeng's contribution to the Yu family throughout the years. It could be said that without Meifeng assisting them, their family wouldn't have survived for this long. While Yuan have boosted their wealth to a significant amount, they have always been rich. However, Meifeng had helped them stabilize their position within the entertainment industry and much more, hence why Yu Yong couldn't afford to anger or offend Meifeng. Even though Meifeng was under contract with their Yu family, she could actually leave the family if she truly tried, and Yu Yong couldn't afford to lose someone like her, especially not when the entire world was changing at a rapid pace because of the cultivation craze. I am neither mad nor offended, just slightly disappointed that I don't have all of your trust just yet, Meifeng said. You don't worry. You have my complete trust starting now. Yu Yong reassured her. However, Tang Li wasn't happy with the results, and she was still suspicious of Meifeng, but she didn't say anything and merely kept a frown on her face. Meifeng then asked, if you don't mind me asking, why are you so fixated on finding Meishio? Yu Yong sighed and decided to tell Meifeng everything. To tell you the truth, we're not really the ones who are looking for her. It's Chairman Zhao, the current chairman of the Cultivators Association. Apparently, Meishio has incredible talents in cultivation, which attracted Chairman Zhao's attention, and he wants to buy Meishio from us. What? Meifeng's eyes widened upon learning the truth, showing a little surprise for the first time. Therefore, we have hired investigators to look for her. They have recently found her whereabouts, and they are planning on bringing Meishio back soon. What about Meishio? What if she doesn't want to join the Cultivators Association? Meifeng asked. Meifeng, you should know by now that if someone is powerful enough, they can do whatever they want. Chairman Zhao is definitely someone powerful enough to do as he pleases. If he truly wants Meishio, there's nothing you nor the Yu family can do about it. Yu Yong sighed again. Chapter 488. Don't underestimate him. Sometime after listening to the whole story from Yu Yong, Meifeng prepared to return home. Meifeng, I know she is your daughter, but there's nothing we can do. I guess we can only be happy for Meishio that Shed caught the attention of someone prestigious like Chairman Zhao. If she's with him and the Cultivators Association, I am sure that she will live a fulfilling life. And I apologize again for calling you here so late in the middle of the night. You could take tomorrow off if you'd like. Yu Yong said to her before she left. Once she was in her car, Meifeng drove straight home while pondering the whole way there. The chairman of the Cultivators Association. He's definitely not someone a Yu family can deal with, much less Meishio. This is troublesome. After returning home, Meifeng went straight to the locked drawer beside her bed. She then opened it and retrieved a burner phone and opened it. A moment later, she dialed a number. Hello. Meishio answered the phone call quicker than Meifeng had expected since it was way past midnight. Why are you up so late at night? Meifeng asked her. I can ask you the same. Why are you calling me so late at night, mother? You've gotten a lot more courageous since you left the Yu family, to the point where you even dare to talk back to me, Meifeng said. Anyways, let me get straight to the topic. Are you aware how much trouble you're in right now? Trouble? What are you talking about? Mike Sia's puzzled voice resounded. Do you remember when I told you that Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association had contacted the Yu family? Well, the Yu family has hired investigators to find out your whereabouts, and they have learned about the apartment. However, that's not even the worst part. They know about the young master as well. What? Meishio exclaimed in a surprised voice. The Yu family went out of their way to hire investigators to look for her? Just how desperate are they trying to recruit her to the Cultivators Association? Even if they know about our location, does it really matter? I am no longer with the Yu family, nor do I want to join the Cultivators Association. It's not like they can force me either. Meishio said. Meifeng sighed. You are underestimating the world of adults and how influential some people are, Meishio. There are some people out there who are so powerful that you have no choice but to agree. As for the Yu family, they will make you return to the family whether you like it or not, and they will sell you to the Cultivators Association. In fact, the investigators are already preparing a team of cultivators to force you to return to the family. What? What should I do? I cannot leave Yu Tian side now. Meishio said. You can move out of that apartment before they get you, but that will only delay them since they will eventually find you again, and it won't be easy moving in the street without being seen when you have to travel with the young master in his condition. Therefore, you can only confront this matter from the front. What are you trying to say? Meishio asked. Do you remember what I taught you? What you should do if there are people who threaten the young master's safety. Meifeng asked her. I can't forget it, even if I want to. Meishio mumbled in a low voice. Good, and since you're a cultivator, you should be even more powerful. Just make sure you don't kill them, and you should be fine. Make sure you report it to the police afterward, just in case. I won't be contacting you again for a while, since the Yu family is suspecting that ID helped with your disappearance. Once you have dealt with the problem, call me on my burner only after midnight. I understand. Make sure you keep the young master safe, since there's a good chance that they might use the young master to force you to return. A slight smile appeared on Meixia's face when she recalled Yuan's flying dagger technique and said, "Don't underestimate him, mother. He may not be able to move properly, but I doubt there's anyone more powerful than him right now." Meifeng was left speechless for once by Meishio. "What do you mean by that?" She couldn't help but ask. "You'll find out eventually, mother. Anyway, I'm going to get some sleep. You should too. Good night." Meishio closed the connection before Meifeng could even respond. This little girl definitely got more courageous, even a little cheeky. Something must have happened. Meifeng mumbled to herself before lying on her bed and falling asleep. Meanwhile, Meishio laid on the bed and stared at the ceiling with a dazed look on her face. "I just want a peaceful life with him. Why is everyone making things so complicated?" She sighed in a low voice. After a moment of silence, she muttered in a cold voice, "I won't let anyone take him away from me now, no matter who they are." Meishio then fell asleep for 2 short hours before waking up to prepare breakfast. "Good morning, Meishio." You look tired. Did you not get enough sleep yesterday?" Yuan greeted her while using his divine sense. "Yuan, I have some bad news," she said. "What happened?" Meishio sighed and said, "It's the Yu family. They hired investigators to find me, and they now know about our location, including the fact that you're with me." Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Even if they know about our location, what are they going to do about it? Force you to go back?" Meishio nodded. "From what my mother told me when she called me last night." "Yes, what? How is that even legal?" Yuan exclaimed. "Well, it's not, but when you're powerful and influential like the Yu family and the fact that they're supported by the chairman of the Cultivators Association, there's really pretty much nothing they cannot get away with as long as it isn't mass murder." Meishio sighed. Chapter 489. More kitchen knives? That's unfair. If they don't need to follow the rules because they are powerful, then this is no different than the cultivation world. Well, if you really think about it, the cultivation world and this world are pretty similar in some aspects, especially if you're rich and powerful. Meishio said. Yuan sighed. "What should we do then? Move?" He asked a moment later. "I asked the same, but my mother said there's no point since they will find us again sooner or later." Miss Meifeng? Then what did she suggest? "She told us to confront them." Confront them? How? By chasing them away, I guess. What? She wants us to chase them away? Is that even possible? I will try. Don't tell me you're going to fight them. After a moment of silence, Meishio said, "If it gets to that point, but you don't have to worry about me, because I can protect myself just fine. I am more worried about you, since you are vulnerable in that condition. Even if you say that, anyway, even if they are targeting me, it is my job to take care of you, and I won't be able to do that if they take me away from you." Yuan sighed. "Looks like I won't be able to play with Yu Rou and the others until this is all over. I will have to apologize to her later," he said a moment later. "I will stay out here just in case they knock on the door." Okay. After breakfast, Yuan entered. "Morning, brother. Where's Meishio?" Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi greeted him. "She won't be on today. Actually, we won't be able to play for the next few days." "What? Why? Did something happen?" Yu Rou frowned. Yuan nodded and said, "The Yu family hired investigators to find us, and they are now planning on forcing Meishio back so that she could join the Cultivators Association." Yuan explained the situation to them. "What? They're still on that? Unbelievable. How can they treat Meishio like that? I'm going to speak with my parents later." Yu Rou exclaimed in an angry voice. Xia Jingyi was shocked. This was her first time hearing about their situation, too. "Do you want to talk to my parents about this? We can probably do something about them entering the apartment," Xia Jingyi said. Yuan shook his head and said, "It's okay. I'm sure we will be fine, and I don't want to drag your family into our trouble." "Okay, but give me a call if you ever change your mind." "Brother Tian, what is this Cultivators Association?" Xiaohua asked him. "It's a complicated situation. I don't think I can even explain it." Yuan said to her, "Don't worry, I will be back in a few days hopefully. Until then, you guys can play without us. I don't think we can play in peace knowing that you're in trouble." Yu Rou sighed. "Stay safe. I will still let my parents know so that they can keep watch, but they won't intervene unless absolutely necessary." Xia Jingyi said. Thank you. Yuan nodded. What are you going to do in the meantime? Yu Rou then asked. Well, we're going to see what they're going to actually do. Until then, I really cannot say. Okay, keep us updated, Yu Rou said. Sometime later, Yuan logged off the game. Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi also logged off shortly after since they were no longer in the mood to play. I have told Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi about the situation, Yuan said to Meishio afterward. Now we just wait, huh? Meishio sighed. I'm going to practice the flying daggers since that is the only way I can help you in case you're in trouble. Yuan then said, Flying daggers? You'll kill them. Meishio chuckled. Yuan remained silent, his thoughts unknown. Anyways, I'm going to cultivate too. Hopefully, I will be able to break in a spirit warrior before they find us. Meishio said before returning to her room. Once Meishio left, Yuan mumbled in a low voice, If I have to protect you. Sometime later, Yuan cleared his mind and began practicing flying daggers, making incredible progress in just a single day. Whoosh! A kitchen knife flew around the room like a paper airplane, but unlike a paper airplane that could not be controlled, Yuan could control the direction and speed of the kitchen knife with precision. Once he was confident with controlling a single kitchen knife, Yuan wondered if he could control two of them at once. Although he has only ever tried to control one dagger at a time, even in Cultivation Online, that was only because he only had the Starry Abyss, and that was the only dagger he really ever needed. Meishio, sorry to disturb your cultivation, but can you bring in a few more kitchen knives? Yuan called out to her. A minute later, Meishio came into the room with 2 more kitchen knives in her hands, and she asked him, Why do you need so many knives? I want to see if I can control more than one at a time, he said. More than one? Well, just don't overboard and hurt yourself, Meishio said as she placed the knives on the chair. Once Meishio left the room, Yuan immediately began trying to control 2 knives at once. And to his surprise, he was able to lift 2 knives at once. However, he quickly learned that while he could levitate 2 knives at once, controlling them simultaneously was an entirely separate story. This is much more difficult than ID expected. Yuan sighed out loud as he proceeded to spend the rest of the day trying to control 2 knives at once. The following day, Yuan continued to practice his flying daggers while attempting to break through to Spirit Master. Time passed quickly, and before they were aware, almost a week had passed. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, Mr. Johnson stood before 4 individuals emitting profound auras, all of them with cultivation at the 7th level with 1 even at the 8th level. Chapter 490, Going from Door to Door. Our target this time is a genius cultivator named Meishio. This is what she looks like. Mr. Johnson showed them a picture of Meishio. One of the cultivators immediately whistled. Whoa, what a beauty. She's not only beautiful, she's also a cultivation genius. Don't underestimate her, or you might regret it, Mr. Johnson said. And he continued, according to the Cultivators Association, Meishio claimed to be at the 9th level of Spirit Apprentice. If this is true, she has one of if not the highest cultivation in the city. 9th level? No wonder why you called 4 of us to kidnap a single girl. However, even if she has a high cultivation base, it won't matter if she doesn't know how to utilize it properly. I highly doubt she'll cause any trouble for us. Or are you underestimating us? Huh? Scorpion is right, Johnson. So what if she's at the 9th level? She's still within Spirit Apprentice. The difference between each level as a Spirit Apprentice isn't that vast. Even if we have a lower cultivation base, our combat experience will make up for it, said another person there. She's just a little girl. I doubt we'll face any troubles when dealing with her. In fact, I can even take her by myself. Hearing their confident voice, Mr. Johnson said, Since you're all so confident, I won't bother going into the details. Just bear in mind that you're not allowed to hurt her too badly. The chairman of the Cultivators Association has a great interest in this girl. If you hurt her, or even worse, damage her cultivation talents, you'll have to bear responsibility. What? The chairman of the Cultivators Association is also in on this? Just what is so special about this girl beside her cultivation talents? One of them asked, Our job isn't to ask questions. Just do whatever you are being paid to do. Mr. Johnson said, He then placed a map on the table and pointed at the clear red dot on the map. This is her whereabouts, but it's an apartment, and we don't know which room she is living in exactly, so we'll have to knock on every single door until we find her. What a pain in the ass. But we're getting good money for such an easy job, so I won't complain too much. When do we carry out this mission? As soon as possible, said Mr. Johnson. All right, we'll start right now. Sometime later, the 4 hired cultivators left the briefing room and made their way to their destination. Once they arrived, they changed their clothes, wearing uniforms meant for carriers, disguising themselves as someone who makes deliveries. There are 27 floors in this apartment, and it will take forever if we go through it one floor at a time. So let's split up into a group of 2. One group will check the even-numbered floors while the other group searches the odd-numbered floors. If we find Meifeng, immediately contact the other group. The other 3 nodded. According to Johnson, Meifeng is living with only one other person, a cripple, so she should be the only one answering the door. Once they decided on their groups, they entered the apartment and started knocking on doors. Hello, you have a delivery. I don't remember buying anything online. Some old lady answered the door a moment later. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have made a mistake. When someone that wasn't Meifeng answered the door, they would move on to the next door. If someone doesn't answer the door, they would note it down so that they could try again later. The 4 cultivators proceeded to knock on doors for the entire morning. First floor, second floor, third floor, 9th floor, 10th floor, 13th floor. The 14th floor, meanwhile, inside 17F on the 17th floor, Meifeng silently absorbed the spiritual energy inside her room. For the past week, she has done nothing but improve her cultivation base. As for Yuan, he would continue practicing his flying daggers technique. Suddenly, somebody knocked on the door, but it was not their door. It was the door closest to the elevator. Hello, delivery. Hearing this noise, Meifeng opened her eyes and stopped cultivating. She then stood up and walked to Yuan's room and said to him in a low voice, "They're here." What now? Let's just pretend we're not here for as long as possible. Okay. Thus, they ignored the banging on the doors and the man shouting delivery. The knocking on the door continued for another minute until it stopped. However, the knocking returned a few moments later, but it was still not their door. This continued until the knocking eventually reached their door. Hello, delivery. A minute later, the knocking stopped. Once all of the doors on their floor had been knocked on, the cultivators went to the next floor. At the end of the day, the 4 cultivators returned to the car. No luck, huh? What now? Well, we have narrowed down the rooms. We will revisit the doors that didn't answer today, again tomorrow, and we will continue this until we narrow the choices enough. Once there are less than 10 rooms, we will force our way into these rooms and see for ourselves. Sound good? They left the apartment shortly after and wouldn't return until the following day. The next day, they returned to the apartment and started knocking on doors again, but they only visited those that didn't answer them yesterday. By the end of the day, they narrowed the choices by half. Only 21 left now. They lowered that number to 15 the next day, then 11, and finally down to 7 on the 4th day. Meifeng must be in one of these 7 rooms. There is 1 room on the 7th floor, 1 on the 9th floor, 2 on the 17th floor, 1 on the 21st floor, and the last 2 on the 25th floor. Let's work our way up tomorrow and get it done by the end of the day. Understood. Chapter 491, Midnight Invasion. Hey, what the hell is taking so long? We're already past our deadline. Mr. Johnson called the 4 cultivators on their 4th day on the job. Calm down, Johnson. We'll get the job done by tomorrow. It took longer than expected, just knocking on the doors. That bitch Meifeng is definitely avoiding us on purpose. Maybe she is somehow aware that we're looking for her. What? How is that possible? Unless someone warned her about us. It's impossible that she's aware of our operation, said Mr. Johnson. She probably can't hear your knocking because she's playing. If that's the case, ITLL make things even more convenient and a breeze when we take her. Whatever. Just get done by tomorrow, or your check will see some deductions. Mr. Johnson said. What? Not our pay. Then hurry up and get the job done before the Yu family complains even more. Mr. Johnson yelled at them before closing the line. You heard him. We better finish tomorrow, or our salary will suffer. If that's the case, why don't we do it tonight? It'll be much easier to kidnap someone at night. You're right. Let's just finish it tonight. Once everyone agreed on finishing the job tonight, they went to prepare for it. A few hours later, when the sky had turned pitch black, the 4 cultivators returned to the apartment with a lockpicking kit and started breaking into the rooms that didn't answer them for the past 4 days, starting with the room on the 7th floor. Click! Once they unlocked the door, they silently made their way into the room and began looking around. Inside the apartment, they could see 2 people laying on their beds with the gaming console on their heads. Seeing this, they approached them to take a look at their faces. Once they confirmed that neither of them was Meifeng, they silently left the place, leaving the 2 people completely unaware that they'd just experienced a breaking and entering. Next was the 9th floor, and just like the previous apartment, everyone living inside was fully immersed within, completely unaware that they had 4 intruders inside their home right now. After leaving the 9th floor, they made their way to the 17th floor and immediately began working on the door that was closest to the elevator. Luckily for Yuan and Meifeng, their door was the furthest away from the elevator. Inside the first room on the 17th floor, they could see a family of 4 currently sleeping. The moment the cultivators saw 4 people, they turned around and left the room, as they were only expecting 2 people at most. Once they left that room, they began working on the second door on the 17th floor. Meifeng, who had been cultivating in her room, suddenly opened her eyes when she could hear subtle noises coming from the door. They're breaking in? Meifeng quickly realized what was going on and immediately stopped cultivating. She then took a deep breath and silently left her room to wait for them to enter their house without notifying Yuan about the invasion, as there was a good chance that they'd break into their home before she could warn him, and it would be smarter to keep the noises to a minimum. Click! The lock to their door suddenly became unlocked, and the door slowly began opening the next moment. Meifeng could see a shadowy figure enter the house a few seconds later. However, before he could take 2 steps inside their peaceful sanctuary, Meifeng, who had been hiding right beside the door, suddenly threw a quick but powerful jab at the unsuspecting invader's lower jaw. Crack! The sound of bones cracking resounded, startling the other 3. They quickly realized what was going on when the man that entered the room first suddenly fell onto the floor with his neck bent at a weird angle. Shit! Scorpion is down. Is he even still alive? The other 3 immediately got into position and prepared themselves. Show yourself, Meifeng. We're here to bring you back to the Yu family. Let's not make things difficult. One of them said to her from outside their home. Meifeng appeared before them a moment later with the moonlight shining on her beautiful figure, and on her face was a cold expression that complemented the atmosphere quite well. I won't go back to the Yu family. If you want me to go back, you'll have to force me. We don't want to hurt you. If you agree to follow us quietly, we will promise to leave that cripple inside alone. Meifeng frowned when they pulled Yuan into the topic, even threatening her with him. You may have taken out one of us by surprise, but now that you've lost your advantage, you won't be able to take on the 3 of us by yourself. All of us have over 10 years of experience in the military while you're just some little girl with slightly higher cultivation than us. Give up and you won't get hurt. I don't like to repeat myself. If you want me to return to the Yu family, you will have to force me. Meifeng said. Then don't blame us if you get hurt. Get her. The man in the front immediately stepped forward to try and grab Meifeng while the other 2 follow behind. But since the door only had enough room for 1 person to enter at a time, Meifeng didn't have to worry about fighting all 3 at once. She casually took a step back, forcing them to enter the door one by one. Once the first person entered the apartment, Meifeng immediately propelled herself forward so that the person could not move forward, blocking the other 2 from entering. You're overestimating yourself. The man went to grab Meifeng again, even utilizing a grappling technique he'd learned from the military. However, to the man's surprise, Meifeng avoided his grappling technique perfectly, almost as though she knew about the technique and its flaws. What? Before the man could react, Meifeng suddenly extended her arm and grabbed the man's neck with a claw-like hand. The man's eyes widened with surprise, but he subconsciously reacted and used both his arms to grab Meifeng's slender arm to try and pull it away from his neck. However, he quickly realized that even with two hands, he was unable to remove Meifeng's arm that was clutching onto his neck, almost like it was made of steel and permanently attached to his neck. Wait. Oh, let's talk. A cracking noise resounded midway through the man's sentence, silencing him. The man's body immediately limped afterward. Why you killed him? The remaining two invaders standing outside the door were in disbelief when they saw Meifeng's merciless action. How could someone so beautiful and seemingly so innocent take another life so casually? Meifeng released her clutch on the man's neck, dropping his lifeless body on the floor. So what if I killed him? It's self-defense. Meifeng then spoke in a cold voice that sent chills down their spine. Why, you're fucking crazy. You won't get away with murder even if you use self-defense to justify it. And you killed two people. And there will be two more corpses if you don't leave us alone, Meifeng said. Fuck. I'm out of here. I am not getting paid enough to risk my life with this psycho. One of them suddenly turned around and ran towards the emergency staircase, not even bothering to take the elevator. Seeing his comrade leave, the remaining person there also decided to leave, as there was no chance that he was going to fight Meifeng alone. You better enjoy your last moments here, since you'll be going behind bars soon, the man said to her before disappearing from the scene. Once the invaders left, Meifeng released a sigh of relief. She then retrieved her phone and dialed a number. A moment later, Meifeng's voice resounded. What happened? They broke into our apartment, said Meifeng. After a moment of silence, Meifeng finally responded. Since you were able to call me, I will assume that you've taken care of it. Yes, I took care of it, but I might have gone a little overboard, she said. You killed them? Meifeng asked in a solemn voice. No, I held back my strength as much as possible, but they will definitely die if they don't receive any medical care soon. Hiya. Meifeng sighed out loud. Then she said, call the police. I will be there soon. Okay. Meifeng then hung up and called the cops to explain the situation to them. Chapter 492. The Police Arrives. Once the noises stopped, Yuan shouted out loud in a nervous voice from his bedroom. Meifeng, are you okay? Since his divine sense wasn't powerful enough to see what was going on at the door, he had no idea what had transpired, only that they had been invaded and Meifeng was dealing with the invaders. I am okay. Meifeng's voice resounded a moment later, and she continued, I have driven away the invaders, but it might get a little rowdy here since I have just called the police. Thank heavens you're fine. Yuan released a sigh of relief after hearing her calm voice. Sometime later, Meifeng entered the room so that Yuan could actually see that she was okay, and she proceeded to explain the situation to him. I can't believe they actually broke into our home to try and take you away, Yuan said with a deep frown on his face. It has been a while since he felt this much anger, and all of this was caused by the Cultivators Association and the Yu family. I didn't want to blow this situation up, so I reported it to the police as a random robbery. Even if we tell them that the Yu family had hired them to take me back, they wouldn't believe it, and I'm sure the Yu family will have some sort of excuse ready in case they get investigated. Despicable, Yuan muttered in a suppressed voice. He didn't feel this angry when the Yu family abandoned him, nor when they kicked him out of the house. However, breaking into their home and trying to force Meifeng back had caused him to feel emotions that he didn't know were possible. What would have happened if Meifeng didn't have the capabilities to protect herself? Yuan didn't even dare to imagine it. What's going to happen now? He asked her after calming down. Well, the police are on their way here, but so is my mother. We'll just have to see how things go, Meifeng said in a calm voice. You're awfully calm about this situation, Meifeng. Yuan noticed this and said, I guess, but panicking won't help. Though I think it's mostly because I know that my mother will be here, Meifeng said. Sometime later, the police arrived at their apartment along with some ambulances to take care of the two unconscious men that were on the verge of dying. Can you tell me what happened? The police officer asked Meisho with his notepad and pen in his hands. Meisho nodded and proceeded to recall the situation. I was in my bedroom trying to sleep, but then I heard some weird noises coming from the door, so I decided to investigate. However, right as I reached the door, I suddenly heard the door unlocking by itself. It was at this moment that I knew someone had broken into our home, so I prepared myself for the worst. The invaders entered through the door the next moment, and I unconsciously punched the first person who entered, taking him by surprise. Then I proceeded to fight the second person. When I defeated him as well, the last two invaders ran away, and that's when I called the police. The police were left dumbfounded by Mike Sia's story. How can a single girl with a delicate appearance like Meisho fight off 4 adult men by herself? Are you by any chance a cultivator? One of them asked her. Yes, I am. She nodded. I am also not used to my new strength, so when I fought back, I might have used a little too much strength. Meisho said. Why, yeah, we can see that from their injuries. According to the medics, one of the men had a broken jaw while the other had his neck crushed. It's a miracle that the latter one is still alive. What about you, young man? Can we hear your side of the story? The police then asked Yuan, who was sitting in the wheelchair. I don't know. I only heard the commotion when Meisho fought the invaders. Okay. Anyway, please sit tight while we speak with your neighbors to see if they have anything else to say. The police then went to knock on their neighbor's door. However, all of them were either asleep or playing cultivation online, and the commotion wasn't loud enough to wake them up. Shortly after the police spoke with their neighbors, Meifeng showed up to the scene with a cold expression on her face. Excuse me, who are you? One of the policemen stopped her. I am her mother. Meifeng pointed at Meisho, and she continued. I rushed here after receiving news of what had occurred. I see. The police allowed her to enter the place after confirming her identity. What's going to happen now? Meifeng asked the police. We can't really say anything until those 2 unconscious men wake up and we get their side of the story, not to mention the other 2 who ran away. However, if this is really a robbery, then we'll make sure justice is served. As for their injuries caused by the young lady, it'll be considered self-defense. They might try to sue her later for the damages since their injuries are quite severe, but that will be up to the court. I understand. Thank you, Meifeng said to them. We will contact you again later. After taking down Meisho and Meifeng's contact information, the police left the scene. Once they were gone, Meifeng sat down in the living room with Meisho and Yuan. All right, tell me the whole story. Meisho nodded and recalled everything that had happened without skipping any details this time. They sent 4 cultivators with military experiences. Huh? You dealt with them much easier than I'd expected. What's your cultivation? Meifeng then asked her. First level spirit warrior. I had a breakthrough recently, too. Meisho responded in a low voice. Meifeng's eyes widened with surprise. She didn't really believe it at first when they said Meisho was talented in cultivation, but after learning her cultivation, Meifeng had no choice but to believe it. Chapter 493. How long do you plan on sleeping? Miss Meifeng, is there anything you can do about this situation? Your word usually has a lot of weight within the Yu family, especially with Yu Rou's father. Yuan asked her. Unfortunately, there is nothing I or the Yu family can do at this moment. Although the Yu family hire those crooks to take Meisho back, they're only doing it because of Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association. Meifeng said. The Cultivators Association is an incredibly powerful and influential background with the number of cultivators they have at their disposal, and they are only growing stronger by the day. The Yu family does not wish to offend them, nor can they afford to, so they can only agree to help them obtain Meisho. They're all treating Meisho like some kind of object that can be owned because they want her. I have had enough of this. Miss Meifeng, take me to the Cultivators Association tomorrow. I am going to speak with the chairman. Yuan suddenly said, taking them by surprise. What? You're going to speak with him? Even if you do that, he has no reason to listen to you, and there's a good chance that he won't even meet you, much less speak with you. Meifeng said to him. Don't worry, I have a plan, Yuan said. Meisho and Meifeng turned to look at each other. Young master, we can talk about this tomorrow. It's already super late, so you should get some rest for now. I will stay here with you tonight. Meifeng said. Really? Yuan said, his voice filled with excitement. Yes, I will even share the bed with you. If you don't mind, that is. I don't. Yuan immediately responded. Then allow me to get you to bed. Meifeng then picked Yuan up from his wheelchair and carried him to his bedroom with ease. Miss Meifeng, are you cultivating? Yuan suddenly asked her. Unfortunately, I have yet to start since I am usually busy with my work. Though I do intend on starting soon, she said. I see. Then do you have a cultivation technique yet? If not, I can help you obtain one. Yuan then said, surprising her a little. It's okay, young master. The Yu family has a heaven-grade cultivation technique they're willing to let me borrow. Even Yu Rou is currently using this cultivation technique, you know? Meifeng said as she placed him on the bed. If you say so, I will be back in a minute. Meifeng said a moment later before leaving the room to speak with Meishio. Go get some rest. We will continue this tomorrow. Okay. Meishio nodded and entered her room shortly after. Meifeng then returned to Yuan's room and got on a bed with him, sleeping beside him. How long has it been since we last shared a bed? Meifeng suddenly mumbled in a low voice. Too long, Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. Meifeng closed her eyes, quickly falling asleep, as it was incredibly late into the night. Yuan also fell asleep a few minutes later. Shortly after Yuan fell asleep, unbeknownst to him or Meifeng, his body suddenly began emitting a faint golden glow, and within his body, the golden symbols were beginning to change, transforming into lines that resembled veins, eventually connecting with the other golden symbols. Once all of the golden symbols within his body were connected, it began emitting a unique aura that caused the entire world to tremble. However, since it was a relatively small earthquake, and both Meifeng and Yuan were deep in their sleep, neither of them noticed it. Only Meishio, who couldn't sleep, had felt the earthquake. As for Yuan's body, it was covered in these golden lines that looked like veins. Furthermore, the celestial water had consumed in cultivation online finally started showing its true effects, allowing the golden veins to fully absorb it. Indeed, most of the celestial water had actually been inactive until this point, and Yuan's significant boost in cultivation speed and improvements to his divine sense was only a small portion of the celestial water's power. Once the golden symbols that were now golden veins absorbed the celestial water, it unattached itself from Yuan's bones and combined with his meridians, instantly doubling the size of his meridians, allowing spiritual energy to flow through them much quicker and more efficiently. Every single time Yuan breathed, even though he wasn't actively cultivating, his body would absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy in the room, quickly emptying out the spiritual energy in his apartment. When the spiritual energy in his room was completely absorbed by Yuan, his body would start to absorb a larger area until he started absorbing even the spiritual energy in the other's apartment. Then it would expand to outside their apartment. Eventually, the spiritual energy within the city started to disappear at a rapid rate, as it was all being absorbed by Yuan unconsciously. This phenomenon shocked every cultivator in the city, as they were forced to stop cultivating due to the lack of spiritual energy in the city, and for the rest of the night, nobody living within Yuan's city was able to cultivate. Meanwhile, Yuan's body unconsciously hoarded all of the spiritual energy in the city. However, despite the massive amount of spiritual energy entering his body, Yuan's cultivation base remained untouched, almost as though it didn't receive any spiritual energy. The golden vein in his body was a different story, as it began growing more and more veins until it literally covered every inch of Yuan's body from head to toe. Eventually, the golden veins stopped glowing and appearing outside his body. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's dream that started almost immediately after he fell asleep, Yuan stood before a massive jade tablet that had the word destiny engraved into it. Of course, this wasn't Yuan's first time dreaming of this place, as it would appear inside his dream at least once a week ever since he awakened his bloodline. However, there was something different about the dream this time, as he was not alone in this place. Standing a few meters in front of him and before the jade tablet was a tall figure wearing black robes, silently emitting a divine aura that made it seem like he was there, yet he wasn't at the same time. Yuan was certain that he never met this figure before, nor could he see this person's face. Only his straight back that oozes with confidence, yet he felt a familiar feeling from this person for some reason. "Who are you?" Yuan decided to ask him after standing there in silence for a good minute. "You need to wake up soon." This person responded in a calm voice. "Excuse me?" The man turned around, showing his handsome face that somewhat resembled Yuan's face, but it was much more mature and handsome. "How long do you plan on sleeping? If you sleep any longer, all of our effort will be in vain," the handsome man said, and he continued, "Your woman is in danger, yet the only thing you can do is lay there and wait for her to be taken away from you. How pathetic. If it were me, I'd take my sword and slay everyone involved." Yuan was speechless. Just who is this man, and what is he talking about? And most importantly, why is he having this dream? Chapter 494, Waking Up. You're still here? If you don't wake up soon, you'll forever remain useless. The handsome man suddenly said, "I don't quite understand. Even if I want to wake up, I cannot wake up until I finish this dream. It's been like this for many weeks now." Yuan said. The handsome man sighed and snapped his fingers, suddenly changing the scenery from the jade tablet to the peak of some unknown mountain. On this mountain, there were countless swords stabbed into the ground, looking like a graveyard for swords or something of that sort. "Where are we?" Yuan asked. "You don't remember?" The handsome man asked him. "Why would I remember something I have never seen before?" The handsome man silently looked at him with a pondering look. He then spoke in a sighing voice. "Looks like the curses had affected you worse than I'd anticipated." "Huh? You know about the curses?" Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. "Of course. Then can you tell me more about it?" However, to Yuan's surprise, the handsome man said, "Nah. Learning about the curses in your current condition won't do you any good. In fact, it might even harm you. Therefore, I won't say anything for now." "Then can you at least tell me who you are?" Yuan asked for his identity again. The handsome man smiled, and he began approaching Yuan. Once he was standing right in front of Yuan, he said, "You really have no idea?" Yuan frowned, and he proceeded to stare at the man's face while trying to figure out if he had seen this man before. However, no matter how hard he thought, he was unable to remember anything. He eventually shook his head. "I don't know you. You don't know me. Yet I somehow appeared in your dreams. You don't dream about people you have never seen before, you know? Somewhere deep in your mind, your soul remembers me. That's why I am here. Even if you tell me that, I can't remember what I don't remember." Yuan sighed. "Then why don't I nudge your memories a little?" The handsome man suddenly retrieved a beautiful sword from thin air and pointed it at Yuan. "Fight me." "What?" Yuan looked at him with wide eyes. "Fight me." The handsome man repeated. "I don't even have a weapon. This is your dream. Just imagine one." Hearing his words, Yuan imagined the Empyrean overlord. When the handsome man saw the large sword in Yuan's grasp, he smiled and said, "So you decided to use a sword? Huh? You know this sword?" Yuan asked. "Of course. You don't?" The handsome man asked him, once again implying that he should also know about it. However, right as Yuan opened his mouth to speak, the handsome man suddenly stepped forward and attacked. Yuan quickly reacted to the strike, blocking it. "Not bad, but you're still too weak." The sword in the man's hand suddenly disappeared, reappearing right next to Yuan's neck. Yuan subconsciously used his movement technique to barely dodge it, but the sword had managed to reach his neck and created a small cut on it. Yuan could feel his blood dripping down his neck. It was an incredibly realistic feeling, almost like he wasn't dreaming at all. The handsome man then continued to attack Yuan, giving him no time to breathe. The onslaught continued for a few minutes, until Yuan's entire body was filled with superficial cuts. "You're weak. Too weak. How will you protect your loved ones when you're in such a pathetic state?" The handsome man eventually stopped attacking him and asked, "Why, you're just too powerful." Yuan responded in an exhausted manner while kneeling on the ground. Compared to Feng Yuxiang, this handsome man was on another level. Although he felt hopeless when he sparred with Feng Yuxiang, this mysterious man gave him a feeling of dread and despair. Of course, I am powerful. The man didn't deny it, even confirming it in a somewhat narcissistic tone. He then continued, "You can only survive when you're powerful. That's why if you continue to remain that weak, you'll die. Anyways, we have wasted enough time. If you don't wake up soon, you'll really regret it." "I can't control when I wake up." Yuan shook his head. "I know, because you're weak. However, I am different. I am strong, so I will wake you up." The handsome man suddenly took a stance that Yuan had never seen before, yet he found it very nostalgic for some reason. "It's a sword technique," Yuan subconsciously muttered in a low voice. The handsome man responded with a profound smile on his face. "Yes, you're right. It's a sword technique, and it's called the Immortal Rending Sword Strike. Remember it well." The next moment, Yuan watched as the man moved his hand and swung the sword, sending a massive wave of energy that felt like sword chi at him. Yuan's vision blackened instantly after the attack consumed him, and he could feel his body again. "I am awake?" Yuan quickly realized this. What's this soft feeling?" Yuan then noticed a soft and round sensation in his hand, and his body subconsciously commanded his hand to squeeze it. A weird noise suddenly resounded beside him. In a daze, Yuan squeezed it a couple more times. "Ah!" a gentle moan responded. Then, "Why, young master?" Meifeng's shocked voice resounded the next moment. Yuan frowned at the situation. He decided to use his divine sense to see what was happening, and to his surprise, he noticed that his left hand was directly on top of Meifeng's large assets on her chest. "Whoa, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that." Yuan's body subconsciously reacted and quickly removed his hand. However, Meifeng didn't care about that at all. In fact, her mind was occupied by something else. "Why, young master? Your body." Meifeng stared at him with her eyes as wide as saucers. "What?" It was at this moment Yuan realized that he was no longer lying in the bed. Instead, he was sitting on it. Furthermore, he was doing it effortlessly, almost as though there was no longer anything restricting his body. However, he wasn't in cultivation online, so he shouldn't be able to achieve such a feat. Am I actually still dreaming? Yuan wondered to himself, as that was the only logical explanation for this phenomenon. Chapter 495, Standing on His Own. I must be dreaming, Yuan mumbled in a voice filled with disbelief as he moved his arms around without any effort. He was barely able to move his arms last night, yet he suddenly had the ability to sit up on the bed and move around effortlessly. "Why, young master? I don't think you're dreaming," Meifeng said to him in a low voice. Yuan subconsciously turned his head to look in Meifeng's direction, but he was still blind. However, that didn't matter to him. Even if he remains blind for the rest of his life, as long as he can move his body properly, he will be satisfied. "What happened, young master? Why can you suddenly move?" Meifeng asked him, silently wondering to herself if she was actually the one dreaming. Although she was happy for him, she was also worried about the sudden phenomenon. I don't know. My body just started working again. Almost like when my body suddenly stopped working many years ago, he said, still in disbelief. After a moment of silence, Yuan decided to try and get off the bed by himself. He took a deep breath. Then he started moving his body off the bed. Meifeng watched with a nervous look on her beautiful face, feeling like a mother watching her baby walking on their own for the first time. A moment later, Yuan managed to stand up on his own beside the bed after a little struggle. Despite having no trouble moving his body in, it was an entirely different feeling in the real world, as his body hasn't physically stood up in many years. "Young master." Meifeng suddenly felt an urge to cry, and before she even realized it, tears were already flowing down her face. Seeing Yuan stand up on his own had overwhelmed her, who had always dreamt about seeing it happen. Once he was used to the feeling of standing up, Yuan began moving his legs, trying to walk. However, Since his body wasn't used to moving for so long, it was a new challenge for him. Oh, Yuan even fell down a couple of times. Young master, please hold my hand. Meifeng got out of bed to assist him. Yuan grabbed her hand and started moving back and forth in the bedroom while being supported by Meifeng, feeling like a patient during rehabilitation. How do you feel, young master? Meifeng asked him a few minutes later. I can move my body just fine, but since I haven't moved this much in a while, it feels like my body is having trouble listening to all of my commands. However, I'm starting to get used to the feeling of moving again. Okay, let's continue this for a little longer, Meifeng said. Thus, Yuan continued to practice his movements in the bedroom with Meifeng. Sometime later, Meishou got out of her bed and started preparing for breakfast. While she cooked breakfast, Meishou heard the door to Yuan's room open. Good morning, mother, Meishou said without looking back. There was no response from Meifeng, but Meishou was used to receiving no response, so she didn't think much of it and continued to cook breakfast. A few moments later, Meishou could feel a presence approaching her from behind. Do you need some help? Yuan's voice suddenly resounded, but it sounded too close to her, causing Meishou to raise her eyebrows. She then turned around, and to her complete shock, Yuan was standing right behind her with a smile on his face. Whoa! Meishou took a step back and nearly knocked down the cooking pan, looking like she'd just witnessed a ghost. Why you? You're standing. Meishou exclaimed in a shocked voice. That's right. It's pretty cool, right? Yuan chuckled. Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you just now. I only wanted to surprise you, he added. Meishou then silently looked up and down at Yuan to make sure she was seeing it properly. Once she confirmed that Yuan was actually standing, she rubbed her eyes and even pinched her own cheeks to make sure she wasn't dreaming. You're not dreaming, Meishou. It's real. The young master can move properly now. Meifeng said to her from Yuan's bedroom. Why? How? Meishou had so many questions that she didn't know where to start. Sorry, but I don't know either. I woke up being able to move. Yuan said. You woke up like that? Meishou looked at him with a dumbfounded face. How does that even work? A miracle? I don't know what to say. Congratulations on your recovery. Meishou said a moment later. His recovery was so sudden that Meishou was still trying to fully grasp the situation. Meishou. Yuan suddenly spread his arms with a smile on his face, his desires obvious. Meishou looked at Meifeng, who was still standing by Yuan's room and staring at her with a profound gaze. How long are you going to make him wait? Meifeng said to her a moment later. Meishou immediately began blushing. She then approached Yuan and accepted his hug. I have wanted to do this for a long time now, he said as he tightened his embrace on her. Now that I can move again, I promise you that I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Hearing Yuan's words, the redness on Meixia's face fully blossomed. Once Yuan was satisfied, he let her go and said, All right, I will let you finish breakfast now. If you need help, let me know. It's okay, I got it. Sometime later, once breakfast was ready, they sat around the table in the living room with more food than usual since Meifeng was there as well. Of course, it felt surreal for all three of them to be sitting together like they were a real family. What are your plans now, young master? Meifeng asked him after breakfast while Meishou cleaned the dishes. There's a lot of things I want to do, such as giving the Cultivators Association a piece of my mind, but first, I need to get used to moving my body again, he said. Chapter 496, $50 billion. Although you can move again, I suggest you let Dr. Wang take a look at your body, just in case, Meifeng said. You're right. I will call him now. Can I borrow your phone? Yuan asked Meishou. Once he had Meixia's phone, Yuan personally called Dr. Wang. Now that he could finally move properly, he wanted to do everything for himself, no matter how little the thing is. Good morning, Meishou. Dr. Wang's voice resounded a moment later. Hello, Dr. Wang. This voice. The young master? Yes. I am wondering when will you be free? I'd like you to come and take a look at my condition. Oh, can you bring Wang Xiaoying here as well if possible? You need the both of us there to check your condition? That doesn't sound good. Did something happen? Dr. Wang asked in a worried voice. Yes, something insane happened. Can you explain it to me through the phone? I could, but I think it would be better for you to see it for yourselves, said Yuan with a smile on his face. Though you don't have to rush here. Take your time. Hearing this, Dr. Wang thought to himself that if the situation wasn't urgent enough to rush them, it probably isn't that bad. However, he didn't want to take any chances. Understand. I will try to show up as soon as possible, and I will also let Wang Xiaoying know. Thank you, Dr. Wang. I will see you later. After Yuan hung up, Meifeng asked him, Young master, I must ask you this now that you're able to move again. Do you intend on playing the instrument again? Playing the instrument? Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. After playing the zither in, I have realized that I don't hate playing music or instruments. Instead, it was the Yu family that made everything feel like a chore. In other words, yes, I want to continue playing the instruments, but I want return to the professional scene. I see. A warm smile appeared on Meifeng's face. Speaking of instruments, I don't have any of them. Yuan then said, It's okay. I can buy some for you, Meifeng said. And she continued, I have many connections in the music industry after working for the Yu family for many years, so I know who to contact for instruments. What do you have in mind? I can buy them for you, too. Yuan shook his head and said, It's okay. Miss Meifeng, you don't need to pay for them. We should have enough money to buy the instruments on our own. If you're talking about the money Meishio saved up from working, I don't think ITLL be enough. We had earned a decent amount of money from selling treasures we find on the auction house, he said. Even if you say that, instruments aren't cheap, especially not the ones I intend on buying you. They're all created by famous companies with centuries of experience. You only deserve to play on the best of the best instruments, after all. We have $500 million, so money isn't an issue for us right now. Meishio suddenly said after returning from cleaning the dishes. $500 million? You earned that much through selling treasures and cultivation online? Meifeng was speechless. Although she was aware of how profitable playing cultivation online was, she didn't think it was possible to earn that much money in such a short time. Yuan nodded. We got pretty lucky. Sometime later, Meishio looked at her mother and asked, Don't you need to be at work? I took a vacation 3 days ago, so I don't have to go back to work for another week, she said, as she had anticipated that something might happen to them after learning that the Yu family intended to take Meishio back forcefully. So she took a week off, just in case. Miss Meifeng, would you leave the Yu family if you had the chance? Yuan suddenly asked her. It isn't easy leaving the Yu family, as I am bound to a contract with the Yu family. If I want to leave before my contract is finished, I must pay an exorbitant amount of money, and the Yu family must also agree to let me go, which is highly unlikely. Meifeng said, When will the contract end? Yuan then asked, 50 years. 50 years. Yuan was shocked to hear this. The contract started out as 5 years, but they continued to increase the duration until it reached 50 years. I didn't mind it either since I got paid a lot of money, and I had no reason to refuse. Out of curiosity, how much do you have to pay if you want to leave the Yu family? Yuan asked her. $50 billion. $1 billion for every year on the contract. $50 billion. Yuan repeated in a low voice. Unless Meifeng borrowed money from others, there was simply no way that she'd be able to pay such an exorbitant amount. Anyways, I don't really have any reasons to leave the Yu family right now. Despite their recent actions against Meishio, it was mostly due to the influence of the Cultivators Association, and they don't treat me badly either. While I have a lot of work to do, I'm already used to it by now, and I am compensated for it with generous pay. After a slight pause, Meifeng continued. However, if the young master asks me to leave the Yu family to work for him, I will have a good reason to leave. You can stay at the Yu family. I could take care of him by myself just fine. Meishio suddenly said, while staring at Meifeng with an ambitious look on her face. Meifeng smiled inwardly at Meixia's words. Don't worry, I won't steal the young master from you. With that being said, I will stay here until my vacation is over, as the incident from last night hasn't concluded just yet. Meifeng said a moment later, reminding them that they might still be in danger. Chapter 497. Nearly had a heart attack. After breakfast ended, Yuan continued to practice his movements by walking around the house, while Meifeng and Meishio watched him from the couch. Young master, I've been wondering for a while now, but how do you know where to go if you cannot see where you're going? Meifeng suddenly asked him. Although Yuan has recovered his ability to move his body, he was still blind, meaning he shouldn't be able to see where he was going. Oh, I can see just fine with divine sense, Yuan casually said. Divine sense? What's that? Meifeng asked, as she wasn't familiar with the cultivation world. I can basically see things around me as though I have eyes above my body without using my eyes, and the stronger my divine sense, the further I can see. It's something cultivators can do after reaching a certain cultivation, I guess. I see. What a mythical power. Now I also want to start cultivating as soon as possible. Meifeng mumbled to herself. About 3 hours later, someone suddenly started knocking on their door. It's me, Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang's voice resounded from outside. Hearing his voice, Meishio got off the couch, but before she could go anywhere, Yuan said, I got it. Meishio looked at him for a moment before nodding her head. Yuan then walked to the door and took a deep breath before opening the door. Welcome, Dr. Wang. Welcome, Xiaoying. Yuan greeted them with a smile on his face after opening the door. Clang! Dr. Wang dropped the metal box in his hand that carried his tools when he saw Yuan standing before him at the door. Why Wu? Wang Xiaoying pointed at him with trembling hands. You're standing, Dr. Wang exclaimed in a shocked voice, finishing the sentence Wang Xiaoying couldn't utter. Yuan lowered his body and picked up the metal box dropped by Dr. Wang before speaking. Surprised? Hey, Zhao, Wang Xiaoying asked him a moment later. Let's continue this inside, shall we? Yuan said as he walked back into the apartment. However, both Dr. Wang and Wang Xiaoying remained standing outside with a dazed look on their faces. It was not until Yuan invited them inside again that they finally began moving. Madame Meifeng, you're here as well? Dr. Wang was surprised to see her in the living room. A lot has happened, she calmly said. Dr. Wang turned to look at Yuan, who was standing a few meters away, and nodded. I bet. Once everyone was seated, Dr. Wang spoke again. What happened to you, young master? How come you can move again? I nearly had a heart attack just now. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and shrugged. I wish I could tell you, but I can't. I woke up like this. What? You woke up fully recovered? Wang Xiaoying's jaw dropped after hearing this, as she expected him to say that had recovered after eating some heaven-defying treasure and that affected his real body. Yes, he nodded. I didn't really do anything special. When I woke up this morning, my body had magically recovered. It's a miracle, Dr. Wang mumbled in a low voice. Congratulations, Tian. You have finally recovered. I knew you'd recover one day. Wang Xiaoying suddenly started congratulating him. Even though Yuan had recovered without her help, she didn't feel bad at all. No matter how Yuan recovered, with or without her help, Wang Xiaoying was just happy to see him finally recover. Thank you, but only my body has recovered. I'm still blind. Also, I want to see if there are any changes to my body. That's why I called you here. Yuan then said. Dr. Wang nodded. I understand. Sometime later, Yuan laid on his bed while Dr. Wang and Wang Xiaoying inspected his body. After getting the results, Dr. Wang said, judging by the results, your body hasn't changed much since your last checkup. However, we can't really say for sure since this was done with basic equipment. Unless you get a more detailed examination at the hospital, we can't really say if your body had any significant changes. I see. I can't go to the hospital now since I am in the middle of something troublesome, but I will definitely visit you once I am able to. Yuan said. Something troublesome? Did something happen? Wang Xiaoying asked him. Well, it's a little complicated, but Yuan proceeded to explain to them their situation with the Cultivators Association and what transpired yesterday night. What a bunch of arrogant and entitled pricks, Wang Xiaoying exclaimed after hearing the story, feeling incredibly angry. Even Dr. Wang couldn't help but frown. He then said, Chairman Zhao is actually a patient of mine. I will speak with him later and try to convince him to stop this farce. However, Yuan shook his head and said, It's okay, Dr. Wang. I don't want to drag your family into this as well. I will deal with Chairman Zhao myself. Are you sure? Dr. Wong had a worried frown on his face. Yes, I have a plan, Yuan confirmed. If you say so. What are your plans now that you're able to move again? Are you going to return to the music industry? I really want to hear your music again. Wang Xiaoying asked him a moment later. Yuan smiled and said, If you want to hear my music, you can visit me anytime and I will play for you. I won't return to the music industry, though. Really? It's a promise. Wang Xiaoying said, her body trembling from excitement. A private performance from Yuan was something she'd dreamt of ever since she was a kid. Just let me get some instruments first, okay? I'm empty-handed right now, he said. Oh, I have a piano at home. If you want, I can get it to you. I rarely play it anymore, anyway. Wang Xiaoying said, donating her piano to him. If you don't need it, I will take it off your hands. Then it's decided. I will have it delivered to you by tomorrow. Yuan nodded. Chapter 498, Grow Up. All right, I have to return to the hospital now. You can stay here if you like, Xiaoying. Dr. Wong said after chatting with Yuan for about half an hour. See you later, Dr. Wong, Yuan said to him. Yes, I will see you later. Once again, I am so glad that you've finally recovered. Let's hope it only gets better from this point. Dr. Wong left the place, but Wang Xiaoying decided to stay there for a little longer. I still can't believe, Wang Xiaoying mumbled in a low voice as she watched Yuan practice his movements by walking around the house. How come you know where to go? Wang Xiaoying quickly realized this, as she wasn't aware that he could use divine sense in the real world. It's divine sense, Meifeng explained to her. Wait, that divine sense? Wang Xiaoying's eyes widened with shock. Although Meifeng didn't know the significance behind divine sense, Wang Xiaoying did. Yes, Meifeng nodded. Unbelievable. Once Yuan was comfortable with his movements, he started doing exercises such as sit-ups and push-ups. Since he was a peak spirit warrior, strength and endurance weren't an issue for Yuan. It was only a matter of his form. 10 push-ups, 20, 30, 50, 100. Yuan managed to achieve 100 push-ups and sit-ups without any breaks and still had plenty of energy left by the end of it. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoying called a moving company to move her piano to their apartment. All right, it's about time for me to leave. The piano should be here tomorrow afternoon, she said to them afterward. And she continued, I will also be here tomorrow to listen to you playing. Okay, see you later, Yuan said. Yuan then proceeded to continue his exercise, working up a good sweat. I'm going to take a shower, Yuan said to them. Do you need help? Meifeng subconsciously asked him since she was used to it. It's okay, I got it, Yuan said before entering the bathroom. Once Yuan entered the bathroom, Meifeng looked at Meifeng with a mocking smile. Looks like you're no longer needed now that he's recovered. Nonsense, Meifeng quickly responded. Oh, then what can you do for him now that he can do everything himself? I can still do the housework such as cleaning and cooking, she said. So, basically a housewife? Are you going to assist him in the bed too? Meifeng suddenly asked. Meifeng immediately recalled their last shower together and blushed. Of course, Meifeng was unaware of this, and she continued, You know it's going to happen sooner or later. The young master may still be an innocent child now, but he will eventually mature and experience actual puberty. Once that happens, he will need a real woman to look after him. If you're not going to stand up for that position, someone will take him away from you, and you will truly no longer be needed at that time. I hope you still remember what I taught you. Meifeng stared at Meifeng with a deep frown. As much as she wanted to refute Meifeng's claims, she knew that everything her mother said was the truth. You're already an adult, yet you haven't matured yet. Grow up, Meifeng. You have the perfect opportunity to establish your position right now. If you let this chance get away, you'll regret it when a young master returns to his ordinary life and becomes surrounded by even more women. If I were in your shoes, I would already be pregnant by now. Meifeng was left speechless by her mother's last sentence. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, Mr. Johnson stood before the two cultivators that had abandoned their mission with a deep frown on his face. 4 grown men with over 10 years of military experience. Yet you somehow lost to a little girl half your age, even running away with your tails tucked between your legs. Do you understand the word shame? This is what you get for underestimating Meifeng when I specifically warned you to not underestimate her. Hearing Mr. Johnson's lecture, the 2 cultivators didn't dare to utter a single word. Johnson, that bitch killed Scorpion and Hawk. Is there anything we can do to avenge them? Mr. Johnson remained silent for a moment before speaking. How can you be so sure that they're dead? We watched that bitch snap Hawk's neck without mercy. There's no way he's still alive after that brutal strike. Even Scorpion had his neck twisted in a weird angle by a single punch. Mr. Johnson then said, "They're still alive." What? Really? How do you know that? You think I don't have friends in the police force? They told me about the incident that had been marked as a robbery. Scorpion and Hawk had been taken to the hospital. They were on the verge of death when they arrived at the hospital, but they're not dead. The other 2 released a sigh of relief after hearing that their comrades were still alive. I wouldn't relax now if I were you. They may be alive, but they're currently in custody. I will have to speak with my buddies if they don't want to go to jail. Mr. Johnson said, "What about the mission?" One of them asked. "The mission is a failure. Now that you've caused a commotion, we can no longer continue, or we will risk being investigated. I'm not particularly worried about being investigated, but our clients, the Yu family, definitely won't be happy if they're investigated, so we can only wait until things calm down for now. What about our pay?" Mr. Johnson sneered and said, "You still have the guts to ask for money after your embarrassing failure. I wouldn't be surprised if the Yu family asked for compensation for this failure. If that happens, it's coming out of your accounts." What? No way. After dealing with the 2 idiots, Mr. Johnson had to call the Yu family to let them know the result of the mission, which was a complete failure. Obviously, the Yu family wasn't happy when they heard this news, and they immediately demanded a full refund. Chapter 499. Aiming to be the first. You failed the mission. Don't give me this bullshit. I paid millions so you could do your damn job. I demand a full refund. Yu Yong shouted at his phone after receiving the news of their failure. Unfortunately, we have a no-refund policy, and you have agreed to this term before hiring us. If you want us to try again, we can do so at a discounted price, but your family will be at risk of getting investigated. If you accept this risk, we will go back and get Meifeng one more time after receiving more payment. Meifeng was stronger than any of us could have anticipated, so we will need more resources to take her back. I hope you understand. Yu Yong didn't immediately respond. Although he didn't mind an investigation since he has plenty of lawyers and friends with power, it wouldn't look good for his company if news spread that Head hired merchants to kidnap a girl. However, as long as the news didn't spread, everything would be fine, and he had plenty of resources available to keep that from happening. How much? Yu Yong asked after a moment of silence. 10 million. Mr. Johnson quickly responded. 10 million. That's more than double what I paid you last time. And you consider that as a discount. This is clearly a scam. Yu Yong exclaimed. Yes, it's the discounted price. If not for the discount, I would have asked for 15 million. Since 4 cultivators between the 7th and 8th level weren't enough to bring Meifeng back, we will have to increase our forces. I intend on bringing experts from around the world this time, so it will cost much more than usual. Yu Yong coldly sneered, using this many resources just to bring back a little girl. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? After a moment of silence, Mr. Johnson said, with all due respect, if you think you have what it takes to make a return, go ahead. I will send you their location in a moment since we were paid to do so. If you want to continue working with us, send the money by next week. If not, then this is the end of our cooperation. Once again, I apologize for the inconveniences. Yu Yong hung up the phone after that and tossed it at the wall. A bunch of useless bastards. Seeing his reaction, Tang Li said, at least we have their location. We can have Yu Rou try to convince Meifeng to return. Yu Yong looked at her with a pondering look. Why didn't we think of that sooner? We could have saved millions. If it's Yu Rou, I'm sure that she'll convince Meifeng to return. Call her here. An hour later, Yu Rou arrived at their main location after being summoned by her parents. "Yu Rou, we have a job for you," Yu Yong said to her with a solemn look on his face. Yu Rou could already guess what they wanted from her, but she acted ignorantly and asked, "What is it, father?" Yu Yong then handed her a piece of paper and said, "Mei Xiao is living here right now, and I want you to convince her to come back." Yu Rou then said, "Why do you want Mei Xiao back? She left on her own accord, so I don't think she will return even if I ask her." "That isn't for you to worry about," Tang Li said, and she continued, "Just bring Mei Xiao back at all cost." Yu Yong then added, "If you successfully bring Mei Xiao back, I can consider lifting your restriction and allow you to meet with Tian again. After all, he's with Mei Xiao right now." "Really?" Yu Rou expressed excitement after hearing this. "Then I will go see Mei Xiao tomorrow." Yu Yong laughed inwardly, seeing how easy it was convincing Yu Rou to help them. Sometime later, Yu Rou returned home. "Since they're asking me for help, this must mean that the people they hired to bring Mei Xiao back have failed." Yu Rou had no problem agreeing to help her parents. After all, she was only told to convince Mei Xiao to return, and she gets to see her brother again in the process. "I can't wait to see Mei Xiao and brother again tomorrow, after so long." Yu Rou went to sleep early on that day, as she wanted the day to be over as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, after a shower, Yuan moved all of the furniture in the living room to the wall, freeing up a lot of space in the center of the room. "What are you doing, young master?" Meifeng asked him. "I want to practice something," he said. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began moving his legs in an odd but rhythmic manner. That's..." Mei Xiao quickly recognized what Yuan was trying to do. Yuan tripped on himself a couple of seconds into his weird movements. "I don't understand." Meifeng shook her head. "It's a movement technique," he said. "A movement technique I learned in Cultivation Online. I want to try practicing it in the real world as well." Indeed, Yuan was trying to learn the movement technique Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens. Since he could use flying daggers, it obviously meant that he could learn other techniques as well. And what better technique than a movement technique that will help him improve his overall movement? A movement technique? Good luck, young master. There are a lot of people trying to do the same. Meifeng mumbled in a low voice. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Meifeng then said, "Since we can use cultivation techniques from Cultivation Online, it only makes sense that other techniques could also be learned. Although nobody has managed to do so yet, there are plenty of people out there trying to become the first person to learn a technique that's not a cultivation technique." "Is that so?" "Of course, there's a good chance that someone out there has already succeeded but decided to keep a secret." "Most likely," Yuan said with a smile on his face. Chapter 500. What do you think of my daughter? Yuan practiced his movement technique until it was time for dinner. After dinner, Yuan wanted to continue practicing, but Meifeng said, "Young master, I get that you're excited about your recovery, but you shouldn't move around so much after eating. It's bad for your body. Furthermore, since you've only recently recovered, you shouldn't do such intensive exercises that could strain your body. We still don't know if you've actually fully recovered or not, after all." "You're right, Miss Meifeng. I got ahead of myself because of this sudden recovery that might only be temporary. I shouldn't stress my body too much, or it could go back to being crippled." Yuan wasn't happy about restraining himself, but he agreed with Meifeng. They still don't know if his body is fully recovered or if it was just temporary. He could wake up tomorrow and return to being a cripple. "Let's not say something so demoralizing, young master. I'm sure your body is fine now, and it won't suddenly revert back to its previous state, but until we're confident that you're really okay, I wouldn't push my body so much if I were in your shoes." Meifeng said, "I understand." Sometime later, they prepared for bed. Once they entered the bedroom, Meifeng suddenly asked him, "Young master, how about a body massage? I heard that getting a massage after a day of exercise will make everything more effective." "If you don't mind." Yuan nodded. "Please lie on the bed with your back facing the ceiling." Once Yuan laid on the bed, Meifeng got on top of him and gently sat on his buttocks in a kneeling position. "Will you be okay if I did this?" I too heavy?" Meifeng asked him just in case. "I am okay. You're not heavy at all." Yuan said, feeling two round and soft objects pressing on his butt. Great. Meifeng then started her massage on Yuan's back, starting from his neck and shoulders. Ah, this feels great. Yuan released a satisfied sigh. Thank you for the praises, young masters. After massaging Yuan for a few minutes, Meifeng started speaking with him. Young master, I have a few questions for you. What is it? What do you think of my daughter, Meishio? What do I think of Meishio? Yuan repeated the question. He then said, she's a very important person to me, and I owe a great deal to Meishio for assisting me. Without her company, I wouldn't have survived this long alone. I also admire her a lot for her work. Although I don't know what it's like working her job, I know it's not an easy job and not something a girl her age should be doing normally. You're right, it's not easy working as a maid, especially not for the Yu family, where the standards are many times higher. Even I cannot compare to her when I was her age, but I rarely praise her because I don't want her to feel complacent. I wouldn't be surprised if she hates me because of how I raised her, but looking at her now, I won't regret it even if she hates me. Meifeng said with a gentle smile on her face. I don't think Meishio hates you, Miss Meifeng. Meifeng chuckled a little before speaking. Anyways, judging by your words, I will assume that you really like Meishio. Is that right, young master? Yes, I really like Meishio, he responded without hesitation. Then would you mind living with her forever? No, I wouldn't. In fact, I would actually prefer it if we could remain like this forever. That will be problematic, Meifeng suddenly said. Why would it be problematic? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because we don't know what Meishio wants. Even if you want to be with her forever, what if she wants to leave in the future? What if she has to leave in the future when she wants to start her own family? Yuan was left speechless by her words, and he immediately began pondering. You're right. It's all up to Meishio in the end. As much as I want to be with her forever, I can't force her to stay with me. She has her own life, as I have my own. Guess I can only enjoy our time together while it lasts. Yuan sighed. Yuan never really thought about Meishio leaving since she told him that she wanted to be with him in the past. However, people will inevitably change as they grow older, so there was a chance that Meishio might leave his side in the future. Let's not come to immediate conclusions, young master. Maybe Meishio wants to stay with you forever as well. If you're worried, why don't you ask her? In fact, I know how you can stay with her forever. Really? How? Yuan quickly asked her. Well, if you want someone to stay with you, you propose to them, of course. It's common practice in this world. Propose? What do I propose to her? That you want to stay with her forever, of course. However, you're still too inexperienced in this subject, so wait until you're a little older and more experienced before you actually propose to her, okay? Just don't make her wait too long, or she will be gone before you get the chance. Meifeng said to him. Although she wanted to help her daughter and Yuan get together, she didn't want to take advantage of Yuan's innocence to do so, as it would only hurt their relationship in the future. The only thing she can really do is help Yuan become aware of the situation and give him some advice. The rest will be up to him and Meishio. I understand, Miss Meifeng. Thank you for the advice. Yuan said to her. I am merely doing my job as a mother. That's all, she said with a mysterious smile on her face. After giving Yuan an hour-long massage, Meifeng closed the light and went to sleep. Let's do this again tomorrow. Good night, young master. Good night, Miss Meifeng, Yuan said, quickly falling asleep due to Meifeng's massage that had an immediate effect on his body. Chapter 501, Temporary. After falling asleep, Yuan returned to the realm of dreams once again, and the first thing he noticed was the handsome man from before, but he was sitting on a large boulder with a lonely expression on his face as he gazed at the drifting clouds. When Yuan saw his expression, all thoughts of trying to disturb his peace disappeared, and Yuan patiently stood there. It feels great to finally start moving again, huh? The handsome man suddenly spoke, his gaze still at the sky. Are you responsible for my sudden recovery? Yuan asked him. The handsome man turned to look at him and said, Me? I am merely an imagination in your dreams. How could I possibly do that? Even though you're strong? Yuan said. The handsome man laughed a little before speaking. There are things even the strongest beings in the universe cannot achieve. If you're not responsible for my recovery, then who? Or what is? Who knows? Maybe you did it yourself, by instinct. A cultivator is much more profound than you imagine. However, you shouldn't celebrate so early, as your body isn't completely healed. What? What do you mean? How do you know that? Yuan had kind of expected this outcome when he heard Meifeng say the same thing, but this handsome man appeared confident that he hasn't fully recovered yet. Because your body is still restricted by the curses. Your current freedom is merely temporary. If you don't continue to increase your cultivation, you will eventually return to your previous state. The handsome man said, leaving Yuan speechless. A moment of silence later, Yuan said, I want to increase my cultivation, but I am currently experiencing a bottleneck. I cannot break through to Spirit Master no matter what. I think it's because there isn't enough spiritual energy in my place. Blaming on your environment for your lack of experience and failures? How typical of a weakling. The handsome man said with a cold smile on his face. There is sufficient spiritual energy in your world for you to break through to Spirit Master. You just can't do it because you aren't capable. Then do you have any advice for me? The strong should help the weak out, right? The handsome man burst out laughing and said, the strong should help the weak? Where did you hear that nonsense? In the cultivation world, you only have yourself. If someone decides to help you, it's mostly for their own benefit or they have some other ulterior motives. You not only lack strength, but you also lack common sense. Did the curses really screw with you that much? This is going to be troublesome. The man shook his head in a regretful manner. Forget it. Since you finally remember me, I will help you a little bit. Yuan raised his eyebrows. But I don't remember you? The fact that I am in your dream means you're starting to remember. The handsome man then suddenly snapped his fingers, changing the scenery. Where am I? Yuan looked around his new environment that looked very familiar for some reason, and the handsome man had disappeared. Hey, it's that trash who can't break through to Spirit Master while everyone else has long achieved it. Asterisk. And a hashtag carrot. You dare come out again after what happened last week? Are you looking for another beating? Asterisk. And a hashtag carrot? Someone suddenly shouted, causing Yuan to turn around and look in that direction. A few meters away, Yuan could see a group of young people wearing uniforms that looked very much like disciple uniforms. This looks like a sect. So, this is the cultivation world? Why is he showing me this? Yuan wondered to himself. Then he noticed a young man that was standing not far away from this group of disciples. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw this young man, as this young man had facial features that looked very much like him, and it made Yuan feel like he was watching himself. However, this young man had a cold expression on his face that sent shivers down Yuan's back. Look, he's angry. Ha ha. What are you going to do? Asterisk. And at hashtag carrot. Beat us up. Ha ha ha. The group of disciples began laughing. These people were clearly bullies, and that young man whose name he couldn't hear for some reason was their victim. I have had enough of your bullshits. Every time we fight, you all gang up on me. Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. The young man suddenly said in a cold voice. The group stopped laughing after hearing his words, and they exchanged glances with each other before nodding. Good, then let's fight. However, I will only fight if it's in the life or death arena. One of the disciples stepped forward and spoke with an arrogant look on his face. Life or death? The young man frowned. What? Are you chickening out now? What happened to your brave words a moment ago? The young man sneered coldly and said, Fine, if you want a life or death fight, then you got it. After the young man finished his sentence, the scenery changed again, and Yuan was standing before a large stage that was surrounded by disciples. On the stage was the young man and the disciple that challenged him, both of them with weapons in their hands. Once the match began, they both released their cultivation base. The young man's cultivation was the peak of a spirit warrior, but his opponent was one level above him at the first level Spirit Master. However, the disparity from that one level was akin to heaven and earth. To think asterisk, and at hashtag carrot would accept a life or death challenge from asterisk hashtag at $%. He's courting death. While the spectators anticipated the young man's death, in the midst of the fierce battle, the young man suddenly had a breakthrough when he was on the verge of losing, entering the Spirit Master realm. After his breakthrough, the young man instantly turned the tides and killed the other disciple in a gruesome manner. Once the match ended, the scenery changed again, and the handsome man returned. What do you think? The handsome man asked with a profound smile on his face. What am I supposed to think? Are you telling me to experience a life or death battle with someone in order to break through? Yuan said to him, You don't get it? Then watch it until you do. The handsome man snapped his fingers again, and Yuan returned to the arena right at the start of the life or death battle, watching them fight all over again. Chapter 502 Desperation. Once, twice, 10 times, Yuan watched the life or death fight between the young man and his opponent countless times. Just what am I looking for? Although Yuan didn't know what he was supposed to be looking at, he eventually just started focusing on the young man that had similar facial features as him. After watching the young man countless times, Yuan noticed something hidden deep within the young man's eyes. There was a certain light, a feeling of desperation, and this feeling only grew stronger the longer he was on the stage. The desperation reached its peak when he was about to be killed. That was when the young man suddenly experienced his breakthrough into Spirit Master. Are you telling me that I'm not desperate enough? Yuan spoke out loud. Whoosh! The handsome man returned with a smile on his face. That's precisely why. You're not desperate. If not for your condition, you would have not made it to Spirit Warrior, much less Spirit Master. Your world is quite peaceful compared to the cultivation world. Although there are some conflicts within the world, it usually doesn't affect you. Yuan frowned and said, Even if you say that, how am I supposed to become desperate? I can't feel what I don't feel. Then perhaps this will help you. The handsome man waved his sleeves, giving him another scenario. However, it wasn't the life or death battle. Instead, it was the scene of a family being slaughtered in broad daylight. Yuan's eyes widened with shock as he witnessed a mother and her daughter, alongside thousands of pedestrians getting slaughtered mercilessly in the streets. Although Yuan didn't recognize any of these people, tears began flowing from his eyes when he saw the woman and her daughter getting killed. Mother, sister, a familiar voice suddenly resounded, causing Yuan to turn around. Standing behind him was the same young man from the life or death battle, but he looked much younger and weaker. This young man was crying just like he was, but there was nothing he could do as he watched the murderer slaughter everyone there until a cultivator finally intervened to stop the madness. Once the killer was apprehended, the young man walked to the corpses of the woman and the little girl. He knelt on the ground with tears still flowing down his face and hugged their lifeless bodies until he was forced to let them go because the people had to clean the bodies off the streets. Once their corpses were taken away, the young man stood up and turned to look at Yuan with a profound feeling of desperation in his gaze. This is my first experience with desperation. When will you experience your first? When your family dies before your eyes. When your loved ones are taken right before your very eyes. Or when you're betrayed by someone you trusted with your life. Yuan frowned and said, I don't want to experience any of that. Of course you don't. Who would want to experience such misfortune? However, you don't get to choose. The weak don't have any choice but to accept their fate. I can see pain in your eyes, but it's not desperation, so I will let you experience some more. The young man turned around and walked away, and the scenery changed once again. This time, the young man had his lover taken right in front of him, but he was too powerless to stop it. Once that scene was over, another scene appeared, then another, and another. Yuan experienced many different situations in his dream, all of them resulting in some sort of misfortune for the young man that increased his desperation for strength. Eventually, the young man was no longer a weak young man, but a handsome man with a formidable aura that stood at the peak of the cultivation world. Do you believe in reincarnation? The handsome man suddenly asked Yuan as they returned to the sword graveyard. Reincarnation? As in rebirth? Yuan asked, as he wasn't familiar with this term. Yes. In the cultivation world, people believe that you will be reincarnated after death, living a vastly different new life, but without the memories of their previous lives, and that will repeat until you damage your soul. I don't know what to say. It's the cultivation world where anything could happen. As ridiculous as reincarnation sounds, I wouldn't be too surprised if it's real. The handsome man smiled, and then he started approaching Yuan. Once he stood before Yuan, the handsome man's appearance began turning younger and younger until he resembled the young man that resembled Yuan. You already know the truth deep down inside, don't you? You just don't want to believe it. The young man said to him. I have no idea what you're talking about, Yuan said. Still trying to act dumb? Who do you think you're trying to fool? Me? But that only means you're trying to fool yourself. Yuan turned dead silent as he stared at the young man who resembled him. You wanted to know who I am, right? Do I still need to answer that question? Why? Yuan suddenly asked. Why is this happening to me? You should know that answer, too. If I tell you everything, it wouldn't be fun, right? Or you actually don't know anything, Yuan said. You're right. I don't. After all, I am you, and you don't know anything. However, don't worry, because you will eventually remember. The young man's body suddenly started turning into smoke, disappearing into the background. It was at this moment Yuan woke up from his dream, and he could immediately feel 2 streams of tears flowing down his face and the sensation of a wet pillow. Why, young master? Are you okay? Meifeng, who woke up just a second ago, asked him in a worried voice after seeing his tears. Yes, I am fine. I just had a somewhat bad dream, he said with a bittersweet smile on his face. A nightmare, huh? Meifeng then wiped his tears with her hands. Chapter 503, Playing the Piano. Miss Meifeng, have you ever felt desperation? Yuan suddenly asked her after getting off the bed. Desperation? Meifeng raised her eyebrows, wondering to herself why he would ask such a question. The feeling of being helpless, a sense of weakness and hopelessness. Yuan stood there with a profound aura around him that felt a little different than usual. I can't really say that I have. Meifeng shook her head. However, the closest I have felt to desperation was when my husband died, I guess. Your husband? Now that he thought about it, Yuan has never seen Mike see his father before. He died in an accident before I could even give birth to Meishio, she said with a bittersweet smile on her face. I'm sorry for asking. There's no need for you to be sorry. It happened really long ago. Meifeng said with a smile. Anyways, why the sudden question, young master? Does it have something to do with your nightmare? I guess. He nodded. Sometime later, they sat around the living room and began eating breakfast. Wang Xiaoying said that she's currently on the way here with the piano, said Meishio after they sat down. This early in the morning. Yuan chuckled. That just shows how much she wants to listen to your music again. Young master, Meifeng said to him. Even if you say that, it's been years since I last touched an instrument. Not counting, of course. I probably won't even be able to play it properly. You're underestimating yourself, young master. Even if you haven't touched any instruments in years, you'll quickly familiarize yourself with them once you start playing again. I hope so, he nodded. After breakfast, while Meishio cleaned the dishes and Yuan practiced his movement technique, Wang Xiaoying arrived at their apartment door with her piano. Where should I put this? Wang Xiaoying asked. We have made some space in the living room. You can put it there, Meifeng said to her. Okay. The delivery company she hired to deliver the piano then placed the piano at the corner of the living room. Once everything was done, Wang Xiaoying immediately urged Yuan to play the piano. Don't worry, I won't break my promise, Yuan said as he took a seat in front of the piano. Are you sure you want to give this piano away? It's quite rare and expensive. Meifeng recognized the piano's value at a glance, and she asked Wang Xiaoying. Yes. It is an honor for me to let you, Tian, play music using my piano. Furthermore, now that I'm focused on cultivation, I don't have any time to play it. Instead of letting it rust in my room, I might as well give it to someone who can use it at its full potential. After getting a feel for the smooth keys on the piano, Yuan swiped his fingers across the keyboard, filling the room with beautiful sounds. This feeling, how long has it been since I last felt it? Yuan asked himself as he recalled one of his favorite songs. Then, without using divine sense, Yuan began playing the piano almost instinctively. Music quickly filled the place, and when the three ladies heard this heavenly music, their hearts throbbed with excitement. Even though it's been years since Yuan last played the piano, he was currently playing it as though he never took a break. In other words, he was playing it flawlessly. Tears flowed down Wang Xiuying's face as she stared at Yuan's figure that was moving elegantly behind the piano, recalling the first time she first witnessed his performance on the stage. As for Meishio and Meifeng, they could only silently admire Yuan's talents. This is it. This is the music that once took over the world. I can't believe that I am actually hearing it again, and it's not being played on a device. Meifeng recalled Yuan's elegance and grace on the stage as he captivates the audience's heart and soul with his musical talents. A few minutes later, after playing the final note to the song, Yuan asked them, "What do you think? I think I could have played that a lot better." "A lot better?" They all looked at him with raised eyebrows. Meifeng then said, "I did notice a few delays between notes, but it's almost unrecognizable. And the delay is so minuscule that one wouldn't normally be able to tell the difference if they're not an expert. I guess I am just used to playing it to perfection. Let me try another song." Yuan then began playing a new song, and it somehow sounded even better than the last, something Wang Xiuying didn't think was possible until it happened. After his second song, Yuan continued to play a few more songs, getting better with each song until he eventually reached the perfection that he was used to. Ding! In the midst of Yuan's ninth song, Meishio suddenly received a notification on her phone. She looked at it to see that Yu Rou had texted her. Her eyes widened when she read the contents. "Why Yu Rou is coming here right now," Meishio said to them. Yuan immediately stopped playing the piano and said, "Yu Rou is coming here? Why?" "She said that she needed to talk to me. Also, she said that she received her parents' permission." Hearing this, Meifeng said, "The Yu family probably told Yu Rou to come to convince you to return to the family after the last failure. They're really predictable. What should we do now, young master?" Yuan then pondered for a moment before speaking. "I have been thinking about how I should surprise Yu Rou regarding my recovery." He touched the piano and said, "I think I know how I should surprise her. Can you all help me out?" "Of course," Wang Xiuying quickly said. Meishio and Meifeng also agreed. "Great." Then He raced the plan. After telling them his plan to surprise Yu Rou, Yuan returned to his bedroom and patiently waited for Yu Rou to arrive. Half an hour later, someone knocked on their door. "It's me." Yu Rou's voice then resounded. As they had expected, it was Yu Rou. However, Yu Rou was completely unaware of the surprise that was in store for her. Chapter 504, Surprising Yu Rou. "Good morning, Meishio," Yu Rou greeted when she opened the door. "Good morning, Yu Rou." Meishio returned the greeting. "Please come inside." Once Yu Rou entered their apartment, she immediately noticed Meifeng and Wang Xiuying sitting in the living room. Miss Meifeng? Wang Xiuying? What are you two doing here so early in the morning?" Yu Rou asked them with a surprised look on her face. "I'm on vacation, so I figured that I should visit the young master," Meifeng said with a calm look on her face. "I am here to check up on Tian's condition," said Wang Xiuying. Although she wasn't sure why, Yu Rou felt that something was amiss from the atmosphere in the place. "I see. Where's my brother? I'd like to see him before I talk, though I'm sure you can already guess why I am here." "The young master is currently in his room," Meifeng said. Yu Rou nodded and approached his room, but then she noticed the beautiful piano sitting at the corner of the room and stopped to look at it. "Wow, what is this piano doing here? It wasn't here when I last came here." As a piano player herself, Yu Rou could instantly tell that the piano was a valuable one. "That piano is mine. At least it was until I gave it to you, Tian," said Wang Xiuying. It's yours? But why?" Yu Rou asked. I have no use for it anymore, and I'd rather give it to my idol than sell it. Yu Rou found it strange that she would give it to Yuan when he can't even use it, and in her eyes, it was quite disrespectful to give an instrument to Yuan while knowing his background and condition. It was almost like giving a blind man a book that he cannot read. Though Yu Rou didn't think too much of it for now. Brother, it's Yu Rou. I am here to visit you, she said to him after knocking on the doors. Come inside, Yuan said. Yu Rou then entered the room and sat beside the bed. Even though we've been playing together and for a while, it still feels like forever since I last saw you. Yu Rou gently caressed his silky black hair to the side so she could get a good look at his handsome face. I'm sorry, brother. Why are you suddenly apologizing? Yuan asked her. Because of a Yu family, both you and Meifeng have been experiencing unpleasant situations. I wish I could help, but I'm powerless within the family. There's no need for you to apologize, Yu Rou. If anything, it should be the ones responsible that need to apologize. This means the chairman of the Cultivators Association and our parents. After a moment of silence, Yu Rou spoke. Brother, I am thinking about leaving the family and joining a faction. Huh? Why would you do that? Yuan was taken by surprise by her sudden reveal. Now that cultivation is widespread and the new trend, I want to take advantage of it, especially since I am currently ahead of many people. If I remain in the Yu family, I will forever remain powerless. However, if I leave, I will at least have a chance to become an influential person without the help of my family. It's not going to be easy, but I hope to become stronger than the Yu family. Yuan was speechless after listening to Yu Rou's plans. However, he didn't immediately dismiss it, and he asked, Where will you go? I don't know right now, but I can tell you where I want to go. The Cultivators Association. They're just a bunch of bullies, and I refuse to lend them my assistance. I already have a heaven-grade cultivation technique thanks to my family, so I don't really care where I go as long as they're good people with enough influence to not be bullied by the Yu family. I see. When you decide, let me know, okay? Of course. Anyways, I am here today because my parents wanted me to convince Meifeng to return to the family so that they could hand her over to the Cultivators Association. I agreed since it meant that I would get to see you and Meifeng again, but I won't be doing any convincing. I'm sorry to get you wrapped up in this mess as well. But don't worry, I will handle everything soon. You will? What are you going to do? Yu Rou couldn't help but ask. It's a secret for now, he said with a mysterious smile. I hope it's not anything dangerous. Yu Rou said with a worried frown. It won't be. Yuan chuckled. Sometime later, Yuan said, Yu Rou, you saw the piano, right? Why don't you let Meifeng play you a song? Yeah, Meifeng knows how to play the piano. Since when? She's been practicing lately, you see. If you say so. Yu Rou then went back outside and said, Meifeng, my brother, said you'll play a song for me. Meifeng nodded, but you'll have to wear this. Yu Rou looked at the object in Meixia's hand. It was a blindfold. Why do I have to be blindfolded? I won't be able to see your performance that way. I want you to judge it using your ears, not eyes, Meifeng then said. I guess so. Once Yu Rou took a seat on the couch, Meifeng blindfolded her. A few moments later, Yu Rou could hear the piano being played. Wow, Meifeng is really good with the piano. How long has she been practicing to reach this level? Yu Rou wasn't suspicious at first, but once she listened a little longer, she noticed something was off, and the feeling she got earlier grew more obvious. This can't be Meifeng playing the piano. It's too good. Even I cannot play this perfectly with many years of practice. Unless Meifeng has talents similar to my brother, there's no way she learned the piano and reached this level in such a short amount of time. Although she didn't want to discredit Meifeng or her talents, it was simply too hard to believe. It hasn't been long since Meifeng left the Yu family, and even if she started playing the day she left, it wasn't realistic for Meifeng to reach this level of performance in such a short time, unless she was Yuan himself. Maybe this is Miss Meifeng playing the piano, and they wanted to play a trick on me. Yu Rou began having this thought. Midway through the song, someone suddenly removed her blindfold, causing it to fall onto her lap. Yu Rou subconsciously opened her eyes when she felt the blindfold fall off and to her absolute shock, it wasn't Meishio sitting in front of the piano, nor was it Meifeng like Shed thought. It was actually Yuan sitting before the piano, and he was playing with elegance and grace. Brother? Yu Rou stood up from the shock, and she stared at Yuan's moving figure with a look of disbelief on her face. However, she didn't say anything else and silently watched Yuan play the piano with a seemingly healthy and normal body, feeling as though she was in a dream. Chapter 505, His Own Company. After playing the last note to the song, Yuan lifted his hands from the piano keyboard in an elegant manner before turning to face the shocked Yu Rou with a smile on his face. What do you think? I may not be as good as I used to be, but I hope you enjoyed it. Hearing his words, Yu Rou's eyes finally started flowing with tears, and because Shed held it in for so long, it came gushing forward like a broken dam, immediately blocking her vision. Brother, you're so cruel, Yu Rou said in a crying voice, dumbfounding him. And she continued, how can you make me cry in front of so many people? Yu Rou then wiped her tears and said, how come you can move again? And since when? Yuan then explained to her that he has no clue why it happened. I woke up like this, and it has only been like 2 days since my recovery. It's only been 2 days, and your recovery happened out of the blue? What kind of miracle is this? Yu Rou was left speechless by his words. Thousands of doctors around the world couldn't figure out what was going on with Yuan's condition, and he somehow heals naturally? That seemed too good to be true. However, there was no reason for Yuan to lie to her. Yuan suddenly approached Yu Rou and wiped the tears from her face. To tell you the truth, my recovery actually started even before I left the Yu family, but I was only able to lift a finger at that time, and I didn't want to get your hopes up, so I decided to wait until I could stand on my own before letting you know. Unbelievable, Yu Rou muttered in a low voice. After a moment of silence, she said, this changes everything, brother. Now that you have recovered, there are so many things you can do. What do you plan on doing now that you have recovered? I'm going to focus on rehabilitation for now. Once I'm confident with my movements, I'm going to visit the Cultivators Association. However, I am not sure what I want to do after that. Do you intend on going back to the stage? Yu Rou asked the question that has been asked multiple times now. No, I do not. Yuan shook his head. Yu Rou sighed and said, I figured, but you should reconsider, since it's such a waste of your talents. Brother, you never truly reached the peak of the musical world since you were forced to leave it due to your condition, and it has always been a dream of mine to see you on the stage again. Furthermore, you can get back at the Yu family for abandoning you. If you return to the stage, they will definitely regret disowning you. In fact, they might even try to get you back into the family. Yuan didn't immediately refuse and began pondering. Getting back at the Yu family, huh? I definitely want to see their faces filled with regret. However, I shouldn't be doing this for revenge. Instead, I should be doing this for Yu Rou, who has been there for me since the beginning. If Yu Rou wants me to return to the stage, although he has already decided to never return to the professional stage, he also told himself that he would do anything to make Yu Rou happy. And if him returning to the stage will make her happy, he cannot simply ignore it. Brother, if you don't want to return to the stage, I won't force you. Yu Rou said to him, as she could guess what he was thinking. It was at this moment Meifeng spoke. Young master, if I may make a suggestion, you don't need to go onto the stage as Yu Tian. You can simply do it under a different alias. After all, it's not the stage you hate, but your name that is affiliated with the Yu family. Am I right? I have listened closely to all of your performances today, and I can tell that you still enjoy playing the instrument. You're afraid that if you go onto the stage that you'll once again give credit to the Yu family. If I am wrong, please correct me. Yuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. I have known that I still love to play the instrument when I played the zither inside Cultivation Online. I think you're right, Miss Meifeng. It's not the stage that I don't like. I just don't want to feel like I'm being used by the Yu family again. Brother, Yu Rou felt incredibly guilty at this moment, as she was part of the Yu family that made Yuan feel so much pain and grief. Well, there are many things you can do to avoid that feeling. such as playing for another company. Or even better, you can make your own company so that you won't be playing for anyone but yourself. Making my own company? As much as I like the sound of that, I am only 18 years old. How am I supposed to make a company? Meifeng lifted her hand and pointed it at herself. You don't need to do anything, young master. I can make the company for you. Oh, really? But aren't you already incredibly busy at the Yu family? I don't dare to make you work even more than you already are. Yuan said, it's really not that much work. Although I will be making the company, I won't actually need to do anything. And when I do, I can do it from anywhere in the world as long as I have access to a phone and the internet. Furthermore, you can hire other people to deal with the stuff. In fact, Meisho has some experience when it comes to these kinds of things since this is what we mainly do for the Yu family. Meifeng then turned to look at Meisho and continued, I will make the company and you'll do everything else. Since it's just a company in name, you don't actually have to do much besides organizing events for the young master. You should be able to do at least that with your training. If you need help, I will step in. What do you think? Chapter 506, Divine Melody. I don't mind as long as Tian agrees, Meisho said in a calm voice after hearing Meifeng's suggestion. Besides maid training and defensive training, Meisho also learned management since she was expected to help Yuan with his work in the future, just like how Meifeng helps the Yu family. It's all up to you now, young master. As long as you give me a nod, I will make the company. Yuan didn't immediately respond and took a couple of minutes to think about everything. Although he didn't care about getting revenge on the Yu family for what they have done to him, he definitely would like to see their faces once they learn that he has recovered and started playing on the stage again. Furthermore, he will be making Yu Rou happy by doing so. Sometime later, Yuan nodded and said, I will leave everything to you, Miss Meifeng. Great. Now I just need the name of the company and what your new alias will be. Meifeng said, her voice filled with enthusiasm, as this could be the start of a new legend. A company name? Huh? Do you guys have any suggestions? Yuan asked the ladies in the room. How about Divine Melody? Your music is always divine sounding, after all. Wang Xiaoying was the first to give a suggestion. Divine Melody, huh? I also quite like it. Yu Rou agreed. Well, if you both like it, I guess we'll go with Divine Melody. As for my new alias, Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Tian Yang shall be my new alias. Okay, I will make a few phone calls with a few friends, and I should have the company ready by tonight. Meifeng said as she pulled out her phone and walked outside the apartment. I cannot wait. This is so exciting. Yu Rou spoke with her body trembling from excitement. I can already imagine my parents trying to recruit you once they learn of your existence. I'm also shaking from excitement. Wang Xiaoying agreed. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Yuan said, and he continued, I may be under a new alias, but if I go outside in my current appearance, they will learn my real identity in a heartbeat. I will need a disguise. How about wearing a mask like you do in? Meisho suggested. Yes, I was thinking the same thing, he agreed. Meisho went to grab her laptop and started looking for a mask. Which one do you like? Meisho asked him. Yuan then pointed to the black mask that somewhat resembled the one in. I like this one, he said. Yu Rou raised her eyebrows when she saw this, and she asked, Brother, how do you see with your eyes closed? Oh, I am using divine sense to see. My sight hasn't healed yet. Do you divine sense? You can also use that in the real world. Yu Rou was shocked. Yes. He nodded. Now I'm really curious what else can be used in the real world besides cultivation techniques and divine sense. Yu Rou mumbled. Well, for one, other techniques besides cultivation techniques also work, Yuan said. Huh. Have you succeeded in learning a martial technique? Yu Rou asked him, as she had this feeling. Yes, I have. I am now trying to learn a movement technique. See, can I see the technique you learned? Yu Rou quickly asked. Sure. Yuan then used his divine sense to look for a knife. Once he found it, he made it fly towards them from the kitchen. This is your flying dagger technique. Yu Rou recognized this technique since she has seen him use it a couple of times during their questing. That's right. Yuan nodded. Heavens, that looks incredibly dangerous. Wang Xiaoying mumbled as she watched the kitchen knife circle around Yuan's body. Should I start trying to learn Windblade? Yu Rou wondered to herself out loud. That sounds even more dangerous, Yuan said, as he could somehow imagine Yu Rou causing mass destruction with Windblades. I have ordered the mask. It should arrive within the next 3 days. Meifeng said a moment later. Sometime later, Meifeng returned and said, I have the company set up. I will be the owner of the company in name, but I will leave everything to you, Meifeng. Once you settle your situation with the Cultivators Association and decide to reveal your identity, I will transfer the company to you. And in case you need some refreshments, I will send you the training notes from years prior. I understand. Meifeng nodded. As for the young master, you just need to schedule a performance and start making a name for yourself again. I suggest you do a couple of public performances to gain popularity before you return to the stage. Okay, and for the rest of the day, Yuan would play the piano for the ladies in the apartment. During breaks, they would talk about their new company and plan for their future. At the end of the day, Yu Rou said, I would love to stay here for longer, but it's about time I return home and report to my parents that I have failed to convince Meifeng to return to the family. I expect a scolding, but it is what it is. I'm sorry, Yu Rou. This is all because of me. Don't blame yourself for this situation, Meifeng. We all know who's in the wrong here. Yu Rou patted her back. Yu Rou, before you leave. Yuan approached her with his arms spread, his intentions clear. Seeing this, Yu Rou immediately jumped into his embrace and hugged him tightly. I have been waiting for this for the entire day, you idiot, Yu Rou said, feeling her eyes tear up again. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Once they were satisfied, Yuan let her go and Yu Rou made her way back to the Yu family. I'm also going to leave as well. It's been a fun day. I will be coming here often to hear your music, Yu, Tian, Wang Xiaoying said shortly after Yu Rou left. Yuan nodded and said, Once again, thank you for the piano. I will treasure it. That means more than you think to me, Wang Xiaoying said with a bright smile on her face. Chapter 507, Breaking His Bottleneck. After Wang Xiaoying left, Meifeng began cooking dinner while Meifeng looked over some documents for their newly created company. Young master, you'll need a disguise for your new alias, Meifeng said to him, unaware that they already have something planned. Yes, I know. I will be wearing a mask when I play on the stage, he said. A mask, huh? That's not a bad idea. Meifeng agreed. Sometime later, after dinner, Yuan went to take a shower. Now that he can clean himself, he plans on doing so every single day. Once it was time for sleep, Meifeng and Yuan retired to their room while Meifeng returned to her own room. Miss Meifeng, I have a question, Yuan suddenly asked her as they laid in the same bed. What is it? Do you know where I can obtain a sword? A sword? Like a real sword? Why do you want one? Self-defense, I guess. Self-defense? Meifeng looked at him with raised eyebrows. What kind of self-defense requires a sword? You see, the world is getting more dangerous lately with more and more people becoming cultivators, obtaining inhuman strength that's only possible in the cultivation world. But our world is very small compared to the world in, and I was worried about what might happen in the future, so I want to prepare myself. Cultivators may be strong, but I don't think we have to be that worried. It's not as though the world will suddenly become a lawless place. But since the young masters want a sword, I will try to do something about it. Thank you. Meifeng fell asleep shortly afterward. However, Yuan didn't go to sleep. Instead, he silently got out of the bed and went to the living room before taking a seat on the floor. This will be my first time cultivating in this position, Yuan thought to himself as he started to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Desperation. I am not desperate enough to reach Spirit Master. He recalled what the handsome man told him in his dreams. Yuan then remembered the scenes where the mother and her daughter were murdered in broad daylight. Then he recalled the betrayal of a friend. Then of a young man's lover being forcefully taken away. After remembering these situations, Yuan subconsciously started replacing these individuals with people he knew. He imagined Meifeng and Yu Rou getting killed before his eyes. He imagined being betrayed by Dr. Wang and Wang Xiuying. He imagined the Cultivators Association successfully taking Meishu away from him by force. "You're so weak. How can you protect anyone like that?" The handsome man's voice suddenly resounded in his head. Yuan gritted his teeth, and somewhere within his consciousness, an invisible flame created by desperation appeared. The spiritual energy in the area began flying towards Yuan at an incredibly fast rate. That's right. If you want to protect those you care about, you must be strong. Obtain the strength to protect your family and friends. Obtain the power to defeat those who wish to covet from you. Be desperate, desperate for power. The handsome man's voice continued to resound inside Yuan's head as he subconsciously cultivated, and before he was aware, he entered a trance-like state. Head entered enlightenment. Meishu, who was just about to fall asleep, noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere. She got out of the bed and looked peeked outside her room, and to her surprise, there was a figure sitting in the living room with his long black hair fluttering behind him like a cape before a gust of wind. "Yuan?" Meishu mumbled to herself. Even though she was clearly looking at Yuan, for some reason, it felt like she wasn't looking at Yuan at the same time, almost like she was looking at someone else, and the Yuan there was merely an illusion. Meanwhile, Yuan's cultivation that had been stuck at peak spirit warrior finally began to move. His Tian that contained all of his spiritual energy began to tremble, and it slowly began expanding in size. Then the golden symbol within his body that had turned into veins attached itself to the Tian, turning it golden. Yuan's body was currently emitting a faint golden glow, and Meishu was there to witness it, feeling as though she was before a divine being. Meishu didn't want to disturb him, so she went back inside her room and returned to the bed, tried her best to fall asleep. The following morning, Yuan stood up from the floor with a profound feeling in his body. He was no longer a spirit warrior, and his body emitted the feeling of a spirit master. So this is what it feels like to be a spirit master in this world. Yuan took a deep breath, sucking in a large amount of spiritual energy. "Good morning, Meishu." Yuan suddenly noticed her presence and said to her, "Did you break through to Spirit Master? You feel a little different compared to yesterday." Meishu asked him, "Yes, I have managed to break through my bottleneck." He nodded. "How do you feel?" "My divine sense is much stronger now, and I can keep it active for a lot longer. I haven't tried using flying daggers, but it should be easier to control the technique now," he said. He then tried to use flying daggers, and to his surprise, he was able to control 3 kitchen knives at once with relative ease when he could barely control 2 before. Wow! The difference between Spirit Warrior and Spirit Master is so much even though it was only a single level. Yuan was surprised by the results. "Congratulations on reaching Spirit Master." Yuan nodded. "Yes, now I can finally visit the Cultivators Association." "You're really going to do it?" Meishu asked in a worried voice. He smiled and said, "How else am I going to stop them from taking you away from me?" Meishu blushed at his words. "I'm going to prepare breakfast," she said, making a quick escape. Chapter 508. I will come with you. "Good morning, young master. You're up earlier than usual today," Meifeng said to him after coming out of his room. "I actually spent the night cultivating," he said with a smile. "I see." After eating breakfast, Yuan would spend about 2 hours just playing the piano without any rest. Afterward, he would continue practicing the movement technique. Meanwhile, Yu Rou stood before her parents. "How'd it go?" Yu Yong asked her. "It failed." Meishu refused to return even when I asked. Yu Rou said, "Che." Tang Li sneered in disgust. Meishu appeared to be enjoying her current life with Yu Tian. "I think it'd be for the better if we didn't disturb their new life." Yu Rou said, "I have a feeling that you didn't even bother to convince her." "Tell me, Yu Rou, what exactly did you do yesterday when you spend an entire day at their place? Young asked her in a solemn voice. I tried to convince Meishio to return to the family, but when it failed, I remained there to hang out with them since it's been a while. Yu Rou said in a casual voice. And before her parents could speak, she continued, I don't know why you want Meishio back so desperately, but even if she used to serve me, remember that Meishio was trained to serve you, Tian. My brother was the reason that Meishio even wanted to be a maid in the first place, so if you're thinking about tearing them apart, it won't happen. Leave. And you're still forbidden to contact that trash since you didn't get any satisfactory results. Tang Li said to her. Yu Rou frowned, but she didn't say anything and left the place. Looks like we'll have to rely on the mercenaries. Chairman Zhao has been getting more impatient as well. Yu Yong sighed. He then retrieved his cell phone to give Mr. Johnson a call. 3 days passed by in a flash, and someone knocked on Yuan's apartment early in the morning. Delivery. Meishio went to open the door since she was expecting this package. Thank you. After accepting the package, Meishio went to the living room and called out to Yuan. Tian, your masks have arrived. A few moments later, Yuan came out of the bathroom. Great. Let's see what we have. After opening the package, Yuan could see over a dozen different masks in the package. Did they give us more than we ordered by accident? I don't remember picking most of these. Yuan said. Oh, I forgot to mention it, but I decided to buy a few more afterward just in case we needed it. I even picked a new design for some of them if you ever get bored of one. Meishio said. I see, that makes sense. Thanks. Yuan picked one randomly and wore it on his face. What do you think? He asked them. You give off a mysterious feeling. I like it, young master. Meifeng gave her opinion. I think it looks good, too. Meishio nodded calmly, as she was already used to seeing him wear masks in. Great. Then I will be wearing one of these while I visit the Cultivators Association tomorrow. You're really planning on going there? It's going to be dangerous. Meifeng said. If I don't go, they will continue messing with Meishio, and I am not going to sit around and let happen. Now that I am no longer useless, I am going to do something useful with my body for once. Yuan said with a stern look on his face. After a moment of silence, Meifeng said, If you're going, then I will go with you. You will. But won't you cause trouble for the Yu family? Yuan said. Meifeng then picked up one of the available masks and wore it on her face. I won't cause any trouble if they don't know who I am, she chuckled. Furthermore, you'll need some backup just in case anything happens. What about? You stay here. Meifeng interrupted Meishio before she could even finish speaking. Don't worry. I will be more than enough to guarantee the young master's safety. Understand, Meishio said, clearly discontent with the results, but she didn't want to argue with her mother, and since she's wanted by the Cultivators Association, it would be better if she didn't go to their main headquarters. That night, Yuan went to sleep to make sure he was in top condition for tomorrow. Looks like you're finally going to do something about the situation. The handsome man appeared in his dreams again. You again? Yuan sighed. Ever since Head started walking, he would have to deal with this handsome man who's supposedly him before his reincarnation every time he went to sleep. Why are you not happy to see me? This means that you're slowly recovering your memories. What if I don't want these memories? Yuan said with a frown. You don't want to remember? Even though ITLL make you stronger? Are you afraid that you might become a different person once you remember everything? The handsome man asked Yuan, even though he already knew the answer. Everybody will change if given enough time. This is not something you can prevent no matter how powerful you are. However, you are in control of what kind of person you want to be, so why are you afraid? I am not afraid, Yuan said in a calm voice. And he continued, I just don't want to experience unnecessary emotions that I felt before. What happened in the past happened in the past. I don't need to know about it. The handsome man smiled and said, If you don't care about what happened in the past, you wouldn't exist right now. What do you mean by that? Yuan frowned slightly. You exist for a reason, reincarnated for a reason. You may not understand it now, but you will eventually remember everything and understand your reason for existing. The handsome man then looked towards the sky and said, It's about time for you to wake up. I look forward to what you're going to do today. Perhaps you've already started changing. You just don't realize it. After that sentence ended, Yuan woke up from his sleep. Chapter 509. I am here to speak with your chairman. Good morning, Meishio. Yuan greeted her, who was already preparing breakfast. Morning. Once breakfast was prepared, they sat around the dining table until all of the plates were empty. Once we deal with the Cultivators Association, let's go out and eat at a restaurant, Meishio, Yuan said to her afterward. Okay. Although it was quite sudden, Meishio agreed regardless. After breakfast, Yuan changed into a new set of clothes and grabbed his mask. Are you ready, Miss Meifeng? Yuan asked her, who was right behind him. Wait a second, young master, Meifeng said. And she continued, the Yu family was able to find your location because they'd somehow managed to acquire footage of you and Meishio on the public surveillance cameras, so I would advise you to take a different route, one that is hidden from these cameras. How am I supposed to know where to go? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, I have already found a route from this place to the Cultivators Association that will allow us to travel without being seen. You just need to follow me. Okay, I will leave everything to you. I want to save my spiritual energy for when I reach the Cultivators Association. So can I hold your hands until then? Yuan then asked her. Since he needed spiritual energy for divine sense, it would be wiser to save his spiritual energy until he needed it. And even though he can use his divine sense for much longer now that he's a spirit master, it still wasn't enough for him to keep it activated for long periods at a time. Of course, you can. Meifeng held her hands out with a smile on her beautiful face. Yuan then wore his mask before grabbing her soft hands. Meifeng also wore her mask before leading Yuan outside the door and into the streets, following the route Meifeng had prepared in advance to avoid being seen. It will take us a little longer to reach the Cultivators Association since we're taking this unique route. Since we have some time, can you tell me what you intend on doing there so I can prepare for it? Meifeng asked him as they walked hand in hand. I am going there to intimidate them, he responded in a calm voice. Excuse me? Meifeng turned to look at him with her eyes filled with shock. You're going to intimidate the Cultivators Association? One of the most powerful factions in the entire world right now. You know, even the Yu family don't dare to offend them, right? She said to him in a dazed voice. Yes, I know, Yuan responded in a calm voice. Then how are you going to intimidate them? If word won't get through them, I can only use force, right? Yuan said. F-force. Meifeng had a bad feeling about this, and she started regretting agreeing to this farce. Don't worry, I am confident in my strength. I'm not worried about that. But if you act violently at the Cultivators Association, you'll get arrested. The Cultivators Association is not only a powerful force, but they're also something like the police for cultivators, since normal police won't be able to deal with cultivators and their incredible strength. Simply, you'll go to jail that is specifically made for cultivators. I won't do anything violent if I don't have to. Meifeng sighed and mumbled to herself. Looks like I might have to call some lawyers after this all goes down. Meifeng wasn't too worried that Yuan might go to jail for causing a scene in the Cultivators Association as long as he doesn't kill anyone, as she has connections with many powerful and reliable lawyers who can get someone out of anything as long as they had enough money. About an hour later, they arrive at the Cultivators Association. We're here, young master. Please, just don't do anything too crazy. Meifeng pleaded. Yuan didn't say anything and merely nodded. He then stood there for a minute to prepare himself. Once he was ready, he released Meifeng's hand and began walking towards the Cultivators Association, and Meifeng followed him from behind. Their unique appearance quickly attracted everyone's attention, and they wondered why Yuan and Meifeng were wearing masks. There was a line to the reception, but Yuan ignored the line and walked straight to the front. The line is back there. The woman working at the reception pointed to the back of the line. I am here to speak with your chairman. Take me to him. I'm sorry, but who are you? I will only speak with the chairman. I'm afraid that's not possible. Until we know your identity, you won't see anyone. Furthermore, Chairman Zhao is currently busy in a meeting, so he won't have time for you. Bang! Yuan suddenly slammed the desk with his fist instantly destroying it. This startled the woman and everyone there greatly, including Meifeng, who felt like she was suddenly before a different person. "I will not repeat myself," Yuan said in a calm voice that had a hint of anger within. The woman looked at the destroyed desk with her eyes wide with shock, as the desk was made out of metal and not something an ordinary cultivator could achieve. A few moments later, once the guards there snapped out of their daze, they quickly surrounded Yuan and Meifeng. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you cause such a scene at the Cultivators Association?" The head of the security there shouted at Yuan. Of course, they were all cultivators. Yuan slowly turned his head to look at the middle-aged man who was at the 6th-level spirit apprentice. "If you bring me to your chairman, there will no longer be a scene," he then said. "The audacity! Apprehend them!" The middle-aged man commanded the dozen of cultivators around him. However, before they could even get close, Yuan released his Spirit Master cultivation base, instantly halting these spirit apprentices with intense pressure. Although none of them could comprehend what they were feeling since they had never seen a spirit master before, they instinctively knew to stay away from Yuan or their lives would be in danger. Chapter 5:10. The Presence of a Spirit Master. Baitum, Baitum, Baitum. The cultivators around Yuan could feel their hearts being squeezed by this invisible pressure the longer they remain around him. So they all took steps back, fearing that their hearts might be crushed if they continued going forward. Who are you? Why do you want to speak with the chairman? If you do anything funny, the entire Cultivators Association will be upon you. The head guard pointed at Yuan and shouted. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke. "Yuan, tell your chairman that Yuan is here to see him." "Why, Yuan? You don't tell me that you're that Yuan from?" The head guard was left speechless by this revelation. The others were also shocked by player Yuan's sudden appearance. As they were aware, the real player Yuan has never appeared in public before, and judging by his appearance and unfathomable presence, there was a good chance that this masked figure before them was truly player Yuan, the #1 mysterious player in. Meanwhile, somewhere on the top floor of the Cultivators Association, a decently sized group of individuals with ages ranging from old to young sat around a large conference table, with Chairman Zhao sitting at the end, and all of them were emitting a profound aura. "If your exalted families join our Cultivators Association that is currently the #1 force in the world, it will permanently stabilize our position in the world, and your families will definitely be compensated greatly for it," Chairman Zhao said to these individuals. However, before any of these people could even respond, they felt an unfathomable pressure appearing right beneath them, shocking them greatly. Heavens! What was that? Who is releasing this pressure? This pressure, it's the presence of a spirit master. Impossible. The old people there stood up from shock after feeling the pressure. "What? Did you just say spirit master? Is that even possible?" Chairman Zhao exclaimed in a dumbfounded voice. His phone began ringing the very next moment. "What happened? Don't you know that I am currently in a meeting with the Grand Families?" "See, Chairman Zhao, I deeply apologize for disturbing your meeting with the seniors, but we have an emergency. Someone claiming to be Yuan is here to see you, and he's causing a commotion." "What? Yuan? Why does that name sound so familiar?" Chairman Zhao muttered out loud, causing everyone there to look at him. Then he came to a realization. "Why Yuan? That player Yuan from? Is it really him?" Chairman Zhao shouted at the phone. "I think so. He's even wearing a mask to conceal his identity. I think he's real. Tell him to stay put. I will be there in a moment." Chairman Zhao closed the connection and turned to look at the people there with an apologetic smile. "I'm coming with you. I would like to see if this person is really that famous player Yuan." One of the old men there spoke. "I'm also curious." Eventually, everyone in the room agreed to follow Chairman Zhao. "Is it really player Yuan? Why would he show up so suddenly? And what business does he have with me?" Chairman Zhao wondered to himself as he walked to the elevators with the others, as he doesn't recall having any contact with Yuan before. Sometime later, they arrived downstairs, and they could see two individuals wearing a mask being surrounded by many people there. "Are you really Player Yuan?" One of the people gathered around them asked. However, Yuan ignored him and continued to stand there in silence. The old people following Chairman Zhao took a deep breath as they approached the masked man who was emitting a profound pressure. "Spirit Master. He's really a Spirit Master." They were quite shocked to see an unknown Spirit Master. "Make way. The chairman is here." The head guard shouted at the people there. A path quickly opened up, allowing Chairman Zhao to approach Yuan, but he didn't get too close, as he had a bad feeling about this situation. "Are you really Player Yuan? Why do you want to speak with me?" Yuan didn't say anything at first and started slowly walking towards Chairman Zhao until he was standing right before him. "I am here to give you a warning today. If you dare try to lay a finger on Meifeng again, I will destroy the entire Cultivators Association." Yuan spoke in a grim voice with his pressure growing stronger and stronger. Chairman Zhao could feel an invisible hand crushing his heart from the pressure, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. "And Meifeng, how are you related to her?" Chairman Zhao asked him with a deep frown as he was having trouble breathing, and he could have never imagined that Player Yuan would show up here for Meifeng. "Our relationship doesn't concern you, nor should you stick your nose into our business. The only thing you need to know is that if you dare to bother Meifeng again, I will bring the Cultivators Association to the ground." Before Chairman Zhao could even respond, Yuan suddenly moved his arm and grabbed Chairman Zhao's neck, lifting him into the air. "See, Chairman." The guards there subconsciously reacted, but they were stopped by the old people that were following Chairman Zhao. "If you don't want the chairman to die, you should stay still," said an old man with long white hair tied into a ponytail. Meanwhile, Yuan spoke in a low voice while staring at Chairman Zhao. "I am not asking you. I am telling you to leave her alone. Do you understand me?" "Why, yes, I understand," Chairman Zhao uttered with much effort. Yuan tossed Chairman Zhao to the side like trash after hearing his response. He then turned around and said to Meifeng, "Let's go." However, before he could walk very far, one of the old people there called out to him in a respectful voice, "Please wait a moment, young man." Yuan stopped and turned around to see an old man standing behind him with his hands clasped together. Chapter 511. Chairman Zhao's Resignation. "What is it?" Yuan asked the old man. "I am surnamed Wu, and I would like to confirm something. Are you really a Spirit Master?" The old man asked him. "What do you think?" The old man showed a slight smile on his face before releasing his cultivation base. And to Yuan's surprise, he was also a Spirit Master. "There are already other Spirit Masters beside me in this world," Yuan thought to himself. "Although I cannot see your face, I can tell that you're surprised by my cultivation base. You must be wondering how this is possible. If you visit my family at Mount Wu, I will tell you everything." And before Yuan could even respond, the old man continued, "Don't worry, I am not related to Chairman Zhao, so whatever happened between you and him has nothing to do with me or my family. I came here today to see if the Cultivators Association was worth my family's backing, but from the looks of it, we will have to reconsider some things. Hey, old Wu, let's not try to pull a fast one before everyone here. Or have you forgotten about our presence?" Another old man suddenly stepped forward and bowed to Yuan with his hands clasped. "My surname is Yi, and I am also a Spirit Master." The old man surnamed Yi then released his Spirit Master cultivation base, surprising Yuan even more. "Forget about Mount Wu. Come to my Mount Yi instead. You won't regret it." Then another person stepped forward, an old woman. "Instead of fighting amongst ourselves, why don't we all cooperate together?" The old woman suggested. She approached Yuan and said, "Surnamed Wang from the Wang family. If you want to know how we reach Spirit Master and more about cultivation in general, come to the Jaded Garden situated outside the Yang City. We'll be more than happy to befriend a young genius such as yourself. If you're worried about your identity being revealed, I'll let you know that we're really good at keeping secrets." The old woman then leaned over his shoulders and whispered in a low voice that could only be heard by Yuan. After all, we have managed to keep cultivation a secret from the rest of the world for many centuries. Yuan's body trembled after hearing the old woman's words. They kept cultivation a secret from the rest of the world for many centuries? Does this mean that they have known about cultivation even way before it existed? If so, that explains why they were spirit masters. See you there in a month, the old woman said to him before turning around and walking back to Chairman Zhao. Chairman Zhao, you have a lot of explaining to do for us. And don't you even dare think about lying to us, because we will investigate the truth ourselves afterward. Chairman Zhao, who was supposed to be an almighty figure, nodded his head in a powerless manner before the old woman and the other elders that were clearly more influential than Chairman Zhao. Yuan lingered in the place for a few more moments before finally leaving the Cultivators Association with Meifeng. Although the people there wanted to follow him, they didn't dare to do so and reluctantly stayed behind. Young master, you nearly scare me to death just now. I'm shocked that we even got to leave that place in one piece. Meifeng sighed sometime later. I'm sorry. I got a little angry and my body started moving on its own. Yuan said to her, his hand still trembling a little. Young master, are you really player Yuan? Meifeng suddenly asked him. I will tell you everything once we return home, okay? Of course. Meifeng nodded. Once Yuan and Meifeng left the scene, the elders pressed Chairman Zhao for answers before everyone in the Cultivators Association. If you don't tell us what happened, we'll speak with the council and have them deal with you. Chairman Zhao sighed out loud before telling them the truth in a regretful voice. Che, what a shameless old man. Someone there said out loud, after Chairman Zhao revealed everything. Chairman Zhao, I am greatly disappointed in you. My Wang family no longer wishes to be affiliated with the Cultivators Association. Excuse me. The old woman turned around and left the scene, followed by a few youngsters that came to this place with her. The other elders also told Chairman Zhao the same thing before leaving the place. As for the other people in the Cultivators Association, they immediately started spreading news of everything that transpired there today through their phones, which spread like wildfire, shocking the world. What? The real player Yuan showed up at the Cultivators Association to warn Chairman Zhao? What did Chairman Zhao do to offend player Yuan? Chairman Zhao tried to force a young lady into joining the Cultivators Association, and this young lady turned out to have a relationship with player Yuan? Talk about karma. Ha. Serves that old pervert right. I can't believe it. This is player Yuan's first real appearance outside of Cultivation Online. Player Yuan is already a spirit master. Isn't he also a spirit master in Cultivation Online? Just to his player Yuan, how does he keep achieving these seemingly impossible achievements? The world was greatly shocked by what had happened at the Cultivators Association, but the people were more interested in player Yuan than what Chairman Zhao had done. As for the Yu family, they had managed to dodge a bullet when Chairman Zhao revealed everything, as he wasn't aware that the Yu family had hired mercenaries to kidnap Meishio. However, the Yu family was also shocked, speechless to know that Meishio had a relationship with player Yuan, someone they had been looking for themselves. They wanted to approach Meishio for more information, but they were afraid of player Yuan knocking on their doors. After all, if player Yuan dared to threaten to destroy the Cultivators Association before the chairman of the Cultivators Association at their main headquarters, what would stop him from visiting the Yu family? The Yu family then called Mr. Johnson to cancel the pending job. What happened at the Cultivators Association would be a hot topic on the news and the internet for the rest of the week, and Chairman Zhao would resign his position as chairman the following day, which didn't surprise anyone when they learned about it. Chapter 512, Hidden Experts. Senior Wang, was that masked person really a spirit master? One of the youngsters with Senior Wang asked her as they made their way back home on a private plane. Yes, that person was without a doubt a spirit master, the same level as me and the other elders, she confirmed. That young man also sounded like he was around your age. I cannot imagine how terrifying his talents must be to reach Spirit Master at such a young age, and it would be even more terrifying if he only started cultivating after it became a thing. That can't be possible, right? Someone else there asked. The question is no longer whether it's possible or not, but how he achieved it. Senior Wang said in a low voice. And whether he started cultivating before or after doesn't really matter, as it won't change the fact that he's a spirit master at such a young age. Anyways, although our visit to the Cultivators Association turned out to be a huge waste of time, I'm actually glad that we went there, as I got to learn the existence of such a cultivation monster. The others in the family will go crazy once they learn about this young man. As for the other families, well, definitely be fighting for him. If he's that famous player Yuan, there's a good chance that he won't join any families, right? Someone there asked. Yes, but it won't hurt to try. Senior Wang nodded. Who's this player Yuan? I have never heard of him before. Another person said. You don't know player Yuan? Don't you play? Why would I play a game about cultivation when I am already doing it in real life? No wonder why you don't know him. Well, let me tell you about player Yuan and his achievements. And for the rest of their flight, the young cultivators shared information about player Yuan and his achievements with those that didn't know of his fame. Meanwhile, after returning home, Yuan removed his mask and sat in the living room in an exhausted manner with sweat dripping down his face. Are you okay? Meifeng asked him as she gently wiped the sweat off his face with a dry towel. Yes, I am fine, but that was more exhausting than I'd expected. Since the young master cannot talk right now, I will explain everything for him, Meifeng said, and he proceeded to recall everything that had happened at the Cultivators Association. Meifeng expressed disbelief after hearing the situation. Why you went there as player Yuan, even threatening the chairman? Heavens, are you sure everything will be fine? Meifeng spoke in a worried voice. We can't really say for now. Give a few days and we'll see if anything will happen. However, they don't know the young master's identity, so they won't be able to do anything to him now, even if they want to. But young master, you really surprised me today, and I'm not talking about your identity as player Yuan. I didn't even know you can act so domineering. You felt like an entirely different person today. I still have chills just thinking about it. Meifeng said to him in a somewhat admiring voice. Well, most of that was just an act, since if I didn't act like that, they wouldn't have taken me seriously. Yuan smiled. Was it really just an act? It felt too realistic. Meifeng thought to herself. Can you tell me more about your identity as player Yuan? The Yu family have asked me to investigate, but I came up with nothing. Yuan nodded and proceeded to tell her about his identity as player Yuan and some of the stuff he's done in Cultivation Online. I see. That explains why you're so powerful even in the real world. Turns out that you have been cultivating with a divine grade cultivation technique this entire time. What are we going to do now? Meifeng asked him a moment later. Who knows, but I intend on going to the Jaded Garden to speak with those seniors next month, Yuan said. Are you sure that's a good idea? What if it's a trap? Meifeng said. I think ITL'll be fine. If they really wanted to harm me, they could have done so back then. All three of them, and probably the other elders, they were all spirit masters. There was no way I could have defeated them by myself. Furthermore, they didn't appear to be bad people. Why do you want to speak with them, though? Meifeng then asked. I want to know more about the cultivation world in this world. Apparently, they have known about cultivation since many centuries again, hence why they have been able to reach Spirit Master. Yuan said. So they're basically hidden experts that have been secretly cultivating for many years. I am very impressed by how they have managed to keep cultivation hidden from the public for so long. Meifeng said. Yes, I am too. That's why I want to speak with them. I will come with you, Meifeng said. Of course. I was going to ask you if you wanted to come later. Yuan nodded. Anyways, I'm going to take a shower. My body is all sweaty. Yuan then entered the bathroom and went to clean himself. You know that he was player Yuan this entire time? Meifeng asked Meifeng after he left. Yes. Well, aren't you a lucky one? Sometime later, Yuan returned to the living room, where Meifeng and Meifeng were watching the news. Look, young master. They are already talking about the incident at the Cultivators Association, about player Yuan. Meifeng said as she turned the volume up a little more. Breaking news. Player Yuan has finally made an appearance today at the Cultivators Association. He even confronted Chairman Zhao, threatening to destroy the Cultivators Association if they continued to mess with his woman. Who is this Meisho that player Yuan treasures so deeply? Could it be his girlfriend? Fiancé? Perhaps even his wife? H's wife? Meisho was speechless after she listened to how the news spoke about their relationship, making it seem as though they were lovers. Chapter 513. Why do you reject my existence? Yuan, isn't that you? Meisho pointed at the television that was currently playing a recording from the surveillance camera at the Cultivators Association, allowing everyone to witness the drama for themselves. They could see two figures entering the building and walking straight towards the front. A few moments later, the figure wearing a black mask suddenly smashed the metal table into pieces, shocking everyone there. Then the guards surrounded the masked individuals, but they didn't dare advance any further for some reason, almost like there was an invisible force that kept them from approaching the masked figure. A few minutes later, Chairman Zhao and the elders could be seen approaching the masked figure. It was at this moment the masked figure walked in front of the chairman before lifting him into the air by the neck. A few more moments later, the masked figure tossed the chairman like a child, getting bored of their toy and walking away. However, the masked figure was stopped by the elders, and after some conversation, the masked figure disappeared from the Cultivators Association. Of course, all of this was played without any sound. But even without any sound, the spectators could see how domineering that masked figure was, and they had no doubt that he had the capabilities to destroy the Cultivators Association from his demeanor alone. Seeing player Yuan for the first time, many people were in awe of his display of dominance, and those that were already fans of player Yuan became even more obsessed with him. How embarrassing, Yuan said with a bashful smile on his face after seeing himself acting so out of character, almost like he was watching a play. If I didn't know you were going to do this beforehand, I would have never guessed that masked figure would be you, Meisho said in a dumbfounded voice. I was actually afraid that the young master might accidentally kill the chairman when he grabbed the chairman by his neck, Meifeng said. K-kill? Why would I do something so extreme? Yuan was surprised to hear this. People do extreme things when they're angry, Meifeng said. Even if that's true, I wouldn't kill someone just because I am angry. At least I hope I won't. Suddenly, Mike Sia's phone started ringing. It's Yu Rou, Meisho said to them before answering the phone. Hello, Meisho. Are you watching the news right now? Did Yuan really visit the Cultivators Association today? Yu Rou asked her in an excited voice. Yes, it's true, Meisho said. Unbelievable. Yu Rou's dumbfounded voice resounded after a moment of silence. To think her brother would be so daring to storm the Cultivators Association shortly after his recovery. She can only imagine what he might do in the future. Is he okay? Yu Rou then asked. Yes, everything is okay for now. I think he should be fine as long as nobody knows his identity, Yu Rou said. And even if the Cultivators Association learns of his identity, I don't think it should cause any worries since a lot of people admires player Yuan. There will be plenty of people willing to help him if he gets into any trouble. Anyways, just stay put for the next few days and see what happens. Also, keep me updated, Yu Rou said. Okay. An hour later, Wang Xiuing also gave him a call to make sure they were okay. After dinner, Meifeng said, Young master, I'll have to go back to work tomorrow, so tonight is our last night together. I see. It was fun, Miss Meifeng. It reminds me of the day when you were still taking care of me, Yuan said to her. And I will continue to take care of you from the shadows, until I am no longer needed, Meifeng said with a smile on her face. That night, Meifeng snuggled closer to Yuan than usual. Good night, young master. Good night. Once he fell asleep, Yuan returned to the land of dreams. Looks like you had quite some fun today. The handsome man appeared before him, just like had expected. Remember, what you experienced today is what it feels like to be the strong. As long as you're powerful, nobody will dare to defy you. Nobody will dare to hurt those close to you. Yuan silently stared at the handsome man with a slight frown on his face. What is it? The man asked him. The way I acted today, you're affecting me, aren't you? Yuan said in a low voice. I have no idea what you're talking about. The handsome man shrugged. Don't lie to me. I nearly killed Chairman Zhao today. If I didn't snap out of my anger, I would have snapped his neck in half instead when I had it in my grasp. I had this nearly uncontrollable desire to do so. The handsome man chuckled and said, So what? You're simply acting true to yourself. You're worried that if you didn't kill him, he would eventually return to bother you and your loved ones again, right? That's why you had an urge to kill that man. Don't blame me for your own desires. After all, I am you. If you blame me, you're simply blaming yourself. Why do you reject my existence? You know, the more you refuse to accept me, the more difficult it will be for you when you must accept me, and that time will eventually come. Yuan remained silent. Whatever. You don't need to accept me now. But eventually, the handsome man turned around and began disappearing into the mist. Once the man was gone, the scenery changed, and even more of the handsome man's past began revealing itself to Yuan. Yuan wanted to close his eyes and ignore the dream, but alas, since he was in a dream, even if he closed his eyes, he would still be able to see the dream. Therefore, he was forced to watch everything until he woke up. Why is this happening to me? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Chapter 514. Do you believe in reincarnation? Good morning, young master. Meifeng greeted him when he walked out of his room. Miss Meifeng, you're cooking breakfast today? Yuan said. That's right. Since I am no longer on vacation, and I will be leaving soon, I want to do something for you before I leave. You're also up earlier than usual today, young master. Yes, I had another bad dream. He sighed. You know, nightmares usually happen because you're stressed or when you're thinking too much about a certain thing. If there's something on your mind, you should let it out. Although I won't be here, you still have Meishio. I'm sure you can tell her about it. Meifeng said to him. I will keep that in mind. Yuan nodded. A few minutes later, Meishio woke up and came out of her room, but to her surprise, her mother had already prepared breakfast for them. I only made enough for you two since I won't have the time to sit down and eat, Meifeng said after placing the food on the table. Thank you, Miss Meifeng. I hope you take more breaks so we can spend more time together. Yuan said. Meifeng chuckled and said, Although I would like that as well, I don't want to disturb your love nest too much. I'll love nest. Meishio nearly spat out the water in her mouth when she heard Meifeng's words. Anyways, I will see you later. Stay safe, young master. If you ever run into any troubles, give me a call. Meifeng then left the place shortly after. Meishio turned on the television while they ate so it wouldn't feel as awkward. As many of us had anticipated, Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association has handed in his resignation letter after yesterday's drama and will no longer be affiliated with the Cultivators Association. He resigned? Things turned out much better than ID expected. Yuan said after chewing and swallowing the food in his mouth. Wow, this food is amazing. He then realized how great the food tasted and praised it loudly. Of course, your food also tastes great, Meishio. But there's something different about Miss Meifeng's cooking, Yuan added since he didn't want to upset her. Don't worry. I am well aware that I'm still nowhere near my mother's level, she said in a calm voice. I don't think you should compare yourself to Miss Meifeng. Not only are you less experienced, but you're also much younger than her. If anything, you should compare yourself to people around your age. Meishio nodded. Sometime later, Meishio asked, What are you going to do today? Well, it's been a while since we've last played. I am thinking about playing today. Okay, you could go ahead and play with me. I want to make sure that everything is actually fine before I relax. I understand. What about Yu Rou and Xiajingyi? It might be a bit early, so give them a text first. Meishio then texted Yu Rou and Xiajingyi to see if they wanted to play. Yu Rou, sorry, but I won't be able to play for a while since I will be busy with a few things. Xiaojingyi, I am really close to a breakthrough, I think, so I'm going to focus on cultivation for now. Sorry. After breakfast, Yuan went into his room and laid on the bed. He then wore the console and went inside cultivation online without any help for the first time. Welcome back, Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying greeted him. Good morning, you two. Have you dealt with whatever was troubling you? Xiao Hua asked him. Yes, I have for now. Yuan then looked around and asked. Feng Feng still hasn't returned. Suddenly, Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded. I've been back for a while now. A beautiful woman suddenly approached them from behind. It's been a while, Feng Feng, Yuan said to her with a smile on his face. Yes. Feng Yuxiang nodded, still having some trouble looking straight into his eyes. Where are the others? Feng Yuxiang then asked. They're currently busy, so it's just me today. I see you well. What would you like to do today? Feng Yuxiang then asked him. Let's go somewhere quieter. How about that pond where we studied our techniques? Yuan suggested. Sure. They then made their way towards the silent pond. Once they arrived, Yuan approached the water and silently stared at the water. Did something happen to the young master? He feels a little different than usual. Feng Yuxiang noticed this and asked the other two. No idea. They shook their heads. After standing there for a couple of minutes, Yuan turned around and asked the three ladies, Do you guys believe in reincarnation? Reincarnation? They repeated. It's a common topic in the world of cultivation, right? Well, although reincarnation is definitely a very popular belief amongst many cultivators from the lower heavens to the supreme heaven, nobody has ever been able to prove that it exists. Feng Yuxiang said, Do you believe it exists? Yuan then asked, Of course. In case you forgot, young master, I am a phoenix. I am the embodiment of rebirth. However, I have never experienced reincarnation, nor do I know anybody that has been reincarnated. With that being said, even if someone is reincarnated, I don't think they will retain the memories of their previous life, or it would have been proven to truly exist by now. Feng Yuxiang said, I see. Why are you suddenly interested in reincarnation, young master? Well, it's been on my mind ever since someone mentioned it to me, and I am sort of in this deep hole that I cannot get out because of it. Yuan sighed. If you ask me, I don't think it really matters if reincarnation is real or not. What happened in one's past life has already ended when that person died. Even if they somehow recall the memories of their previous life, what can they do about it? It's not as if they could reclaim the name of their previous life and act like they never died. That makes sense. Yuan nodded, agreeing with Feng Yuxiang's words. Chapter 515, Relentless Dragon Overwhelms the Nine Heavens. After thinking about the words Feng Yuxiang spoke to him, Yuan took a seat beside the pond and retrieved the ancient rank technique Relentless Dragon Overwhelms the Nine Heavens. I'm going to spend the rest of the day trying to comprehend this technique since it felt like I was getting close to understanding it when I stopped previously. You guys can do whatever, Yuan said to them before focusing on the technique. Feng Yuxiang exchanged looks with the other two. Is it just me, or does the young master feel a little different today? Feng Yuxiang asked them. Just a little, Xiao Hua agreed. The Lord feels a little more mature, or at least the aura around him. Lan Ying said, Let's just hope it doesn't mean anything bad. Feng Yuxiang sighed. A few hours later, Yuan stood up and took a deep breath. He then positioned himself that made it seem like he was prepared to throw a punch. Yuan closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he snapped them open and released his fist, sending a powerful wave of spiritual energy that was shaped like a dragon towards the pond. Boom! The entire ground shook as the pond was immediately erased from existence, the water and all, leaving a huge crater behind. Yuan was left speechless by the destructive nature of the technique that erased an entire pond. Fortunately for them, there were no living creatures within the pond. Heavens! Young master, where did you learn such a powerful technique? Feng Yuxiang asked him afterward. The Dragon Temple, he said. Such a powerful strength. It must be divine rank or above. Yes, it's an ancient rank technique. Yuan looked at the sky that was getting dark and said, I'm going to leave now. It might be some time before I return since ITLL be a little busy for me. Also, you don't have to wait for me. If you want to do something, just go ahead and do it without me. Ying, you wanted to look around the lower heavens, right? You can have Feng Feng and Xiao Hua take you around. I want to explore it with you. Lan Ying said. It's okay. The 9 heavens is a vast universe. We'll be able to explore it together plenty when I'm able to play more. If it's your wish. Lan Ying nodded. Then with that settled, I will see you guys later. See you later, young master. Stay safe, brother Yuan. After saying their goodbyes, Yuan logged out of the game and returned to practicing his movement technique in the real world whilst his servants began exploring the lower heavens without him, though it was mostly for Lan Ying. As much as he wanted to play, there were simply too many things for him to do in the real world. Once things calm down, he will return and fully explores the 9 heavens. Yuan, you know the entire world is looking for you right now, right? Meisho said to him during his break from practicing the movement technique. Unless I reveal myself, I don't think anybody will be able to find me. I guess, but there are also people looking for me since they think that by finding me, they'll find you, which is true. The only people who know of your identity and location are the Yu family, Dr. Wang, and Wang Xiaoying, Xia Jingyi, and Chairman Zhao, and I guess the agency that was hired by the Yu family, Yuan said. This might become a little troublesome, especially since there are some people who we definitely cannot trust to keep your identity hidden. What do you want to do, Meisho? Do you want to move out? ITLL become problematic when our doors get flooded with people asking about player Yuan. We have the funds to do so as well. Meisho pondered for a moment before speaking. Where can we go, though? Furthermore, even if they find me, they won't know that you're player Yuan, so I think it would be fine. I still think it would be better for us to move once we find a good place. Yes, I agree. But for now, let's just see how things play out. Okay. With that decided, Yuan and Meisho proceeded to spend the next few days just improving their cultivation base. During these few days, the Cultivations Association had appointed a new chairman, who made a public apology regarding the actions of the previous chairman. One can imagine why the new chairman felt the need to apologize, as he didn't want the mysterious player Yuan to hold a grudge against the Cultivators Association because of the last chairman, which would be a big blow to them even though player Yuan was only a single individual. Although player Yuan was only a single individual, his influence inside Cultivation Online was comparable to multiple large companies combined, and nobody knows the true extent of his powers. One might argue that being influential inside a video game isn't that important, but when one considers how much Cultivation Online currently affects the world, one would understand why people value player Yuan so much. Ding! Early in the morning, Meisho received a message from Yu Rou that told her to make a call whenever she was available. Meisho then called Yu Rou the next moment since she was free. Did something happen? Meisho asked. Yes, I have decided to join a cultivation faction, so I will be leaving the Yu family soon. Yu Rou said, dumbfounding Meisho. After all, she had only told Yuan about her decision to leave the Yu family during her visit. Why you're leaving the Yu family as well? Why? Meisho couldn't help but ask her. Well, for one, now that cultivation has become fully incorporated into our world, other talents won't be as valued. In fact, I haven't had to participate in any lessons for a long time now. This is probably my parents' way of telling me to give up on music and focus solely on cultivation. Furthermore, I don't think I can stop blaming myself for what happened to you and brother Tian due to my affiliation with the Yu family. Hopefully, leaving the Yu family can relieve some of that guilt. Yu Rou sighed. Chapter 516, Eternal Lotuses. Are you still worried about that? Neither Yuan nor I blame you for what happened. Not even in the slightest. Meisho said to her, I know, but it's just a feeling that I cannot shake off. Of course, I have other reasons why I want to leave the Yu family, such as wanting to be independent like you and brother Tian. I don't want to rely on the Yu family forever, and I feel that if I remain in the family for any longer, I will never be able to leave. After a moment of silence, Meishio said, I understand. Let me transfer you to Yuan so you can speak with him. Meishio then knocked on Yuan's room and said, It's Yu Rou. Yuan opened the door while wearing only his pants, his body soaked in sweat from exercising. Here you go. Meishio handed him the phone with a slightly rosy face. Good morning, Yu Rou. Yuan placed the phone on speakers then on his bed before speaking with her while he continued to exercise. You're exercising already? Don't push yourself too hard, Yu Rou said to him, as she could hear him exercising. Don't worry, I know when to stop, Yuan said. Anyways, I'm calling to let you know that I have decided on a cultivation faction. I will be joining them next week. They're also in another city, so I will be moving out soon. Already? Yuan stopped moving and expressed his surprise. I didn't think you'd leave so soon and go into another city? How far are you traveling? What about this cultivation faction? What's their name? Yuan bombarded her with questions. About 8,000 miles away, so I will be traveling pretty far. 8,000 miles? That's around 16 hours with a plane. Why are you going that far? Why can't you just join a cultivation faction that's already in this city? After all, it would only be more difficult for them to visit each other the further away they are from each other. Well, this cultivation faction is a little special, and even if it's a little far, I think it's worth it, Yu Rou said. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked, What's this cultivation faction called? They are called Eternal Lotuses. It's a female-only cultivation faction that's led by the one and only White Lotus, who is a top player in. They already have over 1,000 talented cultivators, and they are a powerful faction and also one of the fastest-growing factions in the world. White Lotus. Yuan recalled hearing this name before. White Lotus is a well-known player from a top 10 legacy family. She is also a trustworthy individual, according to my sources. I think ITL'll be fine if I go there. Furthermore, I won't be going there alone. I spoke with Xia Jingyi yesterday, and she agreed to come with me. Knowing that Yu Rou won't be traveling alone made Yuan feel more relieved, but he was still worried. After all, Yu Rou was only 16 years old. Brother, I know what you're thinking. I may be young, but I can take care of myself. I know you can. After all, you took care of me for many years. However, it's a brother's duty to worry about his sister, right? Yuan said with a gentle smile on his face. Anyways, have you spoken to your parents about this yet? He then asked. No, I haven't. Nor do I plan on telling them since they will definitely refuse to let me go, she responded calmly. How long do you plan on staying there? In the Eternal Lotuses? I don't know, but it's going to be at least a couple of years. Give me the address so that we can visit you in the future when we have the time. Of course, but I don't think they allow male visitors inside their place, so I will have to meet you somewhere else. That's fine. Yuan and Yu Rou spoke to each other for many minutes until Yu Rou had to go. I will call you later, brother. Okay. After hanging up, Yuan asked Meishio, Do you think we could do a performance before Yu Rou leaves in a week? I don't care what kind of performance. Even a contest is okay as long as I get to play an instrument. You want to perform in public right now? That's a little risky, no? I think it should be fine. I want to fulfill Yu Rou's dream a little before she leaves. All right, I will try to do something about it. Thank you, Meishio. Yuan returned to his training shortly after, and Meishio began looking for a place where he could perform. 2 days later, Meishio found a place and said, There's going to be a small piano contest in 5 days, and it's the earliest one I can find. 5 days? Right when Yu Rou leaves, huh? Let's do it. I've already signed us up for it. ITLL start at 8 a.m. in the morning, but we won't be on stage until 10 a.m. Great. Now I just need to let Yu Rou know. Meishio then called Yu Rou. Yu Rou, I have a surprise for you. Can you come to this location before 10 a.m. in the morning? 10 a.m.? Why? What's going to happen in this place? Our flight is at 1 p.m. Yu Rou asked. It's okay. You can go to the airport from that place. As for why, it's a surprise. Don't worry. It won't last long at all. A few minutes at most. Okay. I will be there. Yu Rou agreed. You won't regret it. I promise. After hanging up, Yuan and Meishu began preparing for the small contest. Meanwhile, Yu Rou called Xia Jingyi to let her know that they'll be leaving a little earlier than planned to make a pit stop before their flight. And in the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Chapter 517, Approaching the Stage. Early in the morning, Yu Rou opened the drawers to her desk and retrieved 2 items, a yellow envelope and a white letter that she had just written last night. Yu Rou placed the yellow envelope inside her large suitcase and the white letter on her desk. After making sure that she had everything, she left the building and took a taxi to Xia Jingyi's living quarters, not even bothering to use her family limousine. Good morning, Yu Rou. Xia Jingyi greeted her at the door. Morning, Jingyi. Are you ready? Yes, I am. Yu Rou looked at her watch. It was 9 a.m. We should arrive at the location my brother provided in 30 minutes. I wonder what he had planned for us. If you're really curious, you can look that place up and see if there are any events. Xia Jingyi suggested. However, Yu Rou shook her head and said, That's no good. My brother wanted to surprise me, so I will let him surprise me. It would no longer be a surprise if I know what to expect. Xia Jingyi nodded, and after saying her goodbyes to her parents, she entered her family's limousine with Yu Rou. Please take care of our daughter, Yu Rou. Xia Jingyi's parents said to Yu Rou. Of course. I will make sure nothing happens to her. I should also take this chance to thank you for letting my brother stay in your apartments. Yu Rou patted her chest with a confident smile. You don't have to thank us. If anything, we should be the ones apologizing for allowing that incident to occur. Well, make sure to increase security in that apartment. Yu Rou nodded, and she entered the car with Xia Jingyi while the driver packed their suitcases inside the car trunk. Once they were prepared, the limousine began driving towards the location given by Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan and Meishu approached the reception inside a large building. Hello, we're here to participate in the contest, Meishu said to the receptionist, who was a little startled when she saw their appearance, as both of them were wearing masks. What is the name of the participant? The receptionist then asked. Tian Yang of Divine Melody, she said. Please give me a moment to look through the system. I have confirmed your registration. I will check you in now. You will be called onto the stage at 10 a.m. Hey, erase your identification card. You can wait in the spectator area or wait in the back room. After accepting his identification card, Yuan and Meishu proceeded to the spectators area, where hundreds of spectators were watching the current contestant playing the piano. It's been too long. I'm starting to feel a little nervous, Yuan said with a smile behind his mask. You'll be fine, Meishu said. The two of them proceeded to watch contestants take their turns at the piano, and because of their masks, they attracted quite the attention from the people around them. Though since masks weren't prohibited, nobody really approached them. Around 9:40 a.m., Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi pulled up at the location and left the car. Yu Rou looked at the large banner hanging above the building and immediately knew what was going on. It's a music contest. Why did your brother tell us to come here? Xia Jingyi asked, as she wasn't aware of his recovery. Yu Rou merely showed a gentle smile on her face, and she said, Who knows? Let's go inside. Upon reaching the receptionist, before they could even speak, the receptionist behind the desk recognized Yu Rou's face and spoke in an excited voice. Aren't you Lady Yu Rou? What are you doing here? The people around them heard the name Yu Rou and turned to look in their direction with interest. Yu Rou, that music genius who won many international competitions. Hello, I am here to spectate the contest, Yu Rou said with a friendly smile on her face. Because of her background, she was very famous within the music industry, hence why the receptionist immediately recognized her. Spectate the contest? The receptionist was taken by surprise by her words. Why would someone famous like Yu Rou come to witness some small music competition? It didn't make sense. After all, there was nobody famous playing today. However, the receptionist didn't question her and quickly said, Of course. Please follow me to the VIP seats. The receptionist then led Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi to the VIP seats that were in front of the stage. Their presence quickly attracted the spectators there, and even the contestant was affected by their presence. Isn't that Yu Rou from the Yu family? What a big shot like her doing here. Who knows? Maybe she's bored? Speaking of Yu Rou, I was there to witness her last performance, and it was beyond amazing. I wonder when she'll do another performance. It's been a while since she performed, too. The quiet spectators area turned a little noisy with Yu Rou's appearance. And although Xia Jingyi wasn't as famous as Yu Rou, there were some people who recognized her there. Time passed quickly. The time was 10:05 a.m. Our next contestant will be from the Divine Melody. Please welcome Tian. The speakers announced after the last contestant got off the stage. Divine Melody? What company is that? I have never heard of them. Me neither. I also don't know of any Tian. Perhaps it's a new company. Haha, who would create a new music company at this time? They should have started a cultivation faction instead. Although it seemed like there was nobody interested in this unknown contestant. If one looked at Yu Rou's face right now, they would see pure excitement and anticipation. A few moments later, the spectators there could see a figure wearing a black mask slowly approaching the stage from the spectators area, and there was this unfathomable aura him that made the people there stop talking to focus on him. Chapter 518, Tian. Although nobody there besides Meifeng and Yu Rou knew the identity of the masked contestant, they could somehow tell that he was a professional just by the manner he walked onto the stage and how he sat behind the piano. Yu Rou, this person, he's very skilled, Xia Jingyi said with a serious expression on her face. I think so too. Yu Rou nodded, still pretending to be ignorant. Once the atmosphere was completely silent, Yuan placed his hands on the piano keyboard and started playing the piano. The audience felt chills going down their spine when they heard the first 10 notes being played, and their ears vibrated with bliss. They have never heard or seen such a flawless performance before, nor did they expect to witness something this profound in such a small competition. Yuan's performance continued to be played flawlessly for the next 4 minutes, playing the whole song without making a single mistake. Every movement he made seemed to be made with elegance and grace, looking like he was dancing while playing the instrument. The spectators quickly began speculating that Yuan was a professional disguised as a beginner to surprise them, but they were unable to guess his identity. Heavens! Who was this person? The judges there were left speechless by Yuan's performance. In fact, they only needed to listen to his performance for half a minute to be convinced that he was going to win this competition without anyone getting close. The whole performance only lasted 4 minutes, but it felt like only a few seconds had passed for the spectators, as they were fully absorbed in his performance, feeling like they were in a dreamlike state throughout the whole performance. After playing his last note, Yuan stood up and turned to face the dazed audience before giving them a bow. The audience remained silent for another moment before they exploded with cheering and admiration. That was amazing. Play another song. Encore. The judges agreed with the audience, and one of them said, Contestant Tian, can you do us a favor and play another song? You can pick the song, and don't worry, it won't affect your scores regardless of your performance. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head and returning to his seat behind the piano. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began playing another song. However, nobody in the audience recognized this song. Nobody but Yu Rou. Yu Rou's eyes widened with shock when she heard this song. Brother, she muttered in a low voice, trying her best to not shed any tears in public. The song being played by Yuan was a song Head created for her when he was still actively playing for the Yu family. However, there weren't any good memories behind this song, as the day after he created this song, Yuan's body started to break. This song didn't last long and only lasted half as long as the previous song, but it was so intensive and fast-paced that it sounded longer than the previous song, and there were more than twice as many notes in this song. After finishing his second song, Yuan didn't stand up and waited for 10 seconds before starting his third song. Despite this, none of the judges or spectators complained. In fact, even the contestants there remained silent, as they knew that if they played after his performance, it would only make themselves look bad. When she heard the third song, Meifeng could feel her heart throbbing faster and faster, as this was her favorite song, and memories began flowing inside her head. Whenever she was sad and brought to tears by her training, Yuan would play this song for her before comforting her with a hug, and it would work every single time, allowing her to endure another day of training. About 3 minutes later, Yuan stopped playing and stood up. He then bowed to the audience for a second time. The audience immediately erupted into a frenzy this time, and it was much louder than the previous cheering. Yuan started leaving the stage a moment later, and when the judges saw this, they stopped him. Wait a minute, contestant Tian Yang. What's the matter? Yuan turned to look at them. Can you tell us a little more about yourself? Who taught you how to play the piano? How long have you been playing? The judges asked him, as I wanted to obtain some information from him so that they could use that information to guess his identity. Yuan then said, I have been playing since I was young. As for my teachers, I had many teachers throughout my career, too much to name. You can tell us a few names if it's too many. I'm sorry, but I'd rather not. Yuan politely refused. Then can you tell us how old are you currently? Another judge asked him. I am currently 18 years old, approaching 19, he said. Why, you're only 18 years old? The judges were shocked to learn this information. If this information was true, then one can only imagine how far he'll go when he's already this talented at his young age. However, this raised more questions than answered. Although there were many talented individuals at his age playing professionally in the music industry, the judges didn't know of any professional at Yuan's age with his level of talents. And this was true even for the older professionals. So, does this mean he's actually a new pianist who's just stepping into the professional scene? Where has he been this entire time? How can someone this talented remain as a nobody? The judges proceeded to ask Yuan a few more questions, hoping to learn more about him. But Yuan skillfully answered their questions without giving them any information that would give away his identity. The judges eventually gave up and allowed him to leave the stage. Of course, the moment he left the stage, the spectators surrounded him for autographs, even though this was his first appearance, as they were certain that he will become famous in the industry with his talents. I already told you this before you left the Yu family, but let me say this again. Please take care of my brother, Meifeng. I will, she responded in a calm voice. Yuan then said, and please take care of my sister, Jing. I'm afraid that I will be the one being taken care of, Xiao Jingyi said with a bashful smile. Yuan shook his head and said, it's because I know that you'll be with Yu Rou that I am not as worried about her. If she was going alone, I would probably try to convince her to stay now. You really have no trust in me. Huh? Yu Rou sighed. You know that's not true. Yuan chuckled. He then asked her, will you be playing Cultivation Online over there? Yu Rou nodded and said, we'll be cultivating in Cultivation Online and the real world as a group. However, I won't be able to play with you as often since I have to be with the others. That's fine, as long as we can still meet each other in Cultivation Online. Yuan said, and he continued, when you arrive at that place, try to log inside Cultivation Online. I have one last surprise for you. All right, I will let you know when I will be available. Yu Rou nodded. After talking to each other for some more, Yu Rou gave Yuan one more tight embrace before returning to the car with Xiao Jingyi and heading to the airport. Goodbye, Meifeng brother Tian. Until next time, Yu Rou. Once Yu Rou and Xiao Jingyi left the scene, Yuan said to Meifeng, let's go home too. What about the contest results? Meifeng asked. I don't really care about the results since I didn't come here for the reward, Yuan said. Okay, then let's go home. They also returned home shortly after. Meanwhile, Yuan's performance at the small contest was uploaded to the internet by one of the judges when they got their hands on the replay. The video quickly acquired traction, especially within the musician circles. Who is this Tian Yang? I have never heard of him before. Does anyone have information on this genius? 18 years old. I don't believe it. How could someone so young play so flawlessly? There were only two things that came to one's mind when one watched the video of Yuan's piano performance. On doubt, they were in awe of Yuan's godlike talents and performance, but they also doubted his identity as an 18-year-old. After all, even the old experts who have decades of experience could not do so with such perfection. Shortly after the video went public, countless families across the world began investigating Tian, and they started with his company Divine Melody that was only recently created. However, the owner of the company and its employers were all private information that cannot be found through normal means. So those with influence began making phone calls to people with authority and influence in hopes of finding more information about the Divine Melody and Tian. Chapter 520, White Envelope. Dear, look at this. Tang Li stormed inside Yu Yong's room as he worked on the company. What happened? Yu Yong looked at her with his eyebrows raised. It has been a very long time since he has last seen his wife act so excited. Tang Li placed her laptop in front of him and played the video of Yuan's performance as Tian. This is. Yu Yong stood up from shock after watching the performance for merely a couple of seconds. This is a genius. A true genius. Who is this masked man? Yu Yong quickly asked, but his eyes were still captivated by Yuan's flawless performance. His name is Tian, and he's currently with a new company named Divine Melody. However, nobody knows much, if anything, about this individual or the company itself since they both showed up out of the blue. Tang Li explained to him. Nobody? How is that possible? Who's the owner of the company? There are already plenty of people asking around, but nobody seems to have any idea. Nobody? I don't believe it. Yu Yong immediately retrieved his cell phone and started making calls to many prominent people within the industry. Mr. Nick, have you heard about a company called Divine Melody? Yu Yong asked. Mr. Yu, trust me, I have heard this name so much today that I'm starting to go crazy. You're calling me to ask about Tian, right? Unfortunately, I have no information on him. I see. Yu Yong quickly hung up and proceeded to call another person. Mr. Yu, if you're calling me about the Divine Melody or Tian, I have no clue. The person who picked up the phone gave it to him straight. Not even you know about them. Unfortunately, whoever made the company knew very well what they were doing and kept everything tightly sealed. Unless we find out who helped created this company, we may never know more about them. Have you tried hacking the system? Yu Yong then asked. Trust me, you're not the first person to ask me that, and if it was successful, I wouldn't be so empty-handed right now. I understand. Keep me updated if you find anything. Yu Yong said before hanging up. Yu Yong proceeded to call many more people, but after an hour of effort, he still knew nothing about the company Divine Melody or Tian. After pondering, Yu Yong decided to call Mr. Johnson, who is highly reputable when it comes to intelligence in this kind of subject. Master Yu, let me guess. This is about the Divine Melody. Yu Yong could already guess the results after hearing Mr. Johnson's opening sentence. What do you know? Yu Yong still asked. Nothing as for right now. We have already received a dozen requests to find information on the company and Tian, but we have nothing as of this moment. Is there no way to contact this company? Yu Yong asked. There is a way, one way. The company Divine Melody has one contact info, an email address. This is our only lead, and we have already tried to contact them, so we're just waiting for a response right now. What's the email address? I will try to reach out to them myself, and I swear to God if you ask me to pay for, don't worry, I won't ask for anything. Pay erased the email address. After receiving the email address from Mr. Johnson, Yu Yong hung up and opened his laptop. No luck. Tang Li returned to his room sometime later and asked him. Nope. Whoever created the company seems to have expected this situation and has extensive knowledge regarding how things work, so we cannot dig out any information about them. However, not all is lost, since we have an email address to contact the company. What if that doesn't work? Tang Li asked. Then we can only wait until they reveal themselves or make a mistake. Yu Yong said. Meanwhile, back inside their apartment, Meifeng stared at her laptop with her eyebrows raised. After participating in the contest, their Divine Melody Company email suddenly received over 1,000 emails, and they only kept on coming. Did something happen? Yuan noticed her expression during his training and decided to ask her. She nodded and explained it to him. Ah, that's normal. They're most likely trying to recruit me into their company, Yuan said, as he has plenty of experience with this even though he was already working for the Yu family. Yuan, look at this email. Meisho pointed to a certain email on the laptop screen. Yuan looked at it with his divine sense and laughed. The Yu family too? Well, I'm not surprised at all. That's how they found me in the first place, because of a video that had gone viral. Are you going to answer to any of them? Yuan then asked her. No, I think it would be better if we ignore them for now. I think so too. Yuan nodded, agreeing with her. That afternoon, in Yu Rou's living quarters, one of the servants knocked on her door, completely unaware that Shed left the family. Young lady, you have been summoned by the masters, the servant said, patiently waiting outside her door. When nobody responded a minute later, the servant knocked on her doors again and repeated, Young lady, you have been summoned by the masters. After knocking a couple more times, the servant eventually decided to enter the room in case Yu Rou was playing Cultivation online. Excuse me, young lady. The servant opened the door, but to her surprise, the room was completely empty. Where's the young lady? The servants are usually aware of her schedule, and Yu Rou would always let someone know if she had gone somewhere outside. However, there was no news from her today, and even her limousine was parked outside. So where did she go? After entering the room, the servant noticed the white envelope on the desk. Chapter 521. Bring her back. Master, we have an emergency. A servant working in the Yu family's headquarters urgently knocked on Yu Yong's doors. Enter, Yu Yong shouted from inside the room with a bad feeling in his guts. Once the servant entered the room, he asked her, what happened? It's about the young lady. She has left the family. The servant exclaimed. What? It took a minute for Yu Yong to process those words. Once he eventually digested the situation, he immediately frowned and said, What the heck are you talking about? Why would Yu Rou suddenly leave the family? This letter was left inside the young lattice room when someone went to notify her of your summoning. The servant quickly placed the white envelope that had been opened on Yu Yong's desk before taking a few steps back. Yu Yong stared at the white envelope that emitted an ominous aura for a few moments before picking it up and reading the contents inside. Dear father and mother, I have decided to leave the Yu family to join the cultivation faction Eternal Lotuses. You may be wondering why I made this decision. It's simple. I disapprove of how you all treated brother Tian and Meisho, and I cannot get rid of this guilt as the daughter of the Yu family that mistreated them. Therefore, I have decided to leave. Don't even bother trying to convince me to return, because I won't return even if it's the last thing I do. If you're thinking about forcing me back like how you tried to force Meisho back into the family, just to sell her to Chairman Zhao, don't bother, unless you want to offend the entire Eternal Lotuses that's the #1 power within their city. However, as much as I despise the family, I must thank you for giving me life and allowing me to meet with Brother Tian. Yu Yong read the letter while his entire body trembled from anger. One ungrateful child. Yu Yong slammed the desk before him, creating a crack on the surface and knocking down the stacked documents to the floor. Call my wife here. Yu Yong turned to look at the servant and spoke in a commanding voice. Right away, master. The servant immediately rushed outside and went to notify Tang Li of the situation. Tang Li arrived before Yu Yong a few minutes later with a deep frown on her face. Is it true that Yu Rou left the family to join some cultivation faction? Tang Li asked Yu Yong, who reluctantly nodded his head. Then why are you still sitting there? Hurry up and bring her back, Tang Li shouted. Unlike Yuan, who was adopted into the family, Yu Rou was a true descendant of the Yu family, meaning that she was worth much more to the Yu family despite being much less talented than Yuan. Furthermore, Yu Rou was their only child, meaning that if she leaves, they will have nobody to continue the Yu family unless they give birth to another child. Even if she was less talented than Yuan, she could at least fulfill her duties as a child of the Yu family and continue their legacy. However, that was much easier said than done, especially since Tang Li was already past that age. While she could still give birth, it would come with huge risks to her and the unborn baby's health. So unless she absolutely have to, it wasn't an option. You have no idea. This situation isn't as easy as you think. Yu Yong shouted back at her. Yu Rou went to join the Eternal Lotuses. Although they're not as powerful as the Cultivators Association, their influence is on par with them. We cannot simply force her to return like Meifeng. Eternal Lotuses? I have never heard of them. Tang Li said. Look them up. They're a female-only cultivation faction led by White Lotus, a famous cultivation online player who belongs to a legacy family in the top 10. There are also many descendants from the legacy family within their ranks. We cannot afford to offend them. Then what are we supposed to do? There is nothing we can do right now except give Yu Rou some time to calm her head. Once she's calm, we'll try to convince her to return. Otherwise, we'll have to give up on her and make another child. Yu Yong said. That's easy for you to say since you don't have to carry a baby around for 9 months, nor do you have to do any of the hard labor. What about my feelings? I am no longer at the age where it's safe to conceive. Tang Li shouted. Calm down. This is only the worst-case scenario. There are definitely other methods, but for now, let's just wait and see what happens. Yu Yong said. Oof. Tang Li didn't say anything and stormed outside the room in angry steps. Time passed quickly, and the following day, Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi arrived at their destination after their plane landed. Once they left the airport, Yu Rou looked around until she found an old woman holding a sign with their names, and she approached this woman. Hello, I am Yu Rou, and this is Xia Jingyi. It's nice to finally meet you, Lady Yu Rou and Lady Xia Jingyi. You can call me Grandma Yin. I am in charge of bringing the newcomers to the Eternal Lotuses headquarters and a few other things. Grandma Yin then showed them to the car that was a white limousine. Once they were prepared to leave, Grandma Yin sat in the back with Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi while the driver, who was also a female, drove to the Eternal Lotuses headquarters. Allow me to give you a brief introduction to the Eternal Lotuses, even though I am sure that you are already aware of such information. It's mostly for formalities. Yu Rou nodded, and Grandma Yin proceeded to explain to them about the Eternal Lotuses. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.